What it do, world? What it do, 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 world? Yes, I'm alive and well, y'all. I'm here. All praise to the Most High. Shalom, beloved family all over the world. What it do? We live everywhere. We live on Instagram, TikTok. We're back on TikTok, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're back on TikTok. You know, they banded me. They were trying to throw the bananas at me. Talking about it was I guess harmful or misinformation. Yeah. We on Kick, Twitch, Facebook, X, and YouTube. So shout out to everybody on all the platforms out there, tuning in and tapping in and showing the brother love for being able to bring this information to the people because it's needed. You know, that does not stop the mission. You know, the mission does not stop. And regardless of how things may happen in your life, you must keep on going and don't give up. So, for everybody out there, I hope everybody's doing good. There's many things that are going on and happening all around the world. It's just all around the world, same song. Things are brewing up. And so, yeah, I've been away because I haven't been, hasn't been a good week, but the Most High knows how to take care of his chosen ones. So, if everybody going through something out there, you're going to be all right. Just know that you're going to be all right. God always puts his unchanging hand right on you. So, without further ado, other than that, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, like joking around, serious, and all of that. But I just wanted to make that clear that I'm alive and hope everybody else is doing good and well. That today is one of the, you can see all the planetary alignment tonight. Well, today, right now, within a couple hours, I believe. Right now, it's a good heightened tightness of it, but we've been getting the crux of a lot of it right now. So, with all the information that's out there, it's definitely bringing some stuff. It's definitely causing some things to happen. On the micro and the macro, on the macro and the micro. You got the world shaking, but then you got people shaking in their boots too, being all scared, and all in their emotions and their feelings and stuff like that. You know, react, react in a very ill-mannered way. And so, as we all distribute inappropriate behavior, we work on doing a better job on ourselves each and every day. So try not to be arrogant and prideful and full of yourself, self-centered. So trying to heal. Don't be a master manipulator. Some people are. So it's always a difference between honesty and the truth. You want honesty and the truth, honesty or the truth, honesty versus the truth. Yeah, that always causing a question. That's why even my Bible readings always bring so much peace for me in the morning, because it always reveals all the stuff that may be caught up in the webs, entangled and snared. So you must always have a different view, different perspective when things pop up the way they do in life. And yeah, wise words. Don't take it personal. It's a learning experience. So don't take it personal. Just know that, sir. Just know that, ma'am. Don't take it personal. That's why it's always good to know thyself. Be on the always working to work on yourself and do better and strive to be better and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm a Nogahite. I sure am a Nogahite. Yep. And what do they say? Nogahites is all about love. Got a lot of love in our heart. But one thing you don't want to do is piss off a Nogahite. That's why we live and learn and we grow. But anyways, we're going to keep the party going. Literally, I've been putting the Most High first in everything. Feeling like things get ripped out of your life, get rugs pulled from under you. But, the Most High is trying to tell you something. Literally, the Holy Spirit is just shaking the shit out of you, trying to wake you up and see this, pay attention, So it's every day I'm just thankful. We're human. We make mistakes. We get emotional. We go through everything. We go through all the emotions. But, in this time and age right now where, this is a time where even the most chaos in the middle of the eye of the storm of a hurricane, just the peace and calm, even after it, you may get some debris that may hit you in your life, but, in the eye of the storm, still maintaining being calm and knowing that everything is all right, that you are chosen. Most will never see it. Most will never understand it. They'll never respect it. They'll never love it. They'll never appreciate it. But just know that you are loved and you are chosen, and the Most High have favor and grace and mercy upon you. And He will use your enemies as your footstool. And He will not smite His face towards you. As long as you keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. Yeah. Just keep working on it every day. Put that water on that one little baby seed. A little faith of a mustard seed. You're going to be all right. So, but just know that the time that we're living in right now is crazy. It's the year of the snake. You're either going to get that venom or you're going to get that luck. And so sometimes you think that it's sweet and really you're being poisoned at the same time. So, be careful. That's what I would say. Everything is a learning experience. You learn the difference between a toy snake and a real snake. And those are great things to be able to know that the Most High truly walks with us with every step of the way. And you take it in and you just, wow, thank you. So for me, I realize even in my walk and my journey, many of the stories that I've been able to express and stuff like that, I've definitely been able to recognize many things when the Most High really, reveals them to me. And knowing that, this gave me a chance over the weekend of learn about something that may have been like bothering me, just over a week. And realizing that something was bothering me since I was young. And it was just like, what is this? And lo and behold, the Most High, downloaded to me that, succubus and incubus is a real thing, y'all. As much as it has been tabooed, leprosized. Is that even a word? I don't know. That was nice. Casted away, shunned, quiet, hushed at the table. But I got a chance to learn a little bit more about that with, men and women, and lusting over things. You play into, 7 deadly sins. That's lust. Lust for me has been, obviously it's within my essence, my sign, and who I am, but just it's been the gift and the curse. You know what I'm saying? You get the bad side of lust too, and you wouldn't think that you would get that. You know what I'm saying? You would think that you would get something else, but whatever your trauma or torment is, it's like triggered. It's on the side that of who you are. So it's like even if it was lust, it still was like the good part of lust, the bad side of lust. It's like you start really investigating things a lot much more. I'm way out there, but it gives me that um, that greater understanding, being able to have experience so much, and to be able to sit in thoughts and sit and ponder and meditation. Um, that all of this adds up, y'all. Every single one of these, being able to kind of uh, jot down all of your life experiences. I've been able to have a good recall. Obviously, my recall is pretty good. So, but being able to understand that comes with a lot, and we deal with those type of things even with going through that. There's many stuff that we don't know about, that we haven't had proper education to really being able to deal with it. I know about it, but I didn't have the proper education to even being able to sit down and learn about it even more so, and how much that us walking around in such a wicked world, and how it's like we're constantly attacked the moment that we step out, even our home, our place of peace. It's even inside of our place of peace too. It's even inside of our place of peace as well. You know, you could be thinking that you running away from it outside, and you get home, open the door, shut the door, and lo and behold, it's the year of the snake, and you got the snake inside of the house with you. It got inside of the house before you got inside of it, and lo and behold, you're like, "Whew, I made it." Turn around and that thing bites you, you know. And so I say that with as much care and compassion, that we are in a process of learning so much that was not really discussed on such a higher level that we needed to be able to dive into. Um, because now I'm able to address these things. That's what's good about. I can pat myself on the back when something is off and we're in alignment. And that was the one thing that was like knocking me off kilter every time. And to be able to be in celestial alignment, and all the planets is looking at me. It's like they're all saying at one time, "This is what it is. You need to get it together, figure it out right here. This is what it is." And I'm like, oh, hmm. So it was a spiritual husband, a spiritual wife that messes with us, that will interject with your finances, interject with your relationships, interject with your sleep, give you night terrors. And I've had these for such a long time that I never really recognized that something was in my essence or around my presence the whole time. How did I didn't, do the work. And now being able to accept that, now you can be able to start creating, okay, how? And the how leads to solutions, and the solutions leads to healing. And healing is what we're all trying to do. No judgment. That's why I'm able to sit here and talk about it openly about my life. I ain't got nothing to hide about nothing. But that's why it's good that I'm in my place of peace, because I'm able to just sit in deep thought and be able to tap into my introspection just like that. To be able to okay, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. And it's good when you start figuring things out. And when you figure them out, you be so proud of yourself, and you should be. You should be, because we don't know how, on all the capacities, how we've been under attack. And the more that we're detangling ourselves, you start seeing it. So for me, that was a major issue. I could see that. That was a major issue for me. Waking up drained, not recognizing that, you know, a succubus. A succubus would take from me in my sleep, give it to an incubus. Incubus would go and do whatever he do with other women who may be going through their own incubus. And so it's a horrible demonic spiritual passing on of things, spiritual husbands and spiritual wives. And so for men, that's what it is. So hmm, I don't know what that is. There we go. But I wanted to bring that across because that was an issue that I got a chance to address this week, and it feels good knowing that we when we grow up so much more, it's all a process. It's definitely the level that we need to be at, and so I just bring that up just because to God be the glory. Literally, when you face your worst fears, you face all of your embarrassments, you face all of your hiccups and your fallouts and the things that make you flawed, you know. Yeah, and as many times as I could sit here and be, you know, ha and kikiing at, you know, white folks, you never run out of enough stuff about white folks. They provide as much entertainment as anything right now, but I have to put myself in that position all the time. That's why I'm always humble about it. But I do and say as well, I try to make it be as within the divine writings as it should be, as far as in being able to blow the horn. And however it comes to me, I just let it flow. But for me, I know that trying to be much more in humility and knowing that there's power in my words, there's power in my actions, as well as it is for every one of us. There's none of us that are exempt. Yeah. And I feel good knowing that right now I've been able to get so much of my life together. Trust and believe I've come a long way. I've come a long way. So that's what I'm saying. Like even with the little things that it's like scraping at the bottom of, the cinnamon applesauce jar. You literally get in the last remnants of everything before it actually you can put some water under it and shake it and get it loose and stuff like that. But um, for me, it's there was some stuff that was lingering in my life just from childhood trauma. Realizing that childhood trauma, man, we got a lot of this stuff with a lot of our people. There's more conversations as I have had with people. That is one thing that most people who are not empathetic and sympathetic to it because they may not have had this circumstance or don't know anybody, so they can be like, I really don't know and I really don't give a damn, as long as it don't happen over here. But when it does, it's like you got to roll back all of that thought and that energy that you had before about that circumstance when it was partaken with someone else. So we always have to interject within ourselves in every experience that we go through with people. And you got to put yourself in their shoes. You may be not walking in them. You may not be able to fit them, but you can at least observe and report. Okay, these are these size shoes. They have this much wear and tear on this side and all that stuff. Like people know how to inspect. People know what the hell they're doing. We're not talking to dummies. But then you have to slow talk. I bring all this up is because incubuses and succubuses can truly mess you up if people don't really know that much about them. And you may be living life and thinking that you may have addressed so many of the things. And this one ugly ass haymaker just literally come out of your way and just destroy and discard everything you've worked for. It will do that. And it will high kiki in your life. Mm. That's what an incubus does. For women, it'll be a press down on their chest or their stomach. It's like you're actually having sex with a sleep demon. Same thing with men. You have a woman and you'll be erect and stuff like that. You're sleeping with a sleep demon, you know? And I realized, like, dang, that was something that I've been needed to address and just being honest about it. And so that's just where I wanted to be at right now. There's so much to talk about it on, but I just wanted to kind of, many people I ain't been around the last couple of days, just because that was something that I was addressing. So instead of keeping everybody out of the loop, I feel like I get back on the saddle and being able to talk to the people and let them know how, what's going on and how I'm doing, how I'm feeling. That, obviously I'm alive, but yeah, it's those are things that you see, and it's like, okay, you take a step back so you don't contaminate the waters. You know what I'm saying? Because something like that, we never know in our own life or in somebody else's life how much toxicity they may have in them. We never know that. We may think that we're happy and jovial and joyful and stuff like that, but you're a walking nuclear reactor away, just that quick. So it's every day is a struggle, but every day is a beautiful, joyful process. And the more that I'm doing, the more I'm in my Bible, literally reading every morning. At 8 o'clock now, so I kind of moved the time from 8:30 to 8 o'clock, just trying to fit my time. But being able to read more and more with these eyes now, they have literally opened my eyes to so many different things that I did not read. And there's so many more books that I'm so excited to start getting back into and reading out as I'm doing right now. So yes, um, that's what I have planned during this fast, is to be able to divorce these aspects and be able to um, have repentance and go through the baths and the teas and starve out the parasites. And these are definitely things that are deep and heavy. As much as they affect men, they affect women. It's not really talked about with men, but at least addressing it here, because it's a lot. You see it everywhere. Most people don't put two and two together, but it's like it's among many people right now as we speak. So it's like trying to get past all of that. It's like you have to be able to have uh, the intersection to be able to have people's mentality match with the comprehension of what you're trying to cross over the streets. So, um, anyways, I mean, this is definitely a topic that I'll be addressing over the time now. I was going to speak on it a lot more right now, but I'm like, you know what? Let me slice it and dice it, because there's so much to talk about, so much to learn about it, because it, it, it's so much. It's so much, y'all. And I think that's one of the things um, that need to be addressed, because we don't know, with these portals being open, we don't know with these alignments happening right now, how any one of us can be blindsided. And you may have done, 4 minutes and 59 seconds of prayer, but that 1 second that you stopped, open, left a pinky toe over. So it's like being able to much more deliberately and militantly orchestrate and organize and discipline more of everything. It's like when the Most High removes things from you, he allows you to see much more, how much more priority he wants us to be within our gift and our mission, and what he would like to be able to break down, like just what I just read this morning, um, about just like breaking down those altars of worshiping, you know, um, whatever it is, whether it's people, place, people, person, a person, place, thing, or idea. And we have to be mindful of that, however it may come. I don't want nobody worshiping me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want that to be the case. I don't want to be having to worship anything else like that, whether it's this big ass piece of cheese right here. So for me, trying to be able to extract from all of that, that's what we're working towards on a daily basis. So, anyways, yeah, that's my little 2 cents. Let's see what's going on in the news. But yeah, I love everybody that's out there. Hopefully everybody's good. So, matter of fact, let me go back here. I still was uploading stuff because I ain't been up here. What's going on in the world? What's going on in the world, y'all? Hold on.
Be very different in February, as we are expecting a lot more snowfall in the northern tier of the United States in addition to Arctic blasts, while areas in the southern tier of the United States deal with the ramp up of severe weather, including tornadoes, in addition to much warmer conditions. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next couple of weeks. We'll begin with what's happening across the country right now, and we do have a lot of moisture that is coming right out of the Pacific Ocean, and we are expecting a relatively large storm to impact the country over the next few days right before we go into February. Right now, a lot of moisture sitting across Oklahoma and Texas, and this is going to ramp up a lot of showers and thunderstorms as we go throughout the daytime hours today. And there will also be a chance for severe weather both today and tomorrow across the southern plains and then back into the deep south, and we'll talk more about that here in just a moment. Back up into the northeast, we've had snow moving across areas in New England today. We also saw that yesterday. The snow will continue here for the next really 24 hours or so before eventually it moves out. Overall, not really any significant accumulation is expected out of this, but many areas will pick up around 2 to even upwards of 4 inches of snowfall. And then back over on the west coast, things are drying out and they are quieting down once again. Not really expecting anything too big along the west coast for the next few days, but atmospheric rivers continue to crash into Canada and just to the north there of Washington. As we go into February, we are expecting the snowfall to increase in coverage, especially across the northern tier of the United States. And this is here is the European ensembles, which basically show you an average of the amount of snowfall that we could see over the next few weeks. We'll begin with what's happening between now through February 6th. Right now, the European ensembles have a higher confidence of there being snowfall accumulation, primarily back up in Canada and back into the northeast with much lower amounts of snowfall, anywhere from the Rocky Mountains back through the Midwest and the northern Ohio Valley. Look how that changes as we get closer to February 13th and 14th, right around the middle of the month. The confidence is increasing that we are going to have a lot more snowfall across the Ohio Valley, the Midwest, and even back into the Northeast, which is vastly different from what we've been seeing that so far this January, where we've had several winter storms that have moved across areas like the Gulf Coast and even back into the southern plains and even back through the Ohio Valley. So definitely a different trend is setting here as we get closer to the early to middle portions of February. I also want to point out that even in the Pacific Northwest, we are expecting a lot more snowfall in areas like the Pacific Northwest in the Rocky Mountains. So if you're a skier, that's definitely some good news. Another really interesting thing will be the temperature trends, as we are expecting above average temperatures to begin the month of February. Notice how the entire lower 48 is mostly shaded in red, which would indicate above average temperatures anywhere from January 30th all the way through February 6th. A few areas that will not be dealing with that, though, will be areas like the Northeast and also back through the Pacific Northwest, where an Arctic air mass will be building in western Canada. It is going to be very frigid up there. That Arctic air mass is likely to move into the northern plains in the Midwest as we eventually get closer to around February 10th or so. So definitely something to watch for here across areas in the northern plains, Midwest, and even back into the Ohio Valley. Right now, it looks like the strongest of that cold air will be right along the Rocky Mountains, and exactly how far south that sharp temperature gradient drops is really questionable at this point, as it still is around or just after a week from now, but it will be something to watch for as we are expecting more Arctic air. And then anywhere around the middle and end of the month, things become a lot more uncertain. But the general idea, I think, for February is that we will be dealing with above average temperatures on average. Again, this is not going to be the entire month, but overall, above average temperatures are likely along the Gulf Coast in the southeast. Below average temperatures are likely back over in the Pacific Northwest and also back into areas like the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. So we are able to forecast trends like snow and as well as temperatures well out in advance, upwards of 2 to 3 weeks sometimes in advance. But we're going to talk more about what's happening in the short term over the next 7 to 10 days. And right now, we actually have a large storm that is forming here back over in the southwest, in addition to moisture that is accompanying this particular low pressure system. And as we go into tonight and as well as into tomorrow, we are expecting lots of rainfall anywhere from the southern plains all the way back into areas like the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, in addition to even a little bit of snowfall. And there will also be some severe weather associated with this. Eventually, as we go into Friday into Saturday, the jet stream will eventually become a lot more zonal, which means that things will be quieter, I think, for most of the country as we go into the weekend. So if you have any weekend plans, definitely looking good for that. And eventually, as we go, we're likely going to be seeing some really strong ridging that's going to be taking place across the Gulf Coast, and also zonal flow in the jet stream stream, which really limits the amount of extreme weather events that we see. And we aren't probably going to be dealing with very many large storms, I think, over the next week or so, aside from the one that's happening today and as well as tomorrow. And then eventually, as we go into Thursday and into Friday, notice how the jet stream still remains very zonal, but I think eventually this will crack as we go closer to the middle of the month. And what I mean by that is I think we're going to start to see more turbulence in the jet stream, which means a lot more curvature. And I honestly think we are going to be talking about a lot more winter storms and also a lot more cold and even Arctic blasts by around the middle and end of February. So I think the first week or two may start off a little quiet, but I think it's going to really start to ramp up by the middle and end of the month. And the temperature trends are going to be very interesting over the next couple of weeks. We'll be dealing with above average temperatures for the next few days, all the way into the first 3 or 4 days of February, especially east of the Rocky Mountains through areas like Texas. Many areas down in the southern plains will be as high as the low to mid 70s as we go into early next week, which is unprecedented even for this time of the year. And then also back through the northern plains and back into the Pacific Northwest, we are expecting Arctic air to be building. This will really be impacting areas mainly in the Pacific Northwest and the northern plains, but it should eventually unleash into much of the United States as we go into the middle of next week. Exactly where and how intense this is across areas like the central and southern plains, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the Northeast remains very uncertain, but one thing looks pretty likely here is that we're going to continue to deal with above average temperatures along the Gulf Coast of the United States even into the end of next week, and then beyond that things become a lot more uncertain. But right now the GFS model, at least good news for right now, is not showing any major Arctic blasts, not anything that's huge or enormous like what we saw in January, but again, I think that's going to be coming sometime around the middle or end of February. It's really only a matter of time. And over the next few days, we are expecting a large storm to form in the southern plains. This is what it'll look like by tomorrow morning. Lots of rain falling across the central and southern plains. This could lead to some localized flooding, especially in eastern Oklahoma and across Arkansas. Eventually into Thursday night into early Friday morning, this storm continues to move northeast. Notice how there's really no snow or even freezing rain with this. Reason why is because all this warm air is coming right out of the Gulf of Mexico, and there's no Arctic air really coming out of Canada right now because this particular storm system has come from areas in the southwest, which is actually where warmer weather resides right now. So this is not overall going to be much of a winter storm as we go into Friday or Saturday, but probably at least going to see snow in the northeast. The chances of snow anywhere in the Midwest or the Ohio Valley continue to decrease as we go into Friday and Saturday. Eventually into Sunday into Monday, another shot of snow is likely across the Great Lakes region in the northeast. Exactly how much snow falls is still uncertain, but make sure you're subscribed to the channel as we'll keep you posted with the latest. And eventually into Monday into Tuesday, things look a little bit quieter, but I do think we're at least going to have a few smaller scale storms that impact the United States, perhaps with some wintry precipitation, maybe with some severe weather. Again, exactly what happens is still uncertain as this is still well over a week from now. Now, we are expecting a ton of rain over the next few days from this large storm system. All that red and orange is going to be where we have the bulk of this precipitation, around 1 to 3.
I don't know about y'all, but every time I look at this part, every time it rains or snows, it's all right. I think that was the Amazon worker dropping off my package. I got my Joss paper, y'all. That should be there, hopefully. Anyways, but doesn't that look like X marks the spot? It is. I mean, it's not X marks the spot. It's it's like 2 in a possible in the game of space or something like that. But yes, it's going this way, but then it keeps sending one down that's going on the other axis point. So and it's like sweeping.
3 inches of rain is in the forecast from around North Texas, which is the Dallas-Fort Worth area, across much of Arkansas and even into Kentucky and as well as into Tennessee. And if you go a little bit more localized here, notice how high the rainfall accumulation numbers could get. Yeah. We could have some areas in Arkansas as high as 4 to even upwards of 6 inches of rain in some isolated locations. So be mindful, there will be a chance for some localized flooding, perhaps even some more significant flooding in low-lying areas. And guess what? There is a risk for severe weather both tonight and as well as tomorrow. We're not really expecting much of a risk tonight. I think it'll be mostly just a line of storms that forms, producing damaging winds, hail, and maybe a brief tornado. I think the risk overall for tornadoes, though, today is relatively low. We won't have much wind shear out there. As we go into tomorrow, the tornado threat could be a little bit more elevated, but I'm not really confident that we're going to be seeing that many tornadoes. I think maybe a couple or a few tornadoes will be possible in eastern Texas and including areas around the Houston area throughout the late morning into the early afternoon hours. That tornado threat will continue to shift towards towards areas like Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and southeast Texas around 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then eventually, as we get closer to sunset, that tornado risk is much lower back over in eastern Louisiana and western Mississippi, where this will be predominantly just some gusty winds and maybe a few rumbles of thunder. So here's the timing for the rest of the day today into tomorrow. Overall showers and storms will be out there really all day today, but a lot of this will just be some downpours and elevated thunderstorms. So not a whole lot of severe weather is expected throughout the daytime today, but there could be a few storms after sunset tonight that get a little bit more organized around areas like Abilene back into Dallas and Fort Worth that could produce some isolated damaging winds and hail. I really truly think this tornado risk today is very low, but have a tornado action plan just in case and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And then eventually into the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, this will be mostly just a line of thunderstorms, not any really discrete activity out there. So it'll be mostly gusty winds. Again, maybe an isolated damaging wind event during the morning. Heavy rain spreads into Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Eventually by lunchtime, this line continues to push east. It really doesn't look that impressive to me right now. Again, I think this will be mostly just some damaging winds. We could get an isolated discrete cell or two that come off of the Gulf and eventually move into Louisiana during the early to mid-afternoon hours. And if that happens, we may have an isolated tornado or two. But at this time, it does not look like something will be going live for. But in case there are any changes to the forecast, make sure you're subscribed to the channel.
Yes, y'all. While it's raining there, it is crazy everywhere else. It don't stop. yes, y'all. Yeah. Shalom to everybody that's out there. Appreciate y'all. So yeah, it's the world map because it is buck wild everywhere. Hold on, let me bring it in. While it's raining there, look at Australia. It's crazy. You have nothing going on out there. It's literally cooked. That whole place is literally red on fire. When they be showing like it be looking like red on fire, it literally be looking like red on fire. All of the networks are just New Zealand. What's going on in New Zealand? Hundreds of birds die. Botulism. You got the earthquakes. We'll get to the earthquakes in a minute. Like I said, it's this planetary alignment. It's a lot of good information we're going to get to. I think the sister Renana said that today, during like within the next 2-3 hours, it'll be the most visible with all of the planets and the sun in the sky all at one time. The sun, the moon, and Venus, Saturn, Pluto, Uranus, Neptune, Jupiter. So yeah, be able to see the whole bunch. I think Mercury as well. Yeah, did I say Mercury? Anyways, yeah, you see all of Africa on fire right now. I mean, you got super unrest. You got what is that? Explosion forces crew to abandon Hong Kong flagged container ship. Yeah, the Red Sea is on fire right now, y'all. It's amazing how you got like the parting of the. Like, you can see it like the tectonic plate right there. Interesting. I don't know what this dot to dot thing is right here. What is that? Local security conflict. Yeah, Congo's on fire right now too. Not like literally, but you figuratively, like it's chaos out there right now too. Yeah, peacekeepers is just the uproar everywhere right now. Let's see where else. Let me look over in Europe. Because Europe got, so what the hell is this? Spain fishers in Galicia report catastrophic collapse in shellfish stock. Interesting. Whole region going through it. And they just had the floods too. So ain't no telling what could have happened where it just wiped out everything too. Explosion. There's been a lot of explosions right now. It is a complete drought in all of these places right now. Like the drought is so bad, people are really going through the struggle out there in those areas right now. What is this question mark in France? So France is 11 sick in French raw milk cheese outbreak. Ugh. Flood victims rescued by boat as storm Hermania hits North France. So there's a big old storm out there. That's hitting that. There's a smelly black tar washes up on beach amid fears of oil spill at sea in the UK. There's an infection hazard out there, human case of bird flu. What's the other one right here? That's severe weather. Severe weather. What's this question mark here? Ancient gold artifact stolen in Dresden Museum robbery. Netherlands, 3 suspects detained. Yep, the thieves are on the rise now. Fans arrested. Oh yeah, that's why like even with the sports right now, it's just so much emotional stuff going on right now. That's why it's like being detached from all of like the sporting teams and all that stuff. That's why I say like idolizing these things that's going on right now. That's not what the Most High wants us to be doing right now. Truly, He's a jealous God. So yeah, putting all that away, even the stuff that even what I got, the $1 billion bangers and all that stuff, like none of this matters. We need to be like so completely drenched and focused on the word, and getting that instilled into us every shred, every ounce. But yeah, the Middle East is pretty active as well. Air pollution, once again ranked again ranked once again as the world's most polluted city, Uzbekistan. Know that. Why are you so? Kazakhstan is huge. I didn't know Kazakhstan was that big. Huh. But all along this ridge, the whole Himalaya is literally splitting apart. Just as much as the Horn of Africa right now. There's many places around the world where the shelves are definitely uh, rocking and rolling right now, yeah. So I ain't even got to that part yet, but I'm just always fascinated to look at the map of the world because we ain't been together. We ain't came together in a minute, y'all. We gotta come together. We gotta keep it. We gotta get back updated, baby. We gotta get back updated. So we gotta get back updated. But no, yes. What is these? It's not clicking. Okay. Those explosions. What's going on in India? Okay. Oh snap! India got that thing going. I'm gonna show y'all that too. So there's a festival that happened. So there was 30 killed and like 90 injured. So it's like, yeah, it's going down out there. But I was interested to see, and it's interesting to see these. They just swing around. We was talking about this with Sister Renana, saying they just swing right all around this, right off of this island, Madagascar. And it's like the weather, the rain it's just staying away from Africa right now, y'all. It's like keeps skirting away. It's like it's extra doing this to all of Africa, y'all, for whatever they did, all the stuff they did, y'all. I'm telling y'all, Africa going through it for what they did too. Yeah, Africa is really going through. I promise y'all, it is bad out there too. India just went through it. China's going through it too right now, y'all. Bad. Lanzhou, yeah. China bans livestock product imports from numerous countries on disease worries. Uh, yeah, China bans import of sheep, goats, poultry in Bulgaria. Yeah, y'all be exporting fake rice and fake ground beef too. South Korea airplane crash catches fire. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of airplane stuff going on right now. What is that? Infection hazard. 3 newborns infected with echovirus 11. The amount of diseases popping up, y'all, right now are very high because we're still in the 6th season for many people that don't look like us. So now it's like it's gonna rain once, like the next 3 months, stuff starts melting and thawing, and you get stuff in the air and antihistamine, all that stuff. But all throughout this whole region, all of the Asian Pacific has been just rocking and rolling. It's literally been so many things going on. It's been mudslides throughout all of China. You can see around the whole. Let me see, the whole ring of fire. I don't know why I took it away, but the whole ring of fire is literally earthquakes around the whole thing, y'all. Whatever this planetary alignment is doing right now, it's ringing the ground, the tectonic plates, like they're plates, like bing bing bing, like a xylophone. That's what I'm thinking it's doing to the planet. That this alignment is doing. It's like it's creating beautiful music, and it's literally bing 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 bing. But it's like grinding. It's like grinding the callus out of what it was sitting so. What is the word? What is the dormant? All of this was sitting so dormant, and our presence, our activity has been heightening all of this up. Oh, also in Antarctica, a big old glacier. So yeah, we're gonna get to all of this. But look at everything's on fire, y'all. Literally, all of Brazil. We just talked about the coffee problem out there. You know, I do love coffee, but I had to slow down. I was drinking 5 jugs of coffee. No, I'm just playing. I wasn't, but I can't say I wasn't. But yeah, you can see all of this rocking and rolling all along the whole tectonic plate across this whole thing. Across the whole thing. It's literally showcasing us what's going on in America. What's going on in America? We ain't even got to America yet. But I know Alaska is on one right now too. Yet there was what was that? It was an airplane. No, that was not it. There was something else that I found about in Alaska. I know there's fires. There's no rain going there either, but they're having to build up. What's this? Fire. How is there fires in snow? Like it's literally negative degrees out there. That's the crazy part about it. You know what I'm saying? Like right here. Oh, I didn't even got to it. It's moving all over the place. Come on. There we go. What is this? That's right, not too far from me. Epidemic. First U.S. case of H5N9 bird flu on the California duck farm. That's not too far from me, y'all. That's literally not too far from me. Multiple displaced after fire at Albuquerque apartment complex. It's interesting these happening at all these apartment complexes. This was a lot of these people's passive income, y'all. You gotta put that in perspective too. A lot of this stuff that's burning down right now is a lot of people's investments. They was going straight to the casino with your first of the month check. While you sat there and really bust your ass to get your rent paid, and they can't wait to bust their ass to get to the casino to go spend all of your stuff. So yeah, uh, Indiana's on. Indiana's tripping as usual. That's bad. It's been a lot of carbon monoxide in these regions. I don't know why you keep moving. West Virginia has been having a lot of stuff going on. West Virginia has been on one. That's all up in the Appalachians too. But yeah, y'all, there was an earthquake in this region as well, in the same trajectory that we had showed you guys before. So, persistent snowfall, 12 inches of snow to hit. Yep. So all on the East Coast. Let's see. Let me make sure I got them all. What's that? New York. 2 officers wounded. Yeah, there's been so many officer situations right now. There's a drought. How you got a drought and it's raining and it's snowing. You got a drought and it's raining and it's snowing. What is this? Human archaeological disaster in Louisiana. Mystery sheen and oiled shoreline. Okay, that's the second one. Okay, this wouldn't have been here if it was over in, like, wasn't that over in Spain? We just got finished talking about right now. Like, that's over there. That's oil and slick over there by the UK. How is it slick even over here? And interesting enough that the Super Bowl is about to happen. Interesting. That is a very interesting interesting point right now. You got the leak in the TPI Black Lake tank battery 5 flow line. What are you talking about battery? Well, let me see these details. What are you talking about battery? What are you talking about? You got battery stuff in the water? What happened? Okay, hold on. Let me see. On January 27th, a pinhole leak in a Texas petroleum investment company located in Black Lake. Incident occurred at 8:45 local time. An estimated 30 gallons of crude oil was discharged. Sources insecure. Its source is secure, and yeah, they always say it's secure, but I'm just saying, you got the you can trickle little things in like that to be able to get away with people getting infected on a massive scale. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got people coming all the way from Houston all the way up to this point right here. That's like a 5-6 hour drive. And if it starts this week, it takes a week for it'll take a week for that stuff to settle in a large portion of people right now. Everybody eating crawfish and catfish and etouffee, and it is all delicious. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. It is. But everything. Whew, I wouldn't say everything in New Orleans, but there's a lot of amazing places everywhere. I ain't even gonna sit here and talk about food. But I'm just saying, like, I just seen that right now. It's just like, what is going on in the water where there's blackness, oils, in just very interesting, y'all. Just very interesting. Yeah, no, I like to pull things out. I like to pull things out. I'm like, I got too many questions. That's why I be getting kicked out of stuff, y'all. They be kicking me out of meetings and everything. They just be kicking me out of offices, kicking me out of jobs. They be like, he's doing too much. You find it out about every damn thing. You just want to know every damn thing. You want to do every damn thing. No, I don't. It just got to get done, sir. It just got to get done. Sheesh. Anyways, yeah, you got a lot of. So they're doing that fiber optics under the water as well. So what they're doing is here, when you got all this extra activity going on, you got a lot of seismic activity going on. It is damn the stuff that's going on underground they're trying to do. But yeah, the shellfish, a catastrophic collapse in a shellfish over here. You got black tar. All of this is all affecting since the last little floods from all throughout here, from the UK to France to Spain, Portugal, all of this whole area, Ireland. Yeah, you gotta be in consideration that Iceland is right there. You got to be in consideration that all of Greenland right here is all this storm activity right here. It keeps throwing everything there. This is a whole major ley line that goes directly through Greenland, shoots straight up. So this whole line is just literally showing a lot of stuff. Anyways, let's keep on going, y'all, because this is a lot that we're seeing around the whole world. It's all around the world, say so. Yeah.
How's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Tuesday night. January 28th, 2025 is the date.
Matter of fact, we got a newer one. It's much more major update, especially with the, what is it? Shout out to everybody on TikTok right now. You won't be able to hear the stuff that I'm playing right now. It's on my other channels, but I'm giving you the feedback as far as what's going on right now. So shout out to everybody on all the different platforms listening in right now. Yeah, the mighty fog is definitely it didn't popped up. That's why I be reporting on every single aspect, because we have to be able to dissect and process all of this information, because it all ties in. Everything is a beautiful mycelium. It literally all connects. So
Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Wednesday morning. It is the Earth Master.
I haven't seen this one, but I know this one is going to be interesting because of the stuff that I was watching earlier that I just paid attention to. But there was some activity that just happened right now. I'm gonna let him talk, but with the alignment happening today, let me shut up.
Out here, January 29th, 2025 is the date, 10:12 a.m. That's California time. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe shows a 2.6 across the western Turkey area. A little bit of
Okay. What just happened? What just happened? Hmm.
Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Wednesday morning. It is the Earthmaster out here. January 29th, 2025 is the date, 10:12 a.m. That's California time. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe shows a 2.6 across the western Turkey area. A little bit of swarming going on there. Nothing.
Now, y'all remember that swarming with the pancake that happened out there in Turkey where it killed like over 600,000 people, really close to 900,000. They don't want to really tell you the number, but it was a lot of people, y'all. Turkey don't look, if we look at Turkey right now, Turkey don't look the same as Turkey used to look. Definitely doesn't.
Big, just a couple of smaller earthquakes. Also some movement here just off the Cascadia subduction zone, a 4.2 earthquake. A lot of inland earthquake activity here recently, including a three-pointer up there across Yellowstone. This was from yesterday here. Let me see what the USGS is sticking with as far as the magnitude goes. 3.7, so they've downgraded this a little bit since overnight. Added a couple more of the smaller earthquakes that they normally wouldn't include. But it is drawing a little bit of focus there across the Yellowstone area. And a lot of people asking what's going on at Yellowstone. Well, they had an earthquake, a little 3.7. It's not a large earthquake. Yellowstone has seen earthquakes of this magnitude and higher in the past. I've covered this quite a bit here throughout my studies and investigations there as far as any increasing activity across Yellowstone supervolcano. So right now we just have a swarm of earthquakes following that three-pointer in the microquake range. Nothing picking up. This is kind of a weak earthquake swarm. I've seen earthquake swarms here throughout the years that I've been studying this that is having 2s and 3s in the 50 to 60 multitude range out here on any given.
As far as my recollection, when I notice that it gives you these, when I start paying attention to these big old clob spurts like that, and then when it calms down, it's like almost like when you think about the it's funny when you think about the Soulja Boy song Superman now, it was like the rise, like Soulja Boy. That's what I think about when I think about this stuff. So not Soulja Boy think about that. I'm just saying that was an example. It's the amount, the frequency, that is the quantity, and then it gets quiet, like it's been doing, and then it builds up to this big old quality. And that's what I'm noticing that has happened with the ones that I have reported before. So wherever I notice these things happening, it's almost like if we were playing a pinball machine, literally. So when you're seeing them all in them spurts, bing, 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 they're all heightening the next one. And so they're just reverberating louder and louder. Yeah.
Day during those swarms. So it's been a little while since we've had any type of earthquake swarming across Yellowstone, and this earthquake appears to have struck just outside the Yellowstone caldera over here around Madison River, maybe Purple Mountain area. We can see that discreetly here on the map, which is again going to be probably right around the Purple Mountain area outside the Yellowstone caldera. The Yellowstone caldera super volcano, obviously it's going to be bigger than your typical volcano caldera, but there it is in the black outline. That includes Yellowstone Lake out there as well. So this event did not strike within the caldera, and as I mentioned last night here in my update video, this is a sign of just general strain out here against the plate boundary, the west coast. And I say that because we have verification earthquakes that happened in Idaho prior to the arrival of the expected strain that takes place here in the plate tectonic world. Remember, Idaho had a 4-pointer over here just previous. It's been 2 days now, but it was a day previous to yesterday's event. Yellowstone sits up here against the western edge of the North American Craton. It's a relatively stable piece of land that's it's been stable and undeformed for millions of years.
Thank you.
As the pressure and transfer.
And it is some of the most beautiful landscape you will ever see, beloveds. If you ever go to these regions where he just described, oh my goodness. Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. I'm telling you, any of these regions where none of our people are there, and they look at us like with ostrich necks, like, ooh, oh, it's a black person. Oh, it's a black person. Oh, you're coming in my restaurant. Oh, he gave me a tip.
A pressure deforms the rest of the area around that North American craton. And the pressure obviously hit Yellowstone area as far as the strain goes from the general movement that we've seen out here across the West Coast. The 4.1 in Idaho, or 4.2, excuse me, a day prior to the Yellowstone activity is a good indicator of tectonic strain here. This doesn't have anything to do with magma or anything coming up to the surface. And if you think about it, if this was indeed related to pressurization and magma below the ground, common sense would tell us that we would be seeing elevated inflation going on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That would be happening.
Yes.
Here's just one seismograph station there around the area of interest. There's Yellowstone Lake. There's the seismograph station. Here is the GPS information, right? This is the vertical displacement, something that I show you a lot at when we're looking at volcanoes in Iceland or Kilauea volcano. Vertical displacement. 2008, we were going up and up and up. We had a decent earthquake swarm at I think it was 2008, 2009. That sparked a lot of fear because we were going up. We were seeing a big earthquake swarm at the end of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of earthquakes, hundreds of earthquakes a day. And man, that sparked a fear mongering you would not believe. Every YouTuber and every social media influencer were jumping in on this. Look what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yellowstone's going to blow.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't blow. Okay, and since then, we've gone down. There's 2008, the earthquake swarm went down.
Oh, spooky asses. You got spooky.
2015, that was what I was talking about last night, where we've seen another earthquake swarm that lasted for a couple months as the vertical displacement goes up. Now, since 2015, we really haven't seen a major earthquake swarm and no notable uptick in terms.
That's why I say that Soldier Boy, because of what we're about to be facing now. It quieted everybody down. Ain't nobody thinking about it because they so occupied. They got to pay their bills. They got the credit card debts. You got to go in and out of court. You getting pulled over because you're drunk, because you're stressed out. You got to go to work. You didn't think that you had to work the 40 days. Like, damn, 40 hours? Damn, that's a lot of time. Damn, that's a lot of hard work.
In terms of inflation, it's going down. So, when you put two and two together, if this was something related to magma, we would be talking about this area on the rise, right? But it's not. It's not on the rise. I already see a bunch of people out there on the media. Major earthquake hits Yellowstone. A 3.7 is a major earthquake. Okay. So I'm just here to discuss the facts, and the facts speak for themselves that this is stress related, and that it showed a day previous all the earthquake activity in Idaho. When you get movement out here, obviously the strain can build up in any general direction. And in this area, looks like it's been hitting the Montana area, and now most recently the northwestern area of Wyoming, which is Yellowstone National Park. But again, not related to magma coming up to the surface, folks. If you want to believe that, that's fine. There's lots of social media videos floating around on this, but yeah, crazy. So I'll show you guys here real quick, okay? We'll go back here in time. See if we can bring up, this one has a historical layout as well. 2008 towards December. I think that's it. Let me see. Yes.
Oh, wow. That looks scary.
So
that looks
this is in 2000.
That looked like a toddler had all the crayons. Look, Mom, look what I upgraded.
I don't remember exactly when that earthquake swarm started. I think it was a couple days prior to this. But as you can see, this earthquake swarm was a big one. If you open up the Yellowstone seismograph stations and seen something like this, and you got a decent earthquake swarm going on here. That's a big earthquake swarm that struck 2008 in the beginning of 2009 with multiple,
I remember that,
hundreds of twos and threes out there. But at the time, we were seeing vertical displacement, as I just showed you guys on the graph. And we're not seeing that now. And since then, it's gone down. But there was literally hundreds of earthquakes, maybe even above the.
That's why I said we got to be more gracious with each other, because we went through just trouble, y'all. We went through a lot of chaos and trauma. We have to be much more compassionate with each other and a little bit more understanding of who we are. That's why it's good that we do know thyself, because then that allows you to be able to know yourself. But then when you start studying more, it gives you an opportunity to get to know the people that you are around, what day of the week they're born on, all of these different things. Gives you a greater understanding to be able to have a little bit more understanding and compassion about what that person was definitely particularly going through during that time in 2008 and in that location. You know what I'm saying? I remember where I was at in 2008 in California, as much as the next person may remember them being in Montreal, Canada, you know, or Fort Lauderdale, Florida, or North Carolina. So yeah, everybody remembers where they was at in Jacob's trouble. To be where we're at now is where we can be able to look back at all of the evidence and the results, to be able to put things in a better, greater perspective for us to be able to grow. That's what we're trying to do, grow every time. You don't grow without going through the dirt. Dirt ain't supposed to be hurting. And we ain't supposed to be throwing dirt and hurt at each other either. Supposed to be just focusing on growth. And when you're focusing on growth, should nobody be all in somebody else's dirt or stunting somebody else's growth. Shame on you.
Couple hundred range that was taking place across the Yellowstone Lake here. That's where the epicenter was. And some of these other quakes, the big ones, those showed up obviously across the seismograph stations, and those were in the 2 and 3 range. I'll show you guys here real quick. We're going to go 1.0 and above, and I just want to go back to that time frame and show you guys real quick. Okay, 2008. I don't want to go back too far, so we're just going to go to November of that year up until 2009, and that should cover it, January 29th, because it ended roughly about second week of January. So we'll go over here to Yellowstone, and I'll take a gander here, see what we have, right? It's probably going to be a lot, because there was indeed a lot of earthquakes there. 822 earthquakes.
Oh, wow.
In a month's time period there that I
drove
you guys.
around.
There was probably a lot more than that.
It was beautiful.
Discreetly here, 700.
That thing is beautiful, y'all. When I say it's beautiful, I remembered all of that. All of that. That is one beautiful place, y'all.
102 earthquakes with that earthquake swarm that the USGS reported. But, you know, if you look at these events here, just on this day alone, every single earthquake, including these smaller ones, there's probably at least 700 earthquakes on this day alone. Not to mention all the previous days here. If we go back and look at, you know, previous events, look at that. That's a lot of earthquake activity. So they didn't go back and counted every single one of these little spikes, which are indeed earthquakes. So that number here, you could probably multiply that times 3. But nonetheless, that was still a decent earthquake swarm. And we had some good magnitudes in there as well, with a bunch of 3s. The largest in that sequence was a 3.9. And as you can see, many 3s, many 2s, lots and lots of 2s here. And Yellowstone did not blow, folks. I don't like to fearmonger Yellowstone. It's one of those things that I have an itch about, because, you know, any kind of earthquake activity, some people take advantage of that and try to fearmonger the people out there, you know, the watchers, you guys. And I don't like it. I just try to stay focused on the relevant facts and the information that's provided out here. That was a decent swarm.
Yeah.
That got me, I was interested in Yellowstone before that, but this really...
Even then, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. So, you know, you got to take it with a grain of salt, for real.
really tuned my senses in terms of, you know, studying Yellowstone and the supervolcano itself and how things work down below the surface here. But There's no elevated seismic unrest today. And a 3.7 earthquake is, we have at least maybe one or two of those a year on average across Yellowstone. So this little sequence of events here, as far as the smaller quakes, they're just reporting it. Now they're just reporting it because it's bringing attention. National, I can't say national, but, some agencies, news agencies picking up on it. And, of course, a lot of social media clickbait viewers, not viewers, but content creators, so to speak, are reporting this as a major quake at Yellowstone. And it's not. It's a typical earthquake that can happen out here, followed up by a sequence of smaller, what I believe is aftershock sequences right now, with no sign of any elevated unrest there across Yellowstone in terms of magma coming up from below. It doesn't happen that way. This is strain related out here across the Intermountain West region, up against the Yellowstone. Just happened to strike out here, but over the past 30 days, I think we've seen a number of earthquakes out here across the Intermountain West area.
Okay, so the best analogy I can think about this is like not changing your oil or transmission fluid, and like you just crack your transmission. You know what I'm saying? Like you crack your oil pan. That's like it didn't build up so much strain and it on tension and like that. That's where it is. It's like the not caring for that irresponsibility about that part. That's what I would kind of make that analogy towards what he's kind of describing right now. It's like, yeah, it's the oil ain't gotten changed in a while, and it's either our energy is healing the lands right now, but it's like if you don't change that transmission fluid or you don't get an oil change, this is what's gonna happen. So it's like, yeah, that's where I kind of put it there.
Idaho, it's only a matter of time before a 3-pointer struck over here around some fault systems that are, due to the general plate tectonics out here. This has nothing to do with the magma chamber expanding or anything coming up. This is just strain out here against these mountain ranges. And might even see, I think we've seen some in between here. That's the last 30 days of earthquake activity. This is not a magma trail leading to Yellowstone. It's just I try to just move on, but at the same time I feel like I'm responsible to clarify what's going on out here, since a lot of people look for information. A lot of people come to me for information when it comes to facts. I've been studying this stuff for many years. I got a degree in geology, seismology. Physical science is my main study, and that's purely plate tectonics out here. I'm still under the weather a little bit in terms of my voice, so if you hear a cough drop in my mouth, that's what I have. I do have a cough drop in my mouth, so hopefully it won't come about in a coughing fit. But stress in terms of plate tectonics out here, and it's very visible on the 30-day chart. All up against there. In fact, you can, on any given month, you can draw a line from the Garlock Fault shear zone all the way up through the mountain ranges here where we expect strain to build, right, just due to the general strain out here across the West Coast.
And you got to look about this Garlock thing looking like a pool stick. That's what it looks like to me, is that it just bing, 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 and going right down to the San Andreas Fault. If you look at how its trajectory to kind of smack into that. It goes down the same line that is the curvature of I forgot what it was. Anyways, but you can kind of get my gist.
It's inland all the way up through Yellowstone into Montana. So if all these earthquakes...
But that I wanted to bring as well, that them same lines is where crystals and gems are. Where all of this activity is at is where crystals and gems are.
We're happening just specifically at Yellowstone, then I'd be saying, yes, something's going on. And if we are seeing the GPS displacements go up instead of down, something's going on. But it's not. General strain out here across the West Coast and the Intermountain West areas here. You can pretty much draw a line there, all the way half a circle almost.
Thank you.
Nothing to do with magma. Purely got to do with the straight plate stress out here. and that includes California, obviously. Prior to, let me see what we got, 4.2.
Like, it's crazy, y'all, because we just seen, like, the last time you guys seen me up here, regions was quiet. All these regions was quiet just a minute ago. I had just mentioned it. We were in the middle of all of the different alignments. The planets popping up, this planet here, that planet here, and that. You got all of them. They all looking down at us right now. Like, hey, what y'all been doing down there? Oh, you know, your whole family came for a reunion. We want to, your auntie want to sleep in your bedroom and not in the back house. It's good for her back.
It's off the Cascadia subduction zone, but in general, we've been seeing a little bit of tremor out here.
Yeah.
Let me bring that up. Yeah, see a little bit of tremor out here downstream into the Cascadia on pretty much a broad scale out here from Northern California northward. That in itself, when we see tremor activity, adds further strain upstream. And also we see periodic fracture earthquakes up here at the surface level, similar to what we're seeing out in the Cascadia Basin area. That's not a big earthquake. It says 6 miles deep here for a 4.2. But this area is under quite a bit of strain because of all the tremor activity recently and the amount of stress that's been being built up out here across the Cascadia. 325 years this month since we've seen the big earthquake 9.0. That's what they're claiming, a 9.0 out there. And it's legit. There's studies to, find out when earthquakes struck, because these big earthquakes displace the sediments out here across not only the ocean floor out here, but you see these landslides that take place as well. And not to mention the tsunami deposits get moved inland, and the droppage of the land and all that stuff. I firmly believe, and I've studied this myself, the accuracy of the ages of the Cascadia subduction zone earthquakes out here. They happen on, roughly between 250 and up to 500 years on average, but also at the same time, there's partial ruptures that take place, southern segment, even a central segment or northern segment. Not really, I don't expect any partial segment up here anytime soon. The slip rate is much higher out here across the southern end in terms of accumulated strain. Cascadia subduction zone has been elevated out here in terms of tremor. We've seen a lot of Gorda ridges activity. This is a spreading seafloor center, adding strain out here at the southern end specifically. The Blanco fracture zone has been quite active, adding to even further strain out here across the southern end due to the strike slip boundary here, pointing in this general direction. So, if anything, I'm definitely watching the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. But there is strain showing up here across this northern segment as well. Tremor activity leading to back pressurization here with some crustal quakes taking place. Not to mention the activity around Seattle here recently. I've been seeing a little bit of swarming going on up there. But, it actually a lot more so than normal here in the last 30 days. But who knows? I mean, maybe there's enough stress out here for a full unzip, but that would be a worst case scenario. All right, so moving on past that and past Yellowstone, stress related out there, folks. Until we see the GPS go up in terms of inflation, that is on the back burner. Nothing to worry about. And that's a very small earthquake swarm. But it's an earthquake swarm, right? Making some news out there, but nothing big to worry about. A little bit of movement out here around the Sheldon Contiguous Study Area, formerly known as the National Antelope Refuge. I was out there a few years back studying an earthquake swarm that took place out here, a much bigger earthquake swarm than what we're seeing right now. Just a couple of small earthquakes. A lot of lava out there, obsidian flows, and, some older, I'm sure, volcanic tunnels underneath there. These earthquakes striking just at or below the surface level. A couple smaller quakes here across Northern California here from yesterday. Nothing major going on. The Bay Area, pretty quiet. Southern California, 2 earthquakes from yesterday in terms of 2.5 and above. Today, general small microquake activity. But I am watching this right here. The Garlock Fault shear zone right northward.
Man, that right there, because I drive through that. You see what I'm saying? You gotta go around that. So yeah, that's a pull stick, y'all. And it's right on the cusp of the Sierra Mountains. It's just a smooth, straight shot. It's like you hitting the 8 ball in corner pocket. It's game.
On this, there's a couple different segments of faults here. Been showing some elevated activity here recently, but in general, Southern California has been active
Yes.
over the past few months and in the last couple days in terms of, noticeable stress signs out here across the Garlock Fault shear zone, which is right here, but just off of it to the north, indicative of some pressure transfer coming up from the south, as expected. And a lot of strain here against the southern end of the San Andreas Fault. You can see these stress quakes.
That's just so much yin energy. That is just so much yin energy right there, y'all.
Just off of it where it bends. That is concerning, obviously, but
Mhm.
nothing big has struck yet. But the signs are there in terms of potential mega quake activity. I consider anything above an 8 a mega quake, right? And this
Yep.
area is they say it's primed.
It's
A
primed
lot of
and
people
prone.
saying that this could produce an 8.1 with a full rupture here, a full rip of the southern end of the San Andreas Fault, which hasn't seen any activity in 300 years, far as full release here. So just be on guard. Got to make sure you guys have some type of plan. No major swarms out here. A little bit of movement along the Imperial Fault. Nothing on the Brawley seismic zone or the. There's a couple smaller quakes on the San Andreas Fault today, but nothing of any noteworthy value. That's today, anyway. Texas, Oklahoma, got your typical movement out there in the oil fields. Really nothing of any major interest going on out there for now. Got, some activity stirred up across the East Coast here recently. Another earthquake outside the Maine region, a 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
This area had a 3.8 a couple days ago.
And that's
You
scary.
can see some larger activity in the 5 range, upper 5 range, and higher. So just a little key indicator of that this region is still very much alive and will produce some big earthquakes. It's been hundreds of years since a big one out here as well. Hundreds of years everywhere, it seems like, huh? The New
Yep.
Madrid seismic zone,
Yep.
San Andreas Fault,
Yep.
Cascadia,
Just everywhere, right?
eastern portions of the country here. We're living in that time period.
It's in the exact bullseyes of all of these locations. It's literally on the exact bullseyes.
Period here in the future now, where we could be experiencing a large earthquake across any of these areas.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of years have passed, and regular intervals for large earthquakes can vary out here, but a lot of them are around the 300 and 400 year range. Right where we're at right now, 2025. Who would have thought? So just be on guard. New Madrid seismic zone, 1 earthquake, 1.4 from early this morning. Nothing
Right
big
by
going on there
Memphis.
for now, but no doubt.
And Memphis to me looks just is Egypt. Literally parting the sea right there. And then see that activity over there as well.
We'll definitely see some big earthquake activity in the future. Alaska, some 4s out there across the Aleutian Trench. Really no major migration here along the that plate boundary, the subduction zone.
You got to look at this whole area that he's pointing out right now like it's like a wire hang. You know what I'm saying? Like it's holding everything on, but the more heavier that leather jacket is on that wire hanger and it starts pulling down on it, that's what's happening up here. So the moment that at this tippy top right here, where it's over here closer to Russia, whatever it is, but it's Kimcha Trench, that little corner right there is holding everything together right there. That's why you don't see it go all the way out to this region. You may see it tiptoe to it. It's gotten close, and when it does happen, you see it. It's like something, and you can see kind of the lane from that tripping down right here. It's like it sends something from this area. I don't know what's over here in this region, but from that corner pocket right there, you could see the evidence of something getting ripped from there, just sending it down, and you can kind of see the trails. But this is kind of holding on all of this right here like a big old coat hanger. And the moment that the fact that you're seeing all of this built up right here, it's almost like the extra leather pulling down onto this tectonic plate to drop things down. So that's why you're seeing more of the drop, 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 drop down, all the way down of the activity from these one particular points that I pay attention to. So yeah,
I am watching it though because it has
exactly.
been slowly working its way this way.
Whew.
Higher.
See, I ain't even had to say that. He already said it. Well, I already said it, but then he's gonna assume it. I ain't watched these things beforehand to even pinpoint whatever's gonna be said. I just go with the spirit, and it just lets me go. But it's like right after I said it, he said it. It's like, see, I don't got to BS. I've been studying this stuff since a kid. You know, not even just this, but I'm just on everything. And now that I've studied so many things, and now my spirituality is enhanced, that I'm able to see things from a biblical prophetic standpoint to tie in with our major reality that we're living in right now. Because most people don't want to tie them together, but you're tying together within church and state of the corruption that has plagued all of our damn lives. But when it comes to the actual realness of Yahweh, Michael in the midst right now, and you seeing the Holy Mother smacking the whole world right now, it's like, oh, now you want to believe? Oh, the light builders do. You got karmic debt to pay back. So yeah.
Slip rate as you go west along that plate boundary. And if you look at the last 30 days, this is kind of a seismic gap area with most of the movement there around where we're seeing the fours eastward along the plate boundary up into Alaska. So this little section right here could see some earthquake activity soon. It should see some anyway. It should fill in. These little seismic gap zones normally don't stay quiet for long. 2.7 or 2.1 there on the southeastern zone here of the Kilauea volcano that is still currently on a pause status. Let me check out the deformation charts here today. Starting to go up a little bit. Here's the last 2 days. There's the pause in the eruption. Is that right? Yeah, 27th to the 29th. You can see it more prominently here on the past week. Mm-hmm. The pause. Now we're going back up. Good possibility here. We'll go one more day or so, and then we'll see another eruption across the Kilauea volcano, which again is still at a pause. I'm not seeing any indicator that we're resuming the eruption right now. We'll check out the summit cam. Still got some volcanic gases out there. It's been a rinse and repeat cycle here. So this next event will be number 8 in terms of the pause and unpause of the eruption here across that crater wall of lava lake up there at Kilauea volcano. Just nothing major going on there for now. Just a rinse and repeat cycle of episodes of eruption. The rest of the model, or rest of the globe out here, let's see what we got. Quieter conditions here today across this area. This is very typical on any given day. I call that the crunch zone because that's where pretty much all the plates tend to meet one another. All the arrows are pointing in this general fashion. That's why these guys are always seeing earthquakes compared to California. Yeah, we don't have all the arrows pointing together. We have them pointing away from each other or side by side. Mm-hmm. That's why it takes hundreds of years for earthquake.
That's a great picture. If anybody wants to screenshot this, I will leave it here for a moment, but you can kind of see where the motions of things, because I've seen this before, but not at this capacity though, as far as in how the plates are moving these particular continents like that. Seeing the different points of, is it pulling in or pulling out, and in those regions, what kind of land that you're supposed to be, in comparison. I don't know. Just something to think about. I thought when I look at this. Let me take a screenshot of it. Yeah, let me take a screenshot. It's going to be interesting to look at later. There we go.
Breaks to build up out here compared to 30 or 40 years for big ones out here across this area of the crunch zone. I like to call it the crunch zone. It makes sense. all the earthquakes out there, just kind of a key indicator of what's going on with the general plate motion. So nothing big, just general typical earthquake activity out there. Nothing going on across Japan for now. This whole area has gone quiet in the last 24 hours, with most of the earthquake activity ramping up here across this region of the world. Got a little earthquake coming in right now to Northern California, Petrolia. That is a 2-pointer. Somewhere up here, the earthquake 3D globe is showing that anyway. This is the EMSC model showing a 2.2 there across the Petrolia area. Let me refresh that, make sure I got it. There we go. I'm just I'm a little happy here that they decided to include some of these smaller quakes now. Before I started making a big deal about it, they were never reporting these ones or even low small grade 2s. That's why it looks like there's been more earthquake activity out here, because they included the ones out here now. But if we were to go back the last 30 days, you know, I don't think they included all of those ones. They just started adding them on here in the last couple days. Most of it's lots of 2s. There's a couple ones in there, but we've had way more earthquake activity than what they're showing here. I mean, I watch these graphs like a hawk. You know, this is a Petrolia station, which is positioned right about around this area, and it's going to pick up ones and even some smaller quakes, and they have been happening a lot and nothing being reported. It's just up until a couple days ago they started finally showing some of these smaller quakes out here. And that's got to watch that. Every earthquake, say if you have 1,000 ones out here, it means something's going on. The chances for seeing something bigger increase as you have more 2s, more 3s, and so on. So, you know, this is still just a very dynamic area, whether you want to call it aftershock sequences or just still further straining of the area. I like to call it that, because we've seen earthquake activity prior to the 7-pointer. We're seeing earthquake activity following the 7-pointer from last year that struck in this area. And I just think it's still further pressurization here of the region. Got to watch the southern end of the Cascadia. That is up here, I think, for a partial rupture. All right, let's see what we got here for anything else going on. Pretty quiet out here across the rest of the globe. So keep an eye out here. Things look like they're picking up across this area of the eastern area of the Pacific Plate. Now, space weather activity. Let's see here. We got this massive area out here on the northeastern quadrant of the sun. Got a better view of it today in terms of complexity. And I'd say it's moderately complex out here. It's a massive area of coverage, but if you look at the visible disk here, it's an older sunspot. And if I remember right, I can't remember the exact names of these last time they were out here, but I believe it's those former sunspots that had probably come around the sun a couple times. Still got some complexity within there. It looks
Exactly. I'm glad you mentioned complexity, because it's an old sunspot. An old dog still know old and new tricks now too. It's coming around the corner, y'all.
It's like a sunspot group with different names, and main areas I think are going to be this northern region to watch. There's a lot of close proximity, different deep colors in here indicating that structure of magnetic complexity. Also, maybe this area back here, but I'm kind of watching this area on the northern segment. So that would be number 3977 up here. That looks fairly complex out of all of them. So flare threat, they don't have it on here, but I've raised mine up to a 10% chance, 55% chance for an M flare. X flare is at 10% for me. I don't think they've updated it yet. They're still showing some lower models, but we are noticing a little bit of sizzling going on here with some spikiness indicating complexity before any sparking takes place, so to speak. Got a little C flare activity and a couple M flares in the last 24 hours. So we'll continue to watch that sunspot group as it comes into a more Earth-directed view. I think our flare threat should be a little bit higher than what he's got posted here. That's why I decided to implement my own flare threat forecast Nothing major going on the Aurora forecast either for now. Things pretty quiet. Storm Prediction Center out here. We got severe weather event for day 2. This is going to be on the day on Thursday. So tomorrow, tornado threat down there across your typical area for this time of year. 5% surrounded by a 2%. Got some wind and a little bit of hail threats out there as well, but primarily it looks to be a tornado potential out there. The numerical models here are pointing towards this region with some ample dew points, colder air, and got that low pressure trough here pulling up that moisture. There's your severe weather right there for Thursday and the Friday. California's got a storm system coming in Friday and into the weekend. Pretty decent moisture content coming in for California. This is aimed right at me. We could pick up easily a couple inches of rainfall from this event or midweek next week. But this weekend we do have some rain as well. But that's a pretty hefty rainfall accumulation rate there across my neck of the woods here in Chico, California, where it's been awfully dry here in January. But the pattern out here looks decent, and that includes for Southern California as well. Going to get in on some rainfall. This storm right here looks like a hurricane, fairly tightly wound low pressure system.
Yeah, that do look like a
This, I believe,
hurricane.
will get caught up and move directly into Southern California. Total accumulated precipitation runs out here. Yeah, decent out here. We could be talking about 4 inches of rainfall just with this model run here over Northern California. Sierra Nevada mountains, a foot or more higher, 24 inches of rainfall. It looks like here across Lake Tahoe. But again, snow levels, I'm not quite certain what snow levels are going to be. Yeah, these guys are in the white. Not white like this, but white above all of the other ones. So we're talking about 4 feet of snow or more up across the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's
crazy.
exactly what we need. Because the West Coast out here has been high and dry and on fire. And it's
That looked like
it's
ain't
been
coming in.
one of the, I don't recall, in fact, living out here, the majority of my life, that we've ever had a January so dry. I only picked up 1/4 of an inch of rainfall for January. So that has allowed the drought conditions to really amplify out here across the California region and Oregon. These guys are super dry in the extreme range. Extreme drought, as high as you can get. That's at the surface level. Just below the surface, still got some heavy drought conditions out here. So hopefully we will make a dent in this area over the next couple storm systems here. Got some decent chances of precipitation out here, maybe some extreme precipitation, and I'll take it. I mean, it comes with a little bit of flooding, but hey, we can divert water and we can move water around. I'm pretty safe here where I'm at. It's never actually flooded directly here at my place. I mean, my neighbor's field here to me, yeah, it gets like a pond and a lake, but never had to worry about breaking out the water pump and draining water out of somewhere around my area. But hey, we got some rain coming in. I'm very thankful and very happy for that. So we got 2 earthquakes there, California, 2.2 and a 2.5. Both of those should be showing up. Prime example right here of how to read a seismograph station. Obviously, the 2.5 is going to show up much stronger, right? There's your 2.2. If you bring down that 2.5, that's going to look like a more stronger earthquake. But it also depends on how close you are to the seismograph station there as far as these earthquakes taking place. Petrolia is just right over here. But it does look like we got a little bit of earthquake activity coming into that region. Keep an eye there on the West Coast. In general, the pattern here today has switched from a more active pattern here across Japan back to the eastern areas here of the Pacific Plate, Northern Plate section as well. So watch the West Coast. Pressure and strain working its way inland in the Yellowstone has absolutely nothing to do with magma. Far as the 5 close approach asteroids here, see if we got anything of noteworthy value. Really nothing coming in right now. I'm still going to do a more thorough update on 2024 YR 2, I think, or YR6. I can't remember. It's an asteroid that's coming here in about 8 years. That's going to pass really close to Earth. It jumped on the Torino scale, the impact scale, up to a 3. So there is a little concern, a 1 in 83 chance, one of the highest chances I've seen in quite a while for that asteroid to.
He said 1 in 83 chance. I know I just caught that. I was doing a multitasking, but I just caught that 83. Great.
Impact the planet. It's supposedly up to a 300-foot size asteroid, but we'll cover that a little bit more in detail. Got my plate fairly full today. Spring semester has started here at college, so I got to get on that and stay busy. But for now, Yellowstone is good. Doesn't look anything like what we had in 2008, 2009. That was a lot of earthquake swarming, but a little.
That rain ain't gonna come in no time soon yet. It's coming, but you're in good shape right now. I mean, it's not as bad as it is being perceived, but on the other side of the mountain, yeah, it's gonna definitely get some snow. But that's what it is. This weather is. This weather is like splashing with the rubber ducky in the pond. It's literally having a fun time right now, doing whatever it want to do. Literally, from here all the way to go to China. This is China.
Join me as I dive into the wild world of weather manipulation and see if I can figure out how China stopped a massive blizzard in its tracks.
That's crazy.
Today, we're going to talk about one of.
Oh no, what happened? I make my videos funny.
Today, we're going to talk about one of the most impressive feats of weather control technology and how China managed to stop.
And it's funny. They just gotta give it to it. Gotta be man-made, and that's why you just keep getting your ass whooped. It's like it's like a kid telling you that I didn't take nothing out of the cookie jar with the cookie in your hand and crumbs all over your face. It's completely obvious, little kid.
Massive blizzard in its tracks.
I'm showing this because as much as all of this, Cold War and all this silent war, all this stuff, one of these countries are going through a massive diaper of shit right now. They don't have time. Everybody is so busy. They don't know what to do. Everybody's heads is all over the place. It's just what it is right now. Look at that.
It's a story that's both fascinating and a little unsettling, and it raises important questions about our ability to manipulate the weather.
It's interesting. You're gonna keep talking and saying that it's weather manipulation and climate control and all that. It's nothing like that. You're literally going through judgment, sir.
The blizzard in question was a real monster.
Yes, a real monster. Outside freezing. There, he is freezing. He can't do nothing. Your Tesla, is that a Tesla? Yep. That looked like a Tesla. Is that the sign right there? Either a Tesla or a Jaguar. It looked like it got the body of a Jaguar, but it also looked like it got the kind of a Tesla. But he over in the blue is about to be a noodles.
It was a behemoth of a storm that threatened to cripple entire cities and leave millions without power or access to basic necessities. The winds were howling, the snow was falling in thick, heavy flakes, and the roads.
Okay, the worst thing you can do is get out of your car. You know what I'm saying? Because she's not even looking behind her. And there are people who can't stop just like her ass couldn't stop. You see what I'm saying? It's just you gotta have much more street smarts. A lot of people don't have no damn street smarts or no awareness, period.
Becoming impossible. If it had been allowed to run its course,
Oh, look at the car! Look at the car!
damage
Oh my
would
God!
be
It's sliding! It's sliding! Oh, it's sliding! It's sliding! Oh, look at it's coming! It's coming!
Thousands of people would have been stranded, and the economy would have taken a huge hit. But that's not what happened. Thanks to China's advanced weather control technology, the blizzard was stopped in its tracks, and the impact was greatly mitigated.
They have no control over any of this thing. It don't look like it stopped to me.
The question is, how did they do it? What kind of tech do they have at their disposal that allows them to manipulate the weather on such a massive scale?
So they really gonna do that to their own people? Sure. Everything's paralyzed.
Cloud seeding is one of the primary methods China uses to modify the weather.
Okay, sure.
Almost.
This involves injecting substances like silver iodine or dry ice into.
No matter what he's talking about they doing, it is completely false. And so he is not in control. China's not in control. They don't do any of this stuff. You're literally seeing the wrath of the Most High raining down on every nook and cranny of this whole planet. And coming up with man's theory. Man has so much pride, they just have to sit there and claim that they have some type of involvement. And so that pride cometh before the fall.
Clouds to stimulate rain or snowfall. They also use advanced radar systems to track weather patterns and predict where the storm is likely to go next.
And with all of them systems, y'all ain't been able to predict none of any of the stuff that's happening. Y'all can do is sit and watch. You ain't predicting shit. You just watching as a spectator, and you can't even guess close. Even with your systems, even with your so-called powerful systems, you still can't even guess close. Because like I said earlier, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And it's going this way. Oh, it's going that way. No. And then it changed on you real quick. I sat there and watched Hurricane Milton change. We just watched Hurricane Helene change up. Hurricane Sandy. El Nino, La Nina. They have no control over any of this. They just don't want to. They say the obvious.
Combine that with a network of satellites and weather stations, and you have a system that's capable of tracking and manipulating the weather in real time. But that's not.
None of these countries is just going out of the way to just super inconvenience. None of these people are going to go out of their way to super inconvenience one another. It's just stupid. Now my TikTok talking verify this information. It's already out there. It's happening right now. I don't need to verify anything, even though it is verified because it's happening right now at this very current moment. So, yeah.
China has also developed advanced technologies like cloud dispersal and hail suppression, which can be used to reduce the impact of severe weather events. They've even experimented with using drones to seed clouds and stimulate rain. It's a highly sophisticated system that
I'm gonna mute him because I'm just tired of him actually sitting here going on and lying about all this. So, anyways, to be able to see that where you gonna go, where are you gonna go right now? There is not one place that is not paralyzed. And there's nobody outside. Nobody's eating. Nobody's enjoying. There's no festivities. There's no tourism. What? This the year of the snake? Where that snake? Ain't no snakes coming out in this blizzard. What snakes you know that's coming out in this cold? Ain't they warm-blooded animals? This is the worst time to be trying to be thinking about no snake, trying to be a snake. You getting frozen right in your tracks, trying to be a snake and trying to bite somebody. Oh, you want to bite somebody? Oh, you just got exposed. Look how real it looks. I'm not finna be. I'm not no pilot who's finna fly these planes. Look at that. That is crazy. That is crazy weather. Just this shut down everything out there. They can't do nothing. You talk about this street should be bustling with people. Blizzards, knocking every what is it? How many billions of people? 2 billion people they got. That's just one location, but I understand. Canada's frozen. It's not just the chill, it's the snow, it's the wind. It's a whole culmination. Everybody's hitting each other. Everybody got an asshole attitude. Look at all of that. Everybody lost their cars. Don't nobody want to stay put and stay still, chill, calm down, rest. Let the winter, you know what I'm saying? This is just the examples being showed of how hard-headed 83 has always been. They've been stubborn and never listen, even in the case they find enjoyment and cuteness into it. Getting blown off your ass and cracking your pelvis on the concrete pavement. There's no functionality on any contingency right now. No industry is able to actually be able to operate right now. And every single person who steps outside of their door, who wants to be hard-headed, are finding out the wrath right now. Ain't no money being made right now, y'all. Whatever they talk about, whatever they doing, ain't no money, and it's already been several debts that are coming due right now this year. Each moment throughout the day, this week, this month, this year, especially this year. Oh, it's a cold summer. It's a cold summer.
Largest iceberg, A23A. And after being stuck to the seafloor for decades, the world's largest iceberg, A23A, has broken free. And on the move, it's heading straight for a remote British island. Well, humans are out of harm's way, but penguins and seals are in danger. Our next story getting you the details.
In a heart-stopping development, the world's largest and most ancient iceberg is bearing down on South Georgia Island, threatening to transform this pristine wildlife sanctuary into a frozen graveyard. This colossal behemoth of ice, weighing 1 trillion tons, has broken free from its decades-long Antarctic moorings and is now on an unstoppable collision course with the remote British territory. Experts predict the iceberg named A23A's impact within 2 to 4 weeks, but uncertainty lingers.
Wait, what's 2 to 4 weeks from now? What's 2 to 4 weeks from now? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the 12th to the 14th. So from the 11th to the 14th, which is the 11th of every month, is a particular event, as well as the 14th, which is Valentine's Day of this February, which is a pagan holiday, and then the 25th February to the 28th. So within the next 2 to 4 weeks, that's between that time range from the 11th to the 28th. So between the 11th to the 28th, you're looking at any of these events taking place. So, okay.
Southern Ocean's currents may divert the iceberg, or they may drive it straight into the island's.
Oh no, what's going on? I don't know how I did that. Really? I haven't. And what is going on? What the hell is going on between the sheets in my home? Baby, let me say, will you start to point your game? How did I get into this? Should have never came home with the you low out dirty woman. Back to where you come from. Baby, wait, mama. Hit the street, your ass grass. Ooh, this cat looks real familiar. Ooh. I love that song. That song is hilarious. That was one of my high school songs, man. We had fun. Shalom, beloved. What's going on? Why are they playing? Hold up. I got y'all. And I want to talk about the iceberg. It got real cold, huh? It got real cold. How you gonna do that to us? Wow. Come on now. I have no clue what just happened. Let me go back. I will go back to the video. I know.
The heart of humanity's largest religious gathering, as a devastating stampede claimed 30 lives and left nearly 90 others injured at the sacred Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. The incident unfolded in the pre-dawn darkness as thousands of devotees surged towards the holy rivers.
Okay, YouTube is being a complete asshole right now. So, hold on 1 second, y'all. I have no clue where that just came out about. Anything that I'm trying to show you guys is definitely being hokey pokey right now. So, hold on, let me make sure that they didn't get to acting funny. And it's just the one videos right there. Like my Antarctica video still ain't moved. So I ain't locked everything into place. There's nothing moving on this side that would even indicate that would be acting funny over here. I haven't even touched anything. Okay. Let me see. Why'd you get funny? Who? Oh, there I go. Well, at least one of them kicked up. All right, so back to where we was at on the iceberg. Gotcha. Thank you. No, it was the internet, I think, something like that.
Currents may divert the iceberg, or they may drive it straight into the island's fragile waters. Either way, its looming presence casts a shadow over the region. Scientists warn it risks disrupting feeding for baby penguins and seals.
So this iceberg is roughly 1 trillion tonnes of fresh water, which can have a really significant local effect on both the oceanography, the physics, and the biology and biogeochemistry. On a larger scale, though, we know that the melting of the Antarctic ice shelves is basically allowing more of the ice on the Antarctic continent to flow into the ocean, which increases sea level. So the biggest uncertainty for future sea level is really what the Antarctic will do.
For now, human shipping routes remain unaffected. Large vessels can track and avoid the iceberg, but once it breaks apart, smaller, untraceable chunks will scatter, posing unseen hazards for years. The iceberg's creation predates the modern climate crisis, but its journey is a stark reminder. Antarctica is changing. Warmer oceans, melting ice sheets, and shifting currents mean more behemoths like A23A will be unleashed in the future. The question is not if, but when the next one will come.
To stay up to speed with
Oof, that's something else, y'all.
Largest religious gathering as a devastating stampede claimed 30 lives and left nearly 90 others injured at the sacred Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. The incident unfolded in the pre-dawn darkness as thousands of devotees surged towards the holy rivers, trampling other pilgrims in their path, confirming the death toll. The police say 25 people have been identified while others are being identified. Eyewitnesses say crowds surged for a dip at the confluence of the three rivers that is considered particularly sacred.
जाम में लगे हमके नहाने के लिए जाने तो बड़ा भीड़ हो चुका है भीड़ से मने मम्मी बोलल कि जल्दी आपस हो जाओ जैसे आपस होतन के आपस होखे में सारा हम रेडी मार के सफा हम दिखा चार दे ऐसा के दाते
और कौन आपके फैमिली से
14 फैमिली हम लिखे 14 फैमिली में 4 हम दी 3 हम दी नहीं खे बहिनी भीड़िया जैसे आइतो के अजाइतो के सब एक कम रहला हम साइड में रहली वो जौन आवत और नहाए हमन के नहा जात रहली वही में इहने मोटरिया के फेरिया लेके गिर जाता रहे अच्छा बुढ़ावे
In the wake of the tragedy, the saints called off their traditional procession, while many outfits also calling off their holy dip. Messages were put out urging people to bath at the bathing ghat nearest to them instead of heading to the Sangam. The Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, says an estimated 80 million devotees are in Prayagraj today. This is the highest ever gathering at the Mela. The Prime Minister of India condoled the deaths, assuring all help to the victims.
आज की चुनाव सभा को संबोधन करने से पहले मैं महाकुंभ में जो दुखद हादसा हुआ है
I don't allow me to get the translator. I thought
हमें कुछ पुण्यात्माओं को खोना पड़ा है
it was supposed to showcase.
चोटें भी आई हैं
So I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was definitely a major event that happened out there during Mahakumbha, and yeah, a lot of people got affected in that deadly stampede, and so yeah, it is trying to get everybody's. It's like a blessing shopping spree or sweepstakes for folks that are trying to get involved right there. So it's the year of the stampede of the Mahakumbh, the year of the snake, the year of the Jubilee. Yeah, it's a lot. They said, "Are you joining the fast this month?" Yeah. Ain't nothing changed for me. You know, I'm locked and loaded. Yeah. This is spiritually my journey. Again, ain't no ugly ass monkeys finna stop my show, or no chimps or no gorillas. Ain't no gorilla gonna stop my show. You must be out of your rabbit mind. Anyways, but yeah,
Dramatic images of a dragon dance during a spring festival event at an amusement park in China's capital. Take a look.
Why is it stopping all my videos? Huh?
Up next are dramatic images of a dragon dance during a spring festival event at an amusement park in China's capital. Take a look. To our YouTube channel.
Oh no. I keep forgetting it's the damn music in here. I literally just skip past that. But yeah, I wanted to bring this up because this is just a precursor for many things that are going to happen this year with everybody celebrating their spiritual backings. Yeah. So it is definitely going to be entertaining. You know, nothings that are going on are going to be able to come to fruition as people may pursue or assume they should be. So that's why it's just showcasing it beforehand, because it's something's going to happen. Where's the stop of it?
A dark void has torn open in our star's surface, presenting an unprecedented threat to Earth's technological infrastructure. Scientists warn this colossal coronal hole, spanning the width of 60 Earths, could unleash chaos on our planet's magnetic field. Here's a report.
Why is it doing it on my... Huh? There you go.
In our star's magnetic field. Here's a report.
The sun, the great guardian of our solar system, burns with an unrelenting fire, sustaining all life on Earth. For billions of years, the celestial heartbeat of our existence has been a steady source of warmth and energy. But even the sun has tempers, and right now, it is seething with fury. A colossal gaping hole, 800,000 kilometers wide, has opened up on its surface. These images show the hole large enough to swallow at least 60 Earths. This vast void, known as a coronal hole, is unleashing torrents of solar wind, blasting charged particles directly toward our planet. Scientists warn this could trigger powerful geomagnetic storms, disrupting satellites, power grids, and radio communications. Initial predictions suggest moderate geomagnetic storms Experts say the solar wind's intensity has thus far remained relatively subdued. This enormous coronal hole, an unusually large one for this phase of the solar cycle, appears...
That looked like an eyeball, like looking out of it, almost. Like it's a peekaboo, like it's a baby egg, you know.
Appeared near the sun's equator. Unlike the bright, fiery surface of the sun, coronal holes appear as dark patches. They are cooler, less dense regions where the sun's magnetic field has opened, allowing high-speed solar wind to escape. charged particles from this solar wind are racing toward Earth. While initial forecasts suggested a moderate G2 geomagnetic storm, early readings indicate a weaker impact so far. But experts sound a note of caution: the emergence of a coronal hole at the equator. So close to solar maximum is an anomaly, one that space scientists are scrambling to understand. With the sun growing more unpredictable, Earth braces for what could come next.
For all the
I bring this up is because we are actually, because that eye of the sun is turning our direction. It's looking to supercharge the Earth. And so I bring that up as a precursor for what information we will be able to, it's a precursor for what I will bring to come. So when I play videos, it's hindsight, insight, and foresight when it comes to these teachings that we do right here. Bringing, we're information sharers. We have to bear the information amongst the people. This is Ezekiel 33. We can't be holding on to the information that was given to us. We were supposed to give and spread wide and plant plentiful. And so with with the alignments happening right now, and these they're not anomalies. I'm just use the word for anomalies right now. That everything is turning to the Earth's direction is such a fascinating sequence in our lifetime right now, y'all. Like we're just like ultimately underappreciating the magnificence of these events happening right now. We were so caught up in our busy, boring, distracted lives that we weren't even able to just, when in doubt, zoom out. Our lives were so crazy, feeble, fragile in that one little pixel that we were so focused on, to be able to get out of it now at this point in life, to be able to see the things that we see now when in doubt, zoom out. It's just such a fascinating thing to bring us all peace that we need, because we've come a long way. And to be able to actually see these things and identify them and see them in our real time, in our real solar system, finally. I don't think the sun is pissed either. I don't think it's mad. I don't think anything is really operating with any emotion. It's like everything is being everything as it is. You know what I'm saying? Like all will be revealed as its true core, its true essence, its true purity, its true rawness. So if somebody don't like you, that means that from the raw core of their soul, they really don't like you. If somebody love you, that means from the bottom of their core that they really do love you. The feelings, the actions, the expressions, our words are powerful. That means you really mean what you're saying. That means you really doing what you're doing. So if you are a lazy ass person, mediocre, don't want to pick up the slack and do what you're supposed to do, that is just who you are. Maya Angelou said, when they show you who you are, believe them. So the sun is showing us who and what it is. All the planets are showing us who and what they are, being in front of us. It's breaking the ice. It's giving us a beautiful introduction. Hey, we're your planetary family. We just came to visit you and see how you were doing. We ain't seen you guys in a minute. We just came around the corner. You just happened to be around the corner. We were just in town. We just wanted to know what was going on. Hey, why y'all ain't take y'all trash out? What the hell are these roaches and rats all over y'all damn? What the hell's going on Earth, y'all? Who the hell has been running this operation? Hold up. Mom, Dad, who's been down here on Earth doing what they're doing? We need to find out. We need to investigate. Who are these people? They have presidents? Who are these people? What power do they think they have? Their bullets can't stop these tornadoes. Their bazookas can't stop these hurricanes. Their nuclear bombs can't stop this solar flare. Who they think they are? you little grapeseed ants. Well, yeah, that's we just came to visit, but you guys look like you need some help. So yeah. Mom, somebody's messing with Earth. I'm telling. The gigantic coral hole is blasting high-speed solar winds toward Earth, potentially igniting vibrant auroras and minor geomagnetic activity on January 31st. I bring that up is because that geomagnetic energy, aurora borealis, is amazing. Those are beautiful. That's just us grounding ourselves. It's sending these charged particles. That means whether it's cold or not, go put your feet in the dirt. Go put your feet in the mud. Go do something that is going. If it's raining outside, go put your feet in the mud. If it's hot outside, go put your feet in the dirt. If you're at the beach, go put your feet in the sand. Go ground yourself when this energy starts coming in. That's what the spirit is telling me. But anyways, a colossal coronal hole nearly 500 miles wide has opened in the sun's atmosphere, spewing fast-moving solar wind towards the Earth. Yes. Coronal holes are regions where the sun's magnetic field have opened up, allowing solar wind to escape freely into space. So yeah, as all of this is happening right now, we're seeing the quadrantid, with the planets aligning themselves up right now in front of us. To see this gaping hole, to see this energy, these conditions happening, and this is happening on the 31st. This is the day of the fast. This is happening on the day of the fast. It's going to be very unpredictable moving forward. The sun is going to be shining on everybody, even the Shemishites. It's going to shine even more on the Shemishites because you have to hold yourself to that high standard of that. Your pride and ego can't get in the way of you being a Shemishite, just as much as my hate can't get in the way of me being a Nogite. I am the representation of love, not the representation of hate. Even though we have the same dualities, that's understanding those parts. But when we have a major teetering of those imbalances, where we start thinking our bridges is too big, that our shit don't stink, yeah. Mom and dad is looking at us and is ready to whoop our asses right now for every time we're not paying attention and getting out of line and getting out of pocket. How we treat these lands, how we treat the animals, how we treat each other, and how we treat ourselves. So if we keep treating each other and treating ourselves bad, and we're treating the land and treating the animals, when the animals are trying to commune with us and communicate with us, when the land is speaking to us, when the wind is caressing our ear lobes and whispering to us what we need to be doing and what we need to see and what we need to feel and think to be moving in the right direction right now, I fear the Most High. That's what got me here where I'm at now, since 4 years old. Yes, it has been a long, bumpy journey. Yes, this mustard seed, it took a lot of dirt for it to get to blossom the way it is. And I know it has been for many of my brothers and sisters out there because we've all got the same Jacob's trouble. So I'm not going to sit here and hold my Jacob's trouble more in high regard than the next person's Jacob's trouble. That's defeating the whole purpose. That's stupid. We will never grow if we keep trying to peg each other's pissing contests against each other. These are special times and special moments. And when we get distracted by going back into man's world, the evil world, demonic world, like I said about the succubus earlier, a tree don't grow in a day. But over time, seeds will blossom as they are, as such. Whether they're a seed of the Most High or a seed of the Satan. So yeah, being able to distinguish that as you get older in time, that takes a lot of process and a lot of understanding. Some people are not able to distinguish the differences. That's why the sun is here, the Shemashite is here, to be able to shine the truth on every aspect, no matter how you move, whether you're Cocovite, Levanahite, Madamite, Zedekiah, Shabbatite, Nogai, we're all on the same lunch line of judgment, getting these cold potatoes. So the level of humility and grace that we must have right now, no matter how much things may get ugly and difficult or scratchy or anything like that, confrontational, the Most High ain't changed and wavered and called an audible. He ain't changed the plan. The plan was still supposed to be in place as it is. He's coming to see if you actually did your homework and did your notes. He's coming to do the homework check right now. Did you pass your report cards? Because we're about to get graded. Today is the beginning of this alignment. Exactly right now. Exactly right now with Sister Renata should be able to see everything in the sky right now. So yes, we're being completely watched from this moment on. We're about to be under the heaviest of scrutiny. Heaviest. All of the planets all in one with the heaviest Shabbatai there too. In judgment with Pluto. With the sun shining on. With the Madamite. Bad cop. Nogai, good cop. Mercury and Luna in the middle, mediating. So yeah, there's a lot going on right now between ourselves. I'm so glad I was able to find this out about myself right now. Before it's like getting to the deadline right now, and most people's pride is in the way. It's like you got all the way to the deadline and you drop the ball. You caught a what is it, a kick return, and you're running it all the way down to the touchdown, and you've been celebrating in the end zone, and you just happen to drop the ball before you actually cross the line. That's what's happening with many of our brothers and sisters still. That's why we have to be able to understand that it's a tree don't grow in a day, and we have to have patience with ourselves and understanding that we are going to make mistakes. We all make oopsies. That's what got us here, to be able to learn. We learned from them. We didn't keep repeating them. We are amongst the best and brightest of us. We didn't get here just by giving up. We didn't give it out. We didn't get here by being cowards and scouring away when the times get rough. Let me take this off because I need to show my damn face. Because I got people that's watching and acting like, this stuff ain't my reality, because this is my damn reality at the end of the day. The sun, Shemashite, is definitely watching on us right now and peekabooing on us right now with everything. This is not the time to be playing around with anybody. This is not the time to be playing around with your life and your spiritual work that you have to do within yourself. Worrying about everybody else and worrying about what everybody else is doing. That's something I had a problem with. Being conscientious like that. And now the planetary is watching over us. So as much as you spend time watching now, you got to understand that you're being watched. And you either got karmic debt or you got karmic credit. And some may actually think and distinguish that and believing that, oh, my karmic credit is good. When your karmic credit has been karmic debt this whole time. And you've been actually doing bad and repeating the same thing. You've just been in your ego and embarrassed to actually take accountability. So yeah. So this alignment is sparking. It's going to enhance everybody. It's going to show the truth and reveal on everybody who's out there, no matter who it is. That's why I can be here and be openly expressive and express, because I'm a no guy. I'm a love pony. I ain't got shit to hide. Honesty and truth, honesty or truth, honesty versus the truth. Yeah, it's the duality of what we're living in right now. Because lies going to get you in trouble right now. And a lot of people going to sit there and be scared and hide behind a rock. I know too many people in my life that sit there and scurry and hide under the rock after they didn't threw a rock at me. Will scurry and hide their hands. Stand up and own that shit. I stand up and own my stuff every time I do my shadow work, every time I have something going on in my life. I don't put none of what I go through and what I got going on me. But when you call it out and it doesn't get addressed, that's when you're going to be repeating yourself. That's when you start seeing the incubus, the succubus. You start seeing the generational coups, the generational loops, the generational mistakes, the generational curses. You start seeing the same habit, the behavior, habits turning into behaviors, and behaviors turning into habits, whether they're good or bad. The Most High is literally snaring everything right now and putting everything on the table right now. We are in spiritual court. And however we conduct in ourselves right now, we must understand that don't sit here and cry and whine and scream and shout when the judgment comes. Every day is a judgment call. Yes. And that's what I'm realizing, that I know that I've always been a very super wise person. Am I emotional? Yes. In a good and bad way. It's more passion driven because I care. I am funny, I'm joyful, I'm jovial. But when it comes to the mission that Most High has given to me, I don't play around it. I take it serious. And when somebody is trespassing on that, the Most High takes high offense to you getting in the way of the Most High's work with his chosen children. That's one thing you do not want to do, is get in the way of somebody's work that they're supposed to be doing. Because your ego is fragile, because it may scare your pride. Go ahead. At least express it and be communicative about it. You know what? This is bothering me. This is what's going on in my life. Anything like that. But when you act like ain't nothing going wrong, like you just king dingling around here, yeah, I don't got to do nothing. I ain't got to speak on it. I promise you the Most High will make you fall and make you fall hard. And I've been there so many times in my life. So that's why I can sit here and be as peaceful about this. Because when you let go and you let God, he will operate because he is in control, and prayer changes things. And I know that staying in the word, knowing that everything in this lifetime happens for a reason. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing to get mad about. It's just to be like, you know what? Thank you, Most High. Literally. Thank you for these experiences. Thank you for allowing me to be able to go through these experiences and share them. And that's how we almost feel. And yes, we get distracted because each level presents a new challenge. Our seeds won't grow without the dirt. Our seeds won't grow without the hurt, the struggle that it takes to keep pressing on and keep pushing on. Everybody out there, you're going to be all right. Everybody in the nation, I want you to know that you're going to be all right. But this ain't the time to be thinking that, oh, we didn't made it. You know what I'm saying? We already, because it ain't Jacob's trouble right now. It's Esau's trouble. So we're going to sit here and point all the fingers at? No. Then we are no different than our oppressors. So even when I sit here and I speak, I'm always speaking from a point of where compassionately that we need to just talk about it or address some things. Because when we don't, and we're not going to keep doing all of the sweeping under the rug stuff. That's what got us into the messes that we got into right now. Kicking it down the curb, not addressing things, taking long, being too slow and long in the tooth, not having any operation of excellence in your work ethic. You get what you deserve, and the Most High will show you that you get what you deserve, whether it's good or bad. Whether you think it's bad, no, it's really good for you, because the Most High is snaring your soul, letting you know that whoever you was in your past life, you need to make up for that karmic debt. As we all do. It's a cold snake bite. It's a cold snake bite right now, y'all. It's about to be a cold snake bite. But anyways, we're about to get back to it. Yeah. Can't fall from that grace. Hold that.
Up for parents, kids are falling further behind on test scores, and more kids are failing to show up for school, according to figures out today. ABC's Rhiannon Alley explains.
A new report card is out for American students, and it's not good news. The National Assessment of Education Progress shows 4th and 8th grade students
YouTube is being funny today. What is... Man, you better...
Up for parents, kids are falling further behind on test scores, and more kids are failing to show up for school, according to figures out today. ABC's Rhiannon Alley explains.
A new report card is out for American students, and it's not good news. The National Assessment of Education Progress shows 4th and 8th grade students are faring even worse in math and reading than in recent years.
It's a call to action as parents and families to hold our districts and our school systems accountable for making sure that we get our kids back on track.
Compared to 2019, average reading scores are down 5 points. And in math, 4th graders are down 3%. 8th graders sliding 8%.
I don't think this is a season of us giving up hope. It's a season of us coming together in community, in our learning communities, to make sure that our students are making progress.
Experts say the results show reading is a greater challenge than math. The score declines appear to be driven by lower performing students falling farther behind, while top performing students are showing some recovery since the pandemic. The message to parents: get involved.
Trust your gut, ask for more information, and if you need to seek outside help, do it immediately.
Now, one big issue, students not showing up for class. 12% of 8th graders reported missing at least 5 days of school per month.
Damn. Of course, you ain't gonna get nothing done if you ain't going to class. You ain't gonna get nothing done. How you gonna get anything done?
Stunned parents are speaking out after a Florida elementary school principal and 3rd grade teacher were arrested, accused of throwing alcohol-fueled house parties for teenage students. Elizabeth Hill Brodigan and Carly Anderson.
So that's why they ain't learning. Principal got him drunk. Substitute teacher brought the weed. Oh man, the kids are failing. You're failing the kids. You're failing the kids.
Both taken into custody and placed on leave pending the investigation. Brodigan, the principal, is accused of hosting a party.
It's stopping at 19 seconds every time. Am I tripping? That's every video so far I've seen it stop at 19 seconds. This is a video just
How to react to this?
Stunned parents are speaking out after a Florida elementary school principal and 3rd grade teacher were arrested, accused of throwing alcohol-fueled house parties for teenage students. Elizabeth Hill Brodigan and Carly Anderson, both taken into custody and placed on leave pending.
The American crime, y'all. This is American crime. This is a severe crime, y'all. With kids? Like, how do you get around this? How do you get around this? Who's with the jobs now? Because y'all not trying to hire black folks.
The investigation.
Or pay them.
Brodigan, the principal, is accused of hosting a party at her home with more than 100 kids, hosting Anderson as a guest.
Hopefully, they'll get it all, fixed and figure out what happened.
She don't care because she overwhelmed. She just, whatever it is, like that's the parenting that has gone on now. The parenting has gotten very careless. No emotion. I have so many different articles, y'all. Like even with the videos where I'll be showing like the different issues that happen. Let me see if I can pull them up anyways, because like I said, this is going to be, these are educational because these really are the people that are around us. And these are the kids that may hang out with your kids or the people that may be associated in some form or fashion. But anyways.
Investigators say they found one child at the house vomiting, needing help from paramedics. Another was arrested for driving drunk, and another teen was cited.
She's an elementary student. How's she driving? Like, what are y'all doing?
For marijuana possession.
Yeah.
Multiple students allegedly telling police parties like this happen once or twice a month, saying the party was advertised on Snapchat with students helping to make the preparations.
It was a really bad decision to make, that was for sure.
Yeah, if your kid got Snapchat on their phone, they doing something they ain't supposed to be doing. There's a whole lot of stuff that happens on that app. Yeah, it's a whole lot. So, but yeah, that is what is going on. While everybody's doing all of that stuff, it is not getting no better. It's just the American scam, literally the American crime, literally the American crime. They just fooling everybody, making everybody look stupid. Oh, let me show this. So, I don't know what that's going to be at 5:30. So at 5:30, they're going to be SpaceX is going to be launching the Spain satellite NG. So during this alignment right now, they're trying to send this stuff up so they can get close. I'm wondering if the alignment is already crashed. Now, I don't know how many have crashed, but I'm just saying that every time they try to accomplish something right now, like why are they so adamant about doing this stuff during this particular year right now, during these particular times? Why are you shooting it off during this particular time? You see what I'm saying? That's in Orlando. That's 5:30 over here. Is it 5:30 over there? So wait, huh? Okay, so it's probably 5:30 my time. So at 8:30 in Orlando. So 8:30 in Orlando. So they trying to blast this off at nighttime. You know, so they blasting this off at 8:30. I guess right now it's about to be the peak time. You know, the sister said between 3:30 Pacific time, that alignment is going to be so pretty and perfectly in line. Oh, that is the exact time. So we got 45 minutes until that time. So this is just so much beautiful information to be beholding. You know, while everybody's thinking about twerking and shit like that, like we are constantly sitting here educating ourselves and keeping ourselves on point with everything that's going on. So, and I bring this up is because it's like every time they send something up, it just comes back down. It just comes back down. I don't know what's going on, but they've been doing so much at trying to get up in the sky to get to Mars, and they can't even get out of our atmosphere, y'all. That's what I'm saying. They can't get out of the firmament. Oh, we want to go to Mars, but you can't even get 10. You can't. A white man can't jump. You can't even jump 10 feet off. You can't even jump 5 feet off the ground to dunk it. Let alone trying to send a pop rocket. I bring it. It's just the ley lines are activated right now.
F-35 fighter jet is safe after he crash landed at an Air Force base in Alaska. Of course, the 104th Fighter Wing at Barnes Air National Guard Base in Westfield is expected to receive a new fleet of F-35s next year. NBC's Morgan Chesky reports.
A terrifying crash.
At 19 seconds, again, what is going on with this 19 today? That's 1 + 9, 10. Michael's in a miss. Okay, I received that. 22
the
double.
Pilot of an F-35.
22 double for your trouble. 19, 10. Michael's in a miss. 22 double for your trouble. All right, cool. I get that 12. All right, that 12 again at the top. 3 and 9, 12, 12 right there. Yeah. Okay.
35 fighter jet is safe after he crash landed at an Air Force base in Alaska. Of course, the 104th Fighter Wing at Barnes Air National Guard Base in Westfield is expected to receive a new fleet of F-35s next year. NBC's Morgan Chesky reports.
Bow.
A terrifying crash caught on camera. Video
Oh, my
showing
goodness.
the F-35 jet
Ugh.
falling from the sky, crashing onto the tarmac at Eielson Air Force Base near Fairbanks, Alaska, and exploding into a fireball.
There is a plane crash on Eielson. They have asked for mutual aid.
Miraculously, the pilot somehow survived, safely ejecting from the aircraft before floating to the ground in a parachute. Officials say the F-35, assigned to the 354th Fighter Wing, was flying in a local training exercise Tuesday when something went wrong.
Went up in flames, and I didn't want to drive any further.
Crews taking the pilot to a nearby medical facility for evaluation.
The pilot was executing standard procedures and executing their respective mission, and essentially experienced an in-flight malfunction.
This crash comes after a string of incidents involving military aircraft in recent years. In November 2023, an F-35 fighter jet went missing, then crash landed in rural South Carolina. The pilot surviving.
Sorry, what happened?
We got a pilot in the house, and I guess he landed in my backyard.
Back in Alaska, Air Force officials still looking into the cause of that fiery crash.
Oh, we know what the cause is. We know what the cause is. As above, so below. As above, so below. So as the air is, as the skies are being emptied of these people being able to transport themselves, just as much as the sea is stopping them from being able to transport themselves with big ass glaciers. So below.
They're big. They're everywhere, it seems.
I mean, when it's snowing, you never know when there's going to be a pothole.
And they can get very expensive.
I mean, it could range anywhere from a few $100s up into the thousands, depending on what kind of vehicle and what extent the damage is.
Potholes, some of them several inches deep, like these by the Liberty Tree Mall.
Okay, something going on with my videos at 19. I think
they're big. They're everywhere, it seems.
I mean, when it's snowing, you never know when there's going to be a pothole.
I'm going to refresh the video before I start them.
Several inches deep, like these by the Liberty Tree Mall in Danvers.
Had one in a couple weeks ago that he hit a pothole, it blew out the tire. It bent the wheel to the point where it actually cracked the control arm, tie rod.
And the weather we're experiencing right now is perfect for pothole production. When it rains or when snow melts, that water finds these cracks and crevices in the road surface and seeps underneath the roadbed. Now, when that water then freezes again, it causes the road surface to buckle. When that water melts again, it causes a weakness in the road surface and a pothole is born.
Definitely seeing a pretty significant spike lately with all the plowing. It starts to tear up some of the roads.
And this is y'all technology. This is what y'all created. This is what y'all building. Y'all can't even get it together. But it's not gonna stop.
Reported right off the coast of Maine at about 3:15 this morning, same area where a quake was centered on Monday. U.S. Geological Survey says the 2.0 magnitude earthquake was centered in the Atlantic Ocean across from York Harbor, Maine, just shy of 10 kilometers deep. So far, no reports of anybody hurt or any damage.
It's just as much as I just said I was going to do that, and I didn't do it.
Another small earthquake reported right off the coast. So far, no reports of anybody hurt or any damage. Less forceful, of course, than Monday's quake, which ended up being measured as a 3.8 in magnitude. That earthquake ended up being felt in multiple New England states, including as far south as Rhode Island and Connecticut. We'll keep monitoring today's developments and bring you any updates later today.
In all of these places, y'all, all of these people, we got our people there too. We got some, but this is all 83. This is literally all of these regions right now where a lot of the atrocities was going on. So it is going around and it is deep scrubbing and rinsing everything and everyone from the lands, as above, so below. And it's literally, like you said, it's dumping so much heavy snow, then it's melting and it's heavy water and it's pressing down any of the dirt that is under any of these establishments, like the roads. And it's pushing the dirt down, the sediment, and you're having all of these earthquakes. You're having all of this fracking going on. The water is accumulating with the oil or the petroleum that's inside of the ground. So just as much as it may be dried out in one location, it may be swishing around and going to a waterbed and go to another location. All I'm saying is that it is now, it's pushing down any dirt that is under any of these cities right now. So it's like these cities are literally floating in the middle of nothingness under them. It's literally, it's doing that. Look at this in Japan. Like I said, it's cities that are floating above nothingness. A hole can be hundreds of feet deep, dozens of feet deep. That's crazy deep, y'all. What is that? A whole truck? That's a whole truck that fell in there. What is that? Oh shit! Oh, what?
ものすごい音がして、電柱が倒れました。店の看板が近くの飲食店でしょうか、看板が倒れました。
That's crazy. It's crazy because they try to fix one thing and then some more shit happened. It's like nonstop. That's crazy. They couldn't even fix that before this was about to happen again. That's Japan and many other locations right now. Let me make sure I didn't miss nothing. Let me make sure. But yeah, the weather. Let me make sure I got all that out of the way. I didn't leave nothing because it is hot and cold, and it is rocking and rolling everywhere we go. Besides that, let me make sure I got that. Yeah, we could talk on this one right here. This one's interesting because this was just not too long ago, y'all. This was just not too long ago. Y'all remember this? Y'all remember Hurricane Helene?
Well, back in 2024, Hurricane Helene ripped through the eastern United States, destroying homes, buildings, roads, and much more. But with the help of a North Carolina woman, the power of social media, and 50 volunteers, nearly 300 families were able to receive donations, gifts, clothes, and food during the holiday season. In November, we heard about these holiday plans. Now I have an update on how it all went. Take a listen.
Amazon deliveries nonstop to my house. My garage looked like Minecraft, boxes everywhere.
After what started as just a job to photograph relief efforts from Hurricane Helene became a worldwide effort.
We were able to give them some kind of hope, something to give them to look forward to.
As Dana Flaherty created Western North Carolina Holiday Hope, now Hardcore for Humanity, a Facebook group offering an adopt-a-family program, personal Amazon wish list, and an open space to share support and kindness during the spirit of giving.
Over the holidays, we delivered about, I want to say 100 Thanksgiving Day bags to families in need.
After hours of stacking, wrapping,
we had about 50 people come out from the community and help us wrap these toys for these families so they can be delivered.
And of course, delivering.
The kids loved it. They were so happy when they opened the door.
A happy but emotional experience for nearly 300 families, from Thanksgiving to Christmas.
Hugs and smiles and tears, and just so grateful that they were going to have a meal.
A time meant for joy, not sadness.
These people have nothing already. They lost everything. They lost their belongings. Kids lost toys, cars, people lost their lives. And it's the holidays. It's supposed to be a time of celebration.
Is that a what is that? A Yeti? Okay, man. They found a Yeti.
Celebrating being with your loved ones.
But with a Santa Squatch, dozens of presents, and fresh meals.
I mean, the kids come running out of the house because
you didn't even have to put the Yeti mask on. You already look like it already in real life. I'm just playing, y'all.
They saw the Santa Squatch, and the parents were just so thankful, just overwhelmed, and just very thankful that they were able to get something for their kids for the holidays.
Oh, so beautiful. And yes, that's right. That was a Santa Squatch that you saw. A fun way to add.
I show that is because they have to keep their narratives alive. That's the only way. You have to create these combo burgers of stories like this stuff. Why the hell is this on the news? You know what I'm saying? Like when you think about our news and we've been watching for years, it's like y'all will put together any type of news that will get away from actually talking about the real main points. It's just you will run away from it. You will not address it, and y'all never will. And so that's why the Shemashite is here, literally shining the truth on everything that is here. You have to tie this event. That event didn't happen in Christmas time. So why does that? Why did that even correlate? That happened before Thanksgiving, I believe. How does that even correlate? You guys have to group like, oh, Hurricane Helene, Valentine, swirl shake. Hurricane Helene, Valentine, swirl shake. It's like, come on, y'all. It's like y'all keep doing this to yourself. But ain't nobody gonna stop you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Because while that's going on, you getting all this stuff. Like I said, it is about to be one hell of a time. Like the sister brought up earlier, we are detoxing ourselves and cleansing ourselves from all of the drama and that's going on. And so we are preparing ourselves to, in 2 days, I believe, going on fast. So it's the last little bit of food y'all gonna be able to see.
Watch what you eat. Well, we are saying watch what you consume on social media. Because your favorite influencer could land you in trouble or even in the hospital. If you don't believe us, let's tell you the story of a Florida man who followed online advice to eat only meat and dairy. And that landed him in the hospital with cholesterol oozing out of his skin. You're hearing that correctly. A Florida man in his 40s who followed a carnivore diet ended up in the hospital with cholesterol oozing out of his body. He told the doctors that he ate 6 to 9 pounds of cheese, six of butter, hamburgers every day. Now, if you weren't aware, a carnivore diet, also known as a zero-carb diet, is a high-protein fat diet in which only animal products such as meat, eggs, dairy are consumed. He ate a high-fat, meat-heavy diet after taking advice from the internet. The diet was meant to help him manage his weight and improve his overall well-being. And for a while, it did. He lost weight, increased his energy, and achieved improved mental clarity. He seemed to achieve his goals, but developed complex side effects in his body. This man in Florida followed the carnivore diet for about 8 months. Last spring, he showed up at the hospital with smooth, yellowish nodules on his palms, elbows, soles of his feet. And it turned out that his cholesterol levels exceeded 1000 mg per deciliter. That's far higher than his baseline level, by the way. For context, normal cholesterol ranges for adults are below 200 mg, which is 5 times lower than what this man had. 5 times. Now, his case has been published in JAMA Cardiology. The doctors diagnosed him with a condition in which cholesterol deposits build up in the skin. Now, this condition occurs in about 1% of women, 0.3% of men, usually appearing as yellow growths on the eyelids near the nose. While it's harmless in itself, it can indicate that the person is very likely to develop heart disease or have a heart attack in the future. The body needs cholesterol to build cells and make vitamins and certain hormones, but too much of it can cause fat to collect in the arteries, increasing the risk of heart attack and stroke. But the body also makes its own cholesterol in the liver, typically enough for survival.
Yes.
Meat and dairy products, which are often recommended in high-protein diets like the one this man consumed, are also high in cholesterol. Now, this Florida man's story has become a cautionary tale. It's also a reminder that your diet can affect your cholesterol levels, and that's why it's very important to manage it. It's also a warning sign for both doctors and people considering these kinds of diets. Not everyone can tolerate these diets, and not everything you read or hear online is accurate, reliable, or beneficial for you? To stay up to speed.
Yeah, you know about that. People will say anything and follow a sheep will follow a blind shepherd off a cliff. The sheep, the feeble sheep will follow a blind shepherd off a cliff. Geronimo! Can you imagine hugging on your man and he just smelling like sourdough cheeseburgers just all day? Can you imagine just rubbing on your girl back and you ain't have to use no massage lotion because she just secreted it herself? Y'all just splish splash. You was taking a bath. Like what kind of monstrosities is this? That's 5 times. That's very bad, y'all. I mean, we about to go on the fast. That's why I'm bringing that up, is because we're gluttonous. We're slothful and gluttonous. I'm a garbage disposal, so I'm cleaning up my act as well. The sugars, it's done. I don't think I've touched, well, in a couple days, but I'm working on it. But I know that once we start the fast, it's gonna kind of give me that signal to be like, all right, get your ass in order. It's like now or never. That's where I'm at with it, and it's gonna push us. It's gonna push us all. So we gotta hold each other accountable and keep each other encouraged and build each other up. That's what it's all about. You got my back, I got your back. That's what we're supposed to be doing, because with that high cholesterol like that, boy, that's a lot. That's a lot. He said 5 times over 1,000. So the damn commercials. So this is Dank Demos. She's a female rapper. There was a video that got showcased beforehand about her hopping in a lift, and the driver did not allow her to get into the vehicle because of her weight capacity. And so I guess she assumed these 2 white guy lawyers, I need you guys, excuse me, I need you guys help. Oh my goodness. We got to stop running to these folks. We got to stop running to these folks. They desperate. My mama said there ain't no hustler's remorse. Ain't no hustler's remorse. People practice in the mirror trying to be the best evil person. So anyways, we're disheartened to look at this driver's unacceptable behavior. Please DM us at your earliest convenience for additional support. We like to address this as soon as possible. What you're going to start having is that so many of the American companies are going to start going through litigation now. The amplification and the ramifications of litigation are going to ramp up, because everybody's dissatisfied with this and that, and it's just going to be so many different things, loopholes, and every company is skating on those right now. That's why there were so many companies that went belly up, went bankrupt. It's a lot of companies that we know that we went and visited all the time that didn't have proper business, and it's people within our people who don't have proper business sense and business acumen, whether individually or collectively. These are things that we got to work on and we got to heal. We have a problem with working with each other. We have a problem with working with each other because we have been tormented and traumatized and thinking that we can't trust our one another, brother and sister. And we have adopted the ways that our oppressors have treated us. And we always think that we got to run to Sammy, Uncle Sammy Daddy. And running in between the legs of Lady Liberty. That's where we're getting ourselves from now. Anyways. Yeah, but this is a situation where people are finding every reason to latch themselves onto a victimization transaction, identifying themselves with something that is almost borderline, definitely narcissistic. Yeah. But I bring this up is because things are changing now. Many of these companies are not going to be the same because they're going to have to go through litigation. And most of the time, just one piece of litigation is capable of taking you out. And so you're looking at a major backlog on all of the court systems right now. And those court systems are all being exposed right now. Why? Because they still operate on the SWIFT system, and there's the remittance payments system across the whole board is garbage. The litigation and our laws and orders is no different from the roads that we drive on. There's so many potholes and everything. So that's why everything is falling and collapsing under itself. There's no true remittance payments, no true litigative processes that connect and create cross-border and interoperable systems amongst each other, because the capitalistic traditionalism of the ideology behind it has created this very negative festeration behind it of people thinking that it's like it's an animal house, it's a jungle. So because of these factors, like most of these companies don't care until it actually starts knocking on their door and ending up on their shit list. So that's what they're running into right now, is that most of these companies got wrapped up in litigation because of something really stupid pertaining to the masks, pertaining to the social distancing, between the shots, between this, and that. It's just everything is falling apart. And so you're going to start seeing where people are going to be trying to find an easy come up in all of life. That's what everybody's at right now. The 7 deadly sins, and where you got gluttony and slothfulness, everybody's trying to find an easy come up. That's where everybody's mentality is. Everybody's mentality has been at that.
Well, sports betting in Louisiana could set records over the 2 weeks as the city hosts the NFL's biggest game, the Super Bowl.
More than $180 million is expected to be wagered just in the days surrounding the big game at sports books and mobile betting apps in the area. WGSU's Travis Mackle joins us from the city's only land-based.
Forgot to do that. See, did it to me again. That 19. Michael is in the list.
Of Super Bowl, sports betting in Louisiana could set records over the 2 weeks as the city hosts the NFL's biggest game, the Super Bowl.
More than $180 million is expected to be wagered just in the days surrounding the big game at sports books and mobile betting apps in the area. WGSU's Travis Mackle joins us from the city's only land-based casino with what all this wagering means for the city and the state in this story. Place your bets. Travers.
We're here inside Caesars Casino, the sports book. Take a look. Not that crowded right now, but that is going to drastically change over the next several days. That is because they are expecting to set a record when it comes to sports bets being made involving a Super Bowl. You can go right to the window right here, place your bets, and hopefully everybody ends up a big winner.
Extra betting kiosks are in place, and people are picking their teams and placing their bets.
Just walk to the window and put your money up there. That's easy, just like that.
The city is no stranger.
And that's where our people have fallen into. And I used to be one of them when I was young. So
Stranger to hosting Super Bowls. This is our record-tying 11th, but it's the first time that sports betting is legal during the big game.
Caesars is built for this. We've been planning for this literally over a year.
Meaning placing a bet on the Super Bowl has never been easier. You can bet on your favorite team at any casino sportsbook or on a mobile app. And this Super Bowl in New Orleans may just be historic.
Last year in Nevada, just the Super Bowl did $185 million. And we think Louisiana's poised to break all the records.
All that betting leads to a lot of tax revenue for the city and state. Over the last 2 years, $52 million was generated from just online sports betting alone.
We know we're planning to have a historic weekend.
And while there are always concerns over things like addiction, industry leaders say the legalization of sports betting is a game changer.
The revenues that we keep because we legalize sports.
The legalization does not remove the purpose of it. It does not remove it still being addictive or. You see what I'm saying? All of it. We have to understand that we have to break the be ye separate, saith the Lord, touch not the unclean thing. We have to remove ourselves from just thinking that these things are just on the surface. This is much more deeper. This is to your soul, brothers and sisters that are out there. It brings out the envy. It brings out the slothfulness. It brings out the gluttony. It brings out the lust for it, the greed, the envy, the wrath. That when you lose, you're envious of the person who just happened to be much more smarter in their greed than you were. So now it makes you feel some type of way and you want it back. And so you go into envy and then you go into pride and rage, wrath. So yes, this is the sick. They're, you got to understand all of the mechanisms that are not only in this country, but around the world have been doing double for their trouble. They're trying to double up to trouble you, but they're receiving a double for their trouble. No different from you seeing on the side of the road fast food restaurants where you see like the A&W and the KFC together, or the Chili's and the IHOP working together. They double teaming on your damn stomach. Just like these people, they double teaming on what you doing and what you got. So yeah, it's the protection that is needed in the time that we're living in right now is so that's what's keeping us going right now and keeping us, safe and away from all of the stuff that's going on in the world around us.
Gaming is big.
Mickey Parrington is a 25-year veteran of the gaming industry, having run operations at Beau Rivage, Harrah's, and L'Auberge in Baton Rouge. He says in the past, big players had to go to Vegas to place sports bets. Now they just come here and can enjoy the game and wagering.
Travis.
You can't enjoy the game because you've invested your energy into it. You've welcomed it. You've opened the welcome mat for it. For all of these, for you to be susceptible to the emotional roller coaster, the mental, psychological, physical, spiritual roller coaster that is taking you on because you want that escapism. It's taking you on that orgasmic ride. And so because you're going down that orgasmic ride, now you're going to find out the hard way. Every time I won or every time I lost, it made me feel and think about that particular moment of the good and the bad side of just adjusting myself to what the hell just happened. To be that invested, like I used to win a lot. Like I'm saying, like with video games, it was betting all the time. When I was in Vegas, I was on the sports book. $2 used to get me $600. When 2008 hit and the recession had hit, I was just like these people, desperate and trying to find a come up. And I thought that the casinos was that way as well. And I won and I lost. After when I lost, I can sense how my spirit was damaged. I can feel how my emotional attitude and connection with people changed because I'm in a bad mood because you lost. Yeah. The ebbs and flows of that, what's above and the bottom. So
we used to send people out. We would leave our best customers and send them out to Vegas because it was that important. Now we get to.
Yeah, you're going to treat your best customers no different from a stripper. No different from a stripper. I'm going to give him the best service I need to give him because you a VIP member. You coming in here with some big. No, yeah.
Host them. And
so he's nothing but a professional schemer and scammer and swindler. And this is American crime at its finest now because everything is even more convincing. Like, hey, you have to bet it. You have to do this. This is what I'm saying to everybody. This is what is going on this year is that everybody's going for the gusto. Everybody's putting all their chips on the board. You see what I'm saying? And even with all of these bets that are going on, people are going to find out the real harsh way this year.
And it's, how better is the host of in New Orleans here?
It's so easily to word manipulate somebody. How good is how extravagant it is to wallow and bask in losing or your gluttony, your greed and gluttony is going to catch up, and it's going to humble your pride, and it's going to change your emotions, especially if you're not spiritually strong. You're not going to be spiritually strong when you're in the middle of that sin. Your flesh is too weak to that sin, and you're going to keep committing to that sin because your flesh is weak in that moment, in that time.
So their game face is on, and it's a whole set of different customers too, by the way. Yes, you have your blackjack players and you have your gaming customers. Both of them are important, and now you get to entertain them.
From the heavy hitters to the casual bettors, it's all just become
pretty easy.
Reporting at Caesar.
Yeah, it's pretty easy for America to get away with all of her crimes. It is easy for America, Lady Liberty, to get away with all of her crimes. It is just that easy.
Started, but the criminals have started as well. They've wasted no time.
Well, we have a new warning this morning about fraudsters posing as the IRS.
Yes, on your site, Susan Campbell is here with everything we need to know to help protect your money, of course, and your identity. They're getting more and more sophisticated.
They really are. They're using so much technology to make these things believable. And this is a big deal. Imposter scams cost people billions of dollars every year. Right now, the biggest problem seems to be coming in via text message. It may look like this. At the very top of the message, it says Internal Revenue Service. And it goes on to say you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment.
The criminals and the scammers are using these large language models to make these texts and these other forms of communication almost irresistible for you to want to click on. They know exactly what to appeal to, whether it's the language or whether it's something that convinces you that they're legitimate, and then unfortunately people are complying.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Moore is the chief consumer.
It's so easily for people to comply because people are emotionally desperate at this point to have some purpose, something to idolize, something to keep them occupied, keep them just, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where a lot of energy, everywhere I go when I'm just sitting here walking down the street, and it's more is being revealed, y'all.
Digital safety advisor at Aura, a company that specializes in identity and fraud protection. He says to protect your money and your identity, don't respond to unsolicited emails, phone calls, or text messages. Verify anybody you're considering working with for your tax returns and file your taxes early.
The moment you file your return with your name and your social security number, the IRS will not accept any other claims that might come behind it. So you want to beat the bad guys to the punch.
You absolutely do want to beat those bad guys to the punch. Remember, the IRS is never going to request personal or financial information by text. The agency says it first reaches out if it needs to get to you through the regular U.S. mail delivered by the Postal Service. Here's the thing, if you have already clicked on a link like, oh no, I shouldn't have done that, report it to the IRS, start monitoring your credit if you're not already doing that. You can also request a PIN from the IRS. That's going to protect your social security number when you're filing. So you won't be able to just file with your social security number. You'll also have to input this special PIN.
Oh, nice.
They got a lot of they're just so confusing themselves. Just what a tangled web we weave. It's just like a horrible Squid Game of like red light, green light, in America right now. It's like, oh, we want internal revenue, but we don't want it. We don't want the IRS workers. Then going through this, what is the other one? Literally, we want daylight savings time. Oh, we want to bring daylight savings back. It's just a lot of the stop and go-ness that is going on. That it's causing so much massive confusion. They got so many people busy and working right now. It's like, oh, y'all wanted to step up? Okay, go ahead, Mega. Do your thing. Show your swagger. I want to see everybody keep that same energy when it's all done, when it's all said and done. I want to see everybody keep that same energy.
Elmwood Avenue, the site of a fire here at a church. This breaking out within the last hour. It's still a very active scene. Crews scrambling to put the flames out to get this fire under control. Sheena Losciuto joins us live from Providence right now with the very latest.
Well, let's get the camera right to the action here. The fire chief tells me that part of the roof has already collapsed here at this church in Providence, and they are expecting more of it to come down at any minute now. This is a church at the corner of Elmwood Avenue and Greenwich Street in the capital city. This is a look at what crews are up against. It is windy today, but the firefighters say the structure is the biggest challenge right now because it's all old and it's wood. And right now, only they're able to work on it from the outside because it's not safe for firefighters to be in there. Thankfully, though, everyone who was inside got out. Crews are expected to be here for quite a bit today.
When the first company arrived, they had fires showing on the side of the building. There was one individual that came out the back door. Everybody had already exited the building without injury.
Why is the roofs of the churches always the first thing that just catch fire? Or they always just got the most damage out of anything that's in the place. It's just the roof, like the pews, the church, the organ, everything, the doors, everything is still intact. It's just, is the Most High trying to shine some of that shemish through that sunroof, that convertible church? He trying to sit there and burn all the vampires out like Blade?
Giving you another live look at exactly what Providence firefighters are doing right now. The focus of the fire is the roof there, where you can see we are still seeing some flames.
I ain't gonna lie, there's some power behind that hose. He is blasting that right now. Him standing up there right now, and that's blasting like that with that much pressure to be able to hit his pinpoint. That's a crazy hard job. I ain't mad at you.
Being sprayed directly on it. Now, I just found out that the people at the house next door are being asked to evacuate right now, as this is still a very active scene. Dozens of firefighters are here actively working to battle those flames. Again, a windy day. The structure of the church is what's being called the biggest challenge here. We, of course, will keep you updated as we learn more. We are hoping to get another interview with fire officials as soon as they have a chance to talk to us here again.
It's like you could see the ground is completely dry. And she just said it was hot. And it just went from like a blizzard to a drought. And in the emergency screen that we showed, it showed a drought in that area. We see what is going on. You're getting major swings. And then there's about to be another cold front. This roof is open. It's burnt. This is no longer going to be up and operational like that. These are the swings that we're seeing, while it's still creating massive amounts of destruction. So it's going on. Everything is being called out. Everything is being exposed as it is, whether it's church, whether it's offices, everything like that.
Health Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be on Capitol Hill this morning for his Senate confirmation hearing. The Finance Committee will ultimately have the final say on whether or not his nomination will be advanced. Oh boy. Caroline Kennedy, the only living child of former President John F. Kennedy, and RFK Jr.'s cousin, is urging big time the Senate not confirm him. In fact, she called her cousin a predator. The first round of meetings begin this morning on Capitol Hill. Man, family member against family member. You rarely hear from Caroline Kennedy. Must be very important to her. All right, 7:12.
What's sort of related, the FDA is sounding the alarm about a snack you may have in your pantry, Lay's potato chips. The FDA is upgrading a previous recall, now classifying it as a Class 1 recall, the highest level of alert. The agency says Consuming the chips could be deadly, especially if you have serious allergies. The recall covers certain 13-ounce bags with a guaranteed fresh date of February 11th.
Well, a big change is coming to Google Maps. They're switching the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was fast.
That was fast.
President Trump signed the executive action to rename the body of water shortly after taking office. He talked about it on the very first day at his inauguration. The Interior Secretary has 30 days to update federal maps, and Google says it will quickly reflect those changes. Google says only users in the United States will see the change. They also say they're changing Denali, Mount Denali, the nation's highest mountain peak up in Alaska, back to its original name, Mount McKinley, after a former president. Man, things are happening fast.
Yes, they are happening fast at the snap of a Thanos. It is happening at the snap of a Thanos. It really is. It truly is. That's why we have to keep on up and stay on alert.
We are fighting hard to get birthright citizenship or automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. That's another way. It's automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. That's the other term that they use, which is actually more accurate, more understandable. And it's ridiculous. We're the only country that has it, and certainly the only country that has it to that extent. And it wasn't meant, if you look, it was really meant for children of slaves. This is when it happened. The children of slaves. It was not meant for everyone to come into our country by airplane or charging across the borders from all over the world and think they're going to become citizens. It's not meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. And hopefully at some point the courts will understand that without having to go through a whole big deal. This was meant for the children of slaves. And look at the timing of it and you'll see. And I hope judges will understand that. And it has to stop because it's really hurting our country very.
Oh, it's hurting? Oh, it's hurting. It really is, huh? Yeah, I finally want to say some stuff.
My problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5 or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that
all belongs to them.
Don't start that now. You're not going to sit here. You're not going to sit here and take away my American. Ooh, this emotion. I'm telling you, these emotions. I'm emotional. Gotta let it show. You're not gonna start this. What you doing on national TV? You can't be talking about my white supremacy. You can't be going there. You can't be doing this on Fox.
So they're only coming home, and then here it is. You white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural.
He's great. He's going in on. I didn't expect this.
Real illegal immigrants.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all,
what's wrong? Oh, he's man. And the way the brother's looking at him, like, okay, tell me what's wrong, because this man's Ku Klux Klan is coming out of his skin. That man, look at him. He just postured up. This black man will fuck him up. He ready to give him that. He ready to give him that Jerry Lewis or that Buster Douglas. He looked like Buster Douglas. He ready to give him that Buster Douglas right hand, like straight hook. His mouth is all primed for it and everything. You about to open your mouth up, that check you can't cash. First of all, you nigger, you getting out of pocket on my watch. See, I'm telling you, watch. See, okay.
Well, they're coming here. They're not paying any taxes. You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes.
You're not working the land. You didn't work this land, did you, sir? Let's get the rebuttals together. You didn't come to a land that was you know. Every one of these people are in their emotions to defend the European white supremacist colonialized curriculum and ideology that has been in this country for centuries. This house of cards is being held on thumbtacks and toothpicks. And there is a great urgency to retrieve the Titanic before it sinks to the bottom. It's already sinking. It's sinking. There's a big ass hole in that Titanic. It's busted. The band is the violinist on the band. They still playing. Right now is the galactic alignment right now in the sky right now, as the sister put in the chat. We are in a wonderful time, y'all. Enjoy and embrace the changing of the guard.
They are paying taxes.
No, they're not
Matt.
paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they paying a tax on it.
Let's continue
When they
on.
buy a car, they paying a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking. And that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here. Look,
Matt,
that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Why do you keep going backwards?
They let you all come in.
Why do you keep going backwards? They just want us to don't think about that stuff anymore. It's making my whiteness uncomfortable. Oh, why did you keep going back to these? You're not supposed to be talking about the facts and the evidence and the things that actually are real. Like, you're supposed to live in this Willy Wonka fantasy that I'm trying to get you. You need to be on this side of the delusion. What are you talking about? What are you? This guy is just so difficult. He's just not going to cooperate with our superiority, y'all. We're going to have to look into his HR resume, and we may have to address this with a couple write-ups and allow us to sweep under the rug.
What are you going
And you
backwards
came in
for?
and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start.
You came in here and raised a whole lot of hell. he came in. This white boy is big mad.
Trump
Don't
start
called
bringing up
Mexicans
history and try and
rapists.
explain
He
called
what's
them
going on
criminals.
today.
Trump
History repeats itself.
called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Well, the biggest illegal criminal ever come into America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come and rob your.
I wonder what's going to happen when you came in. See, that's emotional. That's when we have to calm down. I'm learning myself. That's why I can sit here and use this as a mirror for my own self. I have to. We all have to. And that's why I'm glad that we actually get educated and we actually calm down and we look at things objectively and calm. And calm. We can sit here and talk. He's not going to like what this man is saying. And this man's not going to like this man's reaction to what he's saying. And this is what has happened throughout the test of time.
Your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here.
Oh, damn, I didn't hear it. I don't give a damn about you crack ass. I don't give a damn about how you feel right now about me calling you a cracker ass cracker. I don't give a damn about you. Put that. He got that king finger. He lucky he ain't pointed at you and would have sent some energy your way. You being saved, sir. Let me run that back.
Country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come and rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them for only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just.
Oh, this is funny. I did not expect this. Oh, Look at his face. He just got barred down like embarrassed. I understand this because, hey, we go through these humbling things. Sometimes we open our damn mouth too wide and we have to eat it. I have had to deal with this where people have had to try to tell me about myself, and I had to eat it. That's how they felt about me. Hey, that's how you felt.
This and now want to blame them before me coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's.
Damn. Oh, damn. Damn. Damn.
Babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through.
I gotta go after this guy. I wanna look at him. You wanna strangle him. He's so pissed off, y'all. It is so hilarious, man. Man, this is it's coming out, y'all. This is all being revealed. No matter how calm and how much of the truth that we have put on the table, as it is, you have to eat your cold potatoes, and all you're doing is you are an exemplified amplification of your forefathers, as we all are.
That thick skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna.
I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas.
Damn. He didn't lie. He didn't hold back. And that's why I'm just saying to folks, like, regardless of how they may be barking and screaming and yelling and lashing, they want to put their hands on you, stuff like that. He couldn't put his hands on him. That man might have spontaneous combusted right there. You don't know. But that's where it is at right now. That they can't put their hands on us. They can't touch us like they used to do in Jacob's trouble. You can't do what you used to be doing. No. You can't just talk about the man is talking about somebody else. That's why he has it's like his energy changed when it comes to talking about us, because we protect ours. Now the brother talking about the brown brothers and sisters, that's like an extra credit assignment. Yeah, we're paying attention to it, we're talking about it, we're dealing with it, but we're not soul tied. We're not investing into it. He's doing it as a profession right now. But when it comes to ours, and we look at you in your eyes, and we say, no, you're wrong, or hey, you need to stop, or hey, ouch, you're hurting me, hey, shut up, hey, when we look you in your eyes, that's when everything changes. Because the moment that we look into your eyes, we see what is behind your eyes. And what's behind your eyes gets defeated immediately the moment that you, I guess, conjure or agitate us in that capacity. So real is recognizing real now, that the times that we're changing is the ability for us to be able to speak and stand on it, 10 toes. That's different. This is different times that we're living in. You can slap the shit out of a Karen and she'll give you her wallet. She'll pay your bills. Just cause. I'm not telling people to go out there and slap Karens. Please don't go out there and slap Karens, even though they deserve it. Vengeance is the Lord. Don't take matters into your own hands. Don't slap the Karens. Leave the Karens be. Let them just run their mouth. Let them talk. Let them talk. Let them talk, because everybody just doing it to themselves. Anyways, why is my YouTube is on one today, y'all? I promise y'all. Boy. Then we just getting back to it. You see how you gotta shake the ring rust off, low key? But that's what is going on with these folks. Is mad. And we just showed you before that they want to. That's not well. That is not what I wanted to do. All right. Let's go here.
His livestock. And man, this sounds like something straight out of a movie.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. All right, Mike Martz of Martz's Game Farm in Dalmatia, Northumberland County, is implementing lasers. That's right, lasers on his farm to scare away wild birds that would infect his flock. There are just a couple of pictures here provided of the Avix laser device that stands guard at several of the farm's enclosures. He tells us this is all in an effort to avoid a repeat of tragedy from several years ago, where a previous strain resulted in the loss of thousands of birds on his farm. He's trying everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen again, and recognizes while this isn't a cure.
Did you hear that? Like I said, they're trying everything they can this year, because last year was such a hiccup to so many different things. It was a hiccup to so many different things that they were doing, that this year, like I just showed you now, they're doing everything. They're pulling all the stops. They're pushing all the chips to the front. They're going all in to try to fit, and it's going to epically smack the shit out of everybody. The end of this year, y'all. People going to realize that, oh, wow, there was really no coming back from this. No, there's no coming back. It's over for y'all. And that's 12 right there. 7 plus 5 is 12. And 8, it's complete. It's cyclical. It ain't going nowhere.
After all, it has kept 80 to 90% of wild birds off his property. I guess do what you got to do, even if it involves lasers. Now, bird flu isn't a concern for farmers. It's something that, while rare, humans can contract as well. But let me stress here, it is rare, and nearly all health officials say the spread of bird flu puts the general public at an incredibly low risk.
Yeah. They're saying bird flu is literally everywhere. That's what they're trying to portray right now. It's in Oregon. It's in every location right now. Yeah. Eggs is sky high. I ain't been to the grocery store today yet, but yeah, talk about it sky high. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Oh, excuse me. Did I switch it over? Yeah, I did. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because just as much as this man is trying to combat and control what's going on with nature ain't giving a damn about these folks. Nature is coming in and doing whatever the hell they want to do. There are thousands of them. The invasive species is taking over northern Italy. This is happening everywhere. Everywhere. Every species is coming back. I just had it like a bunch of new species. Well, not new species, but a bunch of species that we thought were extinct come back out of nowhere. Literally, just starting up this year. I want to say at least 7 that I've seen so far, whether fish, land, air, land, and sea animals. But an alien bird species has landed in large parts in northern Italy, putting local wildlife at risk. The African sacred ibis is an invasive species that is thought to have invaded after it escaped or was released from captivity, with some zoo populations historically allowed to fly freely. The wading birds are native to Africa and Iraq, but are now proliferating like wildfire over northern Italy. It's interesting because northern Italy is where, well, pretty much all of Italy is going through a birth decrease. So to have these actual birds out there, and these birds look like storks. So I'm wondering if these storks are, storks, the superstition of them bringing in the babies or anything like that. Are they a different type of stork that is taken away? You know what I'm saying? And doing that in the reverse. So that just popped in my head. I'm throwing it to the wall. If it sticks with it, it sticks, whatever. But just to be going to Italy, because these are the things where these funneled from. So it's like history is repeating itself, or it's returning back to it's returning back to the cycle that is, when we think about these stories or these facts or these locations, things are happening as they happened before. And so anyways, let me finish. Causing ornithologists to sound the alarm over risk of local fauna. The species' natural habitat is marshy wetlands and mudflats, nesting on trees that are in or near water. You got to understand, a lot of the landscape is changing everywhere. So you're seeing species go places where they're finding new places where they weren't before, but now they're becoming these. They're being in these new places as the climate crisis, whatever, begins to dramatically change weather patterns, causing droughts and floods, and the birds are following the humidity to new habits. The phenomenon has spread from a whole of Emilia Romagna from near the sacred ibis has begun to nest massively in Bologna, Modena, especially Ferrara. Continued Ravagnani, yeah, however you say that, who believes who could already be tens of thousands of birds in the northern Italy, Italian region. And don't you thinking about the, what was that, the cicadas? Even with the cicadas, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, everything is popping up. The sacred ibis is an alien species which should not exist in Italy. It escaped or was released from the farms. It's going back to where it was. Y'all was the alien species. That's the crazy thing, is just how you can just actually turn this and make this such a negative towards the thing that is just coming back home. And you're saying that, oh, it's interesting. You're a guest in my neighborhood. You're a guest in my house. No, nigga, this was my house before you even tried to thought about building on it. Anyways, the former note in it, its history is similar to that of the nutria. Nutria, affectionately dubbed little beavers in Italy, are native South American rodents that now proliferate across the country because they have no natural predators there. Oh, wow. So, like the nutria, the sacred beast is extremely adaptable and prolific on a massive scale. So why does the sacred ibis pose a problem? In Europe, the African sacred ibis has been on the European Commission's list of invasive and alien species. So y'all looking, yeah. So you're just gonna name anything that's an invasive species because it shows up in that location now. So anything migrating now has become that because you're seeing many, many animals and birds and sea animals, migratory patterns change. So because your whatever legislative regulations or in litigation have popped up, now it causes for you to, move the goalposts because it doesn't work in your favor or it's uncomfortable for you. So yeah, this is what's happening. Those are also listed on Daisy. Then an inventory of alien invasive species in Europe compiled by the Research Institute for Nature and Forests and the Center for Ecology and Hydrology. The EU's regulation on the prevention, management, and spread of alien species states invasive alien species represent one of the main threats to biodiversity and related ecosystem services. Such species pose may intensify due to increased global trade, transport, tourism, and climate change. The sacred ibis preys on amphibians and on the eggs and chicks of other species, particularly tern and heron, and risking harm to local biodiversity and threatening the survival of the native species. Additionally, ibis feeds on insect larvae, rubbish dumps, and slurry pits, risking the spread of disease transferring pastures and poultry farms. That's another thing. I'm glad that got brought up. I'm glad that got brought up. These disease, especially amongst these people because they're fucking dirty and nasty, obviously. But the spread of disease this year is going to be wild because people are coughing and sicking. Did I say coughing and sicking? They're coughing and sicking all over the place. And the one thing I noticed when I was an Uber driver picking up students is that 83 likes to and will stay sick for consistent days. I'm talking about weeks, y'all. I'm like, yo, why do you still have that like? In I don't know, bro. I'm taking you to a frat party though. I still got a party, bro. And he's passing everything to everybody. The amount of sanitize and Lysol spray in my van when I was driving was, yeah, it was slippery on those seats because of the amount of that I was spraying. You better get your sick ass out of my damn van. But anyways, how was it introduced? They were free flying population, so from the zoos they can fly over. They were brought from France to Egypt. They were brought to France from Egypt in the 1700s. So things have been getting moved around all the time. So it's allowing any of these species to grab a hold of any of the lands that are there, because we've been talking about, the populations are down. So there's nobody living in these regions. There's nobody upkeeping it. There's no major or massive amounts of population, dense population, human population in these regions. It's quiet. They're at peace. They're enjoying themselves. They're having their own little animal fun. So yes, they've been able to reproduce at a high level, and that's so many different animals. And I'm showing this is because we're seeing all of these people, um, empty places in Japan, all throughout Japan. You're seeing bears pop up now, eating these older folks. 90-year-old lady got ate up by a bear. Nothing left but the wig. You know how we knew? Because the bear was wearing the wig walking down the street. I just made that up, y'all. That ain't true. That ain't true. It'd have been funny though. But anyways, just as much as that.
I'm Elise Willems.
And I'm Nicole Zavalich.
Welcome to Won't You Be My Gamer?
This is the show where we play the escapist.
It never gives me the. So these are capturing a super rare pod of 1,500 dolphins off the coast of California.
It was interesting because at first we guessed a few hundred, but then Evan put his drone up and he flew really high and we could just see literally white dots for all the Risso's dolphins pretty much everywhere. So we realized we had grossly underestimated at first how many dolphins were there, and they were just having a great time. So they were breaching everywhere, spy hopping, tail slapping, coming right over to the boat.
This time of year, it's southbound migration for the gray whales. They come from the Bering and Beaufort Seas up north in Alaska, and they are using the west coast of Canada and United States and Mexico on their way down to their breeding lagoons in Baja California.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're going to keep telling every species is an invasive species, and you're going to, send out the harpoons to take out these, species and have that shark fin soup and stuff like that. This stuff is karma, y'all. That's why the animals are throwing it back and like, I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I will survive. Yeah, because you ain't get rid of all of them. You didn't take them all out. They'll go to another location where you can't get nothing. You end up in these places where now the particular food stock that they're looking for is in a shortage. Say like the Dungeness crab. The Dungeness crab got affected because of the shellfish that was in that region of them. You got many combative species everywhere. Everything has been intermingled. That's the way that y'all created this, y'all. This is the way that y'all created this. The tectonic plates are moving things all over the place. The poles are shifting. Things are expanding. They're breathing. They're moving. The amount of change has completely exponentially sped up. Earth's crust is peeling away. It's peeling away. Every single location that I'm showing you, even on the maps, you could see it. Even when you go there in these regions, you can see it. I've been where it's looking like California is splitting. If you've never driven in these areas, you wouldn't know. You would just think, you would just be, you would hear it on the news or the TV and be like, oh, California's splitting. And you'd be like, nah, your mind is already going to go into a defensive shell. Like, nah, ain't nothing going to happen. Nothing like that. Unless you actually go and see things for yourself. I tell and I challenge people to go do and see things for yourself. I have done and seen things for myself and bumped my head on many different occasions, so many different ways, and it has allowed me to be able to have a greater understanding for something or some person or some place or some idea. It gives you that. So when I say that, yes, I have seen these things for myself. Have you? Okay, what is your assessment? And that's when we come together at Great Minds Think Alike. That's where we have constructive, comprehensive roundtables, brainstorming for us to think as a unit, as a group. Well, when you just the only person there, you just think you know it all. That's where your ego is your amigo. You're always going to rant because you're going to ignore the possibility of that you may actually be wrong. And that's really big with a Shemashite. They think they are never fucking wrong. So yeah, it comes down to being able to get the information, to be able to have it, and get others resources to hold that structure, to hold your evidence, your opinion with concrete evidence. And that's what really that's why we have progression, because we're able to have context of things. Somebody having a conversation, they're like, oh, the earth ain't splitting. Well, have you even been in these locations? No, I ain't never left the hood. Well, how can you know this? I just saw a movie. It was in a movie. You can't go just off of that. I watched every movie too. I've read a lot of books too. But I've been a lot of places too, and I've met a lot of people too. How many people have you talked to? I don't talk to no damn body. I don't like talking to no damn body. I don't want them around me in my 6 feet social distancing or nothing. We all deal with people, whether good or bad. We all work with people that are good or bad. We all have people in our family who are good or bad. When we look at the person in the mirror, we see the good and the bad. Period. Point blank. Anyways, let's keep it going. Like a moth in a cocoon, the metamorphosis of Earth's crust from molten goop to solid land is hidden from view, leaving scientists to guess at how the eons-long process unfolds. Usually, nearly 4 decades of seismic data from stations encompassing the northern, central, and southern Sierra Nevada along California's eastern border, geologists have uncovered signs of critical separation between the cool continental crust and the mantle below. That is the second craton. That is first craton that I was talking about. That is where that ley line is running through. The second one is where that spiritual ley line, and Sister Renata brought up, that is running through. So we're on 2 different, like, New York borough stoops. This is like Crooklyn. This is like 222. This is like the Bill Cosby's. That first shelf is getting weaker and weaker, as y'all see right now, y'all. Anyways, the findings made by researchers Vera Cruz, the University of Colorado, and San Diego help resolve the perplexing mystery on how our planet generates the lighter portions of its crust from the dense mixes of minerals churning beneath. See, and we don't see that. We're so busy. We're walking on top of ground that is completely empty below us. That's how we know. We're walking on land that it is a sinkhole right under it. And it's happening more time than not. When all of these pipes that are running around ain't got no dirt support under it no more, and the water weight is bending it down into the abyss of the underworld, yes, you're going to get a water main break. Yes, you're going to get a sinkhole. Yes, you're going to get all of the water that has been carrying heavy minerals and elements. Just like the dude said about the water freezing, and it's been freezing in all of these locations where the water has been dropping heavy. It's been freezing it, then it's been drying it out. Literally, the Most High has been putting you guys in a holy spin cycle right now. Freezing with heavy wetness, freeze it, dry it out. Heavy rain, freeze it, dry it out. That's literally what's been the cycle right now going on. And it's been literally blowing everything up, like if you were overextending a balloon, like if you were doing a balloon dog, and you're squeezing on the end of a nipple of it too far, too hard. You're putting extra, the strain or the squeeze that you have on it is going to eventually make it bust. So that's the squeeze that you're being showcased throughout all of the videos from the beginning to the end. Because just as much as this is happening with the earth shaking and rocking, you got to deal with a damn water main break. You can't get to work because the ground is frozen because the water from the water main break froze. So you can't even get your car out. You can't even get to your car because you slipped and bust your hip. These are onion layers of issues. These are the onion layers of issues that are popping up. I slip and mess my hip up. Oh, I got to go to the hospital now. Oh, I got to pay $5,000. Oh, I don't have this money. Oh, I got to go to work and work that $5,000 off. Oh, I'm at work sore. I can't really work and make the money that I want to make. They're not going to give me a raise because I'm not performing because my hip is messed up. Yes, these are compoundings. And people get desperate. And they start making emotional decisions within the temptations of their vices. People start gambling. People start doing OnlyFans accounts. People start robbing their neighbors. These things start popping up in a very macro, micro way. Let's keep going. Thanks to the relatively higher proportions of minerals that include silicates, aluminum, and potassium in chunks of rock we live upon typically rise a touch higher than a submerged chunk of oceanic crust. So all of this movement is amplifying on every. We don't know how weak any of these things are. They're fracking in locations, or remote locations that none of us are thinking about. They know where to frack this stuff at. The fracking of all of this stuff is on the most sensitive or the most vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Like it's on places where we know that, hey, that's like, you ain't supposed to put your hand on the stove. You know what I'm saying? But these people didn't give a damn. This was capitalistic. Ain't no hustler's remorse. You see what I'm saying? They don't give a damn. They like, man, let's go get this money. By any means necessary. What, they trying to fight us? And if you ain't on board with it, they're gonna kick your ass out. Or they're gonna try to railroad you. So yeah, this is what we're dealing with, capitalism. Money make you more the person you already was. Truly do. I do this for the glory of the Most High. I do it as an example for the kids coming up, and do it for the Most High, because most of these groups don't know how to be told no and can't handle an ass whooping. Scared to handle one. I'll let the Most High give you your ass whooping. That's what I'm gonna let happen. I ain't finna tell no more grown ass folks what to do. Because these folks is hard headed, they pride, they ego, it is everything. But when the rug gets pulled from under you, I just learned this lesson not too long ago, a couple days ago. Everybody got a plan until you get punched in the nose. And then the Most High will reveal, just like the ground when it gets revealed. You've been operating on very shaky ground, stumbling and fumbling, and then the ground opens up right up under you. It takes you exactly where you were supposed to go, to the deep, dark depths of hell. Anyways, so only means by which we can evolve. Yeah, this is breaking down. So I just want to show this part right here that this is ongoing. It's been ongoing, and it's ramped up exponentially. If you're looking at where it's running at, it's ran up exponentially, and all of that water is literally gone. And all of these shelves, you can look at the land. You can walk on the land. You can tell that there's like the spirit of the earth has been drained from it. You know what I'm saying? No different from the trees. When you look at the sand and the dirt and stuff like that, they got beautiful life to it. I've been in too much dirt to be like, man, this dirt is like a human. It's like talking and everything. It's amazing. So when you see it, it's like the ground is so sad. When you trees, they're like so sad. When you see the water dirty as hell like that, the water is so sad. When the air is extra, when the air is smoggy and stuff like that and foggy and with chemicals, it's so sad. And all four elements said that we not shit no more. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you from. We tired of taking all of y'all dirt, man. And that's what the earth is giving back to us right now. And not only is that happening, we're seeing much more celestial activity. The amount of celestial activity is phenomenal. I go outside and look in the sky all the time now. I walk down the street, I'm in the morning, my eyes are literally in the sky. And then when I'm looking up, I'm crying because of the Most High. It's just like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Like I'm walking right now under the sky and it's just so beautiful. Like I'm a speck. I don't know nothing what I'm doing. I'm insignificant, but I'm so significant at the same time. How do you do that? That's so amazing. We sit here and oh, what is the word? Like in shock and awe of the Most High's creations and just doings and workings. That on this little minuscule level, people gonna be screaming, "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, something going on! Oh, the world is going to end." But it's like Mama Ruach is just stretching her legs. She's been stiff, you know what I'm saying, and she's just stretching it out a little bit. To us, it's looking like it's just epic natural disasters and stuff. Yeah. Oh, we gotta go to Mars now. You know, they are so ass bent on going to Mars. And I think that what's happening is that it's one of these chariots, one of the planetary, the stuff that's going on right now is just knocking the stuff anything out of the sky. It's just knocking it out of the sky. All praise to the Most High. Just the times that we're living in right now, we cannot be playing around with this. We can't. I don't.
File free in the app if you didn't use this last.
No. He's all of these. So if you've seen, I just wanted to show this because
the night sky recently, you may have noticed some things that look a little unusual. You may have noticed bright, and I mean bright, balls of light in the sky.
Yes. I've been seeing these definitely for the last 5 years. I mean, as long as I've been on the road working, I've seen shit, y'all. I've seen shit. And there's been times where I'm driving and I can't actually stop and take the picture because I'm driving literally in the most dangerous location. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally spooky. I'm over a cliff. There's Buford is following me in a pickup in a dirty, ugly, rusty pickup truck. I did not stop anywhere on the road. I am black. And I was protected. Don't get me wrong. You don't push me. But I'm just saying that when you're in these very quiet, remote locations, most of the hillbillies live there. But I'm just saying that when you're there, the magnificence of the night is such a beautiful experience that most people don't even. It's so quiet. They say it's the witching hours, whatever like that. But it's just so magnificent. You're hearing life on the other side of, it's like lightness and darkness. It's like you're hearing like there's light in the darkness, like there's life in the darkness. You know how they make us just feel so ugly and it's just dead and it's funeral-ish. No, there's life in the midst of the darkness still. Like we're still in the darkness trying to get to the light. Yes, we have little lights during the nighttime to help guide us in our own darkness in our own lives. You see what I'm saying? To get to the end of the tunnels. And so we have to take these examples and anecdotes as even the check markers in our own lives that we are still in the midst of darkness, and we have to humble ourselves. Like, we're all in darkness. Like, I don't care who we are. I don't care if it's me, the president, Barack. I don't care if it's Big Levi, Big Judah. Like, we are all in the darkness, and we are all walking on our pursuit into the light more and more every day, each day. To think that we are just all the way out of the light. Oh, I'm clean. I ain't got nothing wrong with me. Nah, you spooky. There's something wrong. There's something going on with you, and we need to watch. We need to keep an eye on you.
Sometimes it looks like these balls of light are flashing and might be moving around.
Yeah.
So what exactly is going on here?
What I like to
Literally
often
moving.
say to my intro students is, don't feel bad if you've ever gotten overly stimulated and excited by Venus, because often when people see Venus in the sky, they don't initially know what they're looking at because it is so fantastically bright.
And the way you'll never know because of how you even perceive it and how you're talking about it in the context you're even trying to talk about it. And you're a student. You said you're a professor, a teacher. So your students, this is what you guys have been teaching us. You have no fucking clue. You're in the dark. You have no clue. So even you trying to comprehend, someone trying to comprehend, I'm just pointing shit out, but at the end of the day, like I noticed that. Let me go back.
They don't initially know what they're looking at because it is so fantastically bright.
See, I'm glad my train of thought came back. So we look at it from a biblical, spiritual level, metaphysical, you name it. When they look at things from an excitement, an enjoyment, a thrill, a sugar rush, a recreational drug, something that you got to get your kicks off of with. It's looked at in that formality, that the intention behind actually encompassing it and knowing it truly, you're going to get access denied just from even having any type of understanding of it. You're still going to be on the outside in. So
on some evenings.
Dr. Mark.
Yes, Venus is very pretty and beautiful and amazing. But deadly as a motherfucker, you better not cross over no Venetian. You better not fuck over no guy. You better leave them guys alone.
Research, lecturer and planetarium director at the University of Montana, explained that right now Venus is rather far away from the Earth, often seen right after sunset high in the southwestern sky.
It's amazing
But
too.
what about some of the other bright lights?
In the east, you've got bright Jupiter, which is pretty high in the sky by sunset right now. And then you've got Sirius rising behind Orion, not right at sunset, but a little bit later.
Venus, Jupiter, and Sirius explain the bright lights, but what about when they
What is
move?
that?
And they're basically point sources of light. So you take a little point source of light and run it through this big filter of all these atmospheric gases, and you get refraction. The second it enters a different medium than the vacuum of space, and it bends, and then you get convection currents that are also changing the density of what it's passing through, and you just get various distortions from our atmosphere.
Take a look at this light in the sky, caught by one of our staff members. Focus directly on the light and try not to look away from it. Keep looking at it. And
just over the course of a few moments, if you just watch long enough, your brain tends to create motion that's not there, and it throws people off often, and they're convinced that something's moving when it's not.
If you saw it move, you're not alone.
And that's why probably fighter pilots have engaged Venus in aerial combat before.
So if you're looking up the night sky and see some things that make you question if it's really a star, don't fret and know you're not alone in being duped. In Missoula,
He got a high ass Justin Timberlake voice. Yeah. Anyway, that was it's very interesting. I always like to you gotta dig deep. You gotta dig beneath the surface and see what is going on in the world. Let me see. Let me make sure I covered everything on here because all of this will be for American crime. They gonna keep this going. We're gonna, ain't no gorilla gonna stop this show. Ain't no gorilla's gonna stop this show. Promise you that. So, opening statements. This is Trump's immigration crackdown. Darwin return of the old gods. I was very interested in watching this, but I think I'm gonna save it. It's pretty long. It's 22 minutes. We'll watch this another time because it's the rise of the old world gods in America. I thought it was. I know sometimes things catch my eye. I'm gonna just probably watch it, on my own time and see if it's even fitting in this because I don't want to put 22 minutes of it. It wastes our time. We're here to try to make sure that we get as much of the information that we need to get to right then and there. But I think I definitely covered all of the weather stuff going on right now. Like China got a crazy landslide. Matter of fact, I'll just put that on just for the shits and giggles while I go and switch over to the other computer because, stuff going on everywhere, y'all. Oh, you gotta keep your eye on the sky. Keep your eye on the prize.
Join me as I explore the aftermath of a dropping landslide that completely destroyed.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Venus be making me dumb sometimes, but it be making me sharp as that arrow. I'm an archer, so I be on point. It's like it's like Venus in the Sagittarius is like a drunken master. It's like, how is this drunken master still whooping your ass? You know what I'm saying? He's like, he's drunk. You don't think he should be drunk. He's playful, but then he's serious. He like hit you in your throat. He karate, he judo chop you in your throat. You didn't see that coming. You thought he was picking up his drink off the ground, but you just got kicked in the throat. It's like, what?
Destroyed a village in China. A devastating landslide struck the village of Jinwo.
Oh, I forgot. There we go. Once again, the YouTube has been on some doo-doo diaper stuff today. I ain't even gonna lie. We could definitely bring up anybody in the chat who want to pop up in the conversation. They want to get their 2 cents and experience. I'll put the link down there and be able to chime in. I think my Instagram got cut off. I don't know what happened on there, but still live on all the other ones. But yeah, it's an amazing time right now. People's experiences, what we're going through right now. The good and the bad. The good and the bad. This fast, for me is going to be just getting over all my dark shit now. To be able to love myself again and be in my light. I love my light. A lot of people will love and appreciate my light too. Now, my dark, I just got to work on it. I just time, take my little break because especially with people that don't know me. So people that do know me, they're like, he just need a breather. He just need a vent. He need a talk. He needs a hug. That's all he needs. and promise right back to his regularly scheduled program. No, I'm cool though. I'm all right. But let me open this back up. What is going on with you? You are being you're being a booger today, YouTube. You've been a booger today. Hold on. Let me get her together. Because YouTube is on her booger level today. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, like the weather is just crazy going on right now. Yeah, we did look at this map already. We looked at everything on the Earth map. There are okay, what is going on with this video? Sorry for the delay, y'all. Let me just swing it to another one while it's doing that. Let's see.
You mean to tell me I just did all that work? You didn't work for 3 hours. Right. I just did all that work, and how much How much you gonna give me?
10?
$10?
Yeah.
$10?
Well, what's wrong with you?
$10?
Get out.
I'm about to slap the shit out of you. $10? $10? Bitch ass nigga. Fuck ass nigga. Fuck ass nigga. Puss ass.
So you're getting rid of all of the illegal immigrants. So who you gonna hire? You gonna hire brothers and then you gonna pay them $10? You're not gonna pay no brother $10 and he gonna be okay with that. No brother. I don't even care if he's smoking that shit. These crackheads nowadays, they expensive. They are, let me get $15, brother. What's going on, my soul, brother? Let me hold something real quick. I'll do some jumping jacks for you. Yeah. So who you gonna get out there, old man, to be able to do this work? You gonna be able to get out there and do this work? That's what I'm trying to understand. Is that they want to make America great again. That you're not giving out no great pay. You're still repeating what you've been doing. Anything about these alignments that will cause you to leave your body at night? Anything about these alignments that will cause you to leave your body at night? It's a very strong possibility. If you're on a journey, if you're going into deep intention with what you're trying to seek as far as knowledge or place you're trying to go, the person you're trying to see, there's no bottle cap. When it came to me doing any and all of this, there was no bottle cap. I didn't want to constrain and conform myself to thinking that it's only, just a formality just because we study a book. Just because it's that one particular book doesn't mean that the formalities are set in stone as far as in the only ways that you can be able to accomplish the things that you can accomplish. Because there's been many times where I didn't have to go on a journey and still was able to project. There's been many times where I've been able to just sit there and lay in my sleep and not go. So there's all variations where you have to become your own scientist and you have to be your own guinea pig at the same time. I've been trying to astral project since before it became a popular thing to discuss. Monday was the first time I was able to see my hands kind of look like static on television. Yes. When you're able to separate, and what I have around my bed is all of my crystals. All of my gems and crystals are all laced around my bed. So, and I just wind up cleansing them and reactivating the energy within them so they can be supercharged. And so these are the little things, that are going to help amplify your meditations, your sleep, your deep REM, being able to allow yourself to go into a deep sleep like that. Everybody's different. Some people drink something before they go to sleep. Some people don't drink anything because you're having to get up and use the bathroom, and it may interrupt your sleep. So it really has to know thyself. I know what I need to do and what I can do to be able to get to me to where I need to get to. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I can give people my blueprints, but it's like you have to chew the meat and spit out the bones to be able to take an assessment, because that's how I was able to operate. It gets you to that point where you get the best information that you can that is out there to help guide you to the place that you're trying to get to. So when you do take that, whether it's like going naturally raw, like nothing, those be the harder ones if you haven't been able to get to the other side to get the keys on how to get you to that point. So it's like you have to go on that journey in order to get the keys in order to come back out here to unlock the physical and the metaphysical and the spiritual, mental, emotional, and psychological doors that are on this side. Because everything you're doing, everywhere you're going to be running into things that are going to be literally the challenges that you may not be able to walk through it because you may needed You may have needed a spiritual master key to get you through to that point. You may have needed a spiritual master key to get you to that point. So yes, it really comes down to, we all got the same 24 hours in a day. Some just work harder in preseason. So for me, because I knew that the trauma that I was dealing with, I was willing to crank what I was doing to the max. That's what I was willing to do. I was willing to take whatever was going to be the best, the strongest, whatever the case, give me the fastest, learn the most, still in a very balanced, but going to the other side to be able to get the information is what helped me be able to understand this side even more. You start realizing, like, damn, what is normal over here? You start looking at everything completely different. Like, this is not normal. The way that they're acting is not normal. The way that she's talking to me is not normal. The way that you know what I'm saying? Like, you start seeing your other side, and it's the most fascinating thing. It's the most fascinating thing you'll come across. Shalom, beloved sister. Let me see if she's up there, because this video is not wanting to work for me right now. So I've been sitting here letting it loop while I talk and fill in with the brother. Shalom, beloved sister.
Shalom. How you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, that what you were just talking about is exactly what I'm going through right now. I'm being, you know, me, the Shemashite, of course. You know, we think we know everything. We think because we're assholes, because
Yeah.
that's the way it is. But I've been learning how to be patient today. Today was the absolute most patience testing day for me today. Like everything that I was planning to do up until today fell through completely. Like none of it was there anymore. Like I had a truck ready to go. I was
Man.
negotiating with the person, and then they came up. Oh, well, this one got rented out last minute, and sorry about that, but they were ready to go, so we're gonna have to let it go. I'd be like, damn, I was right here. I was ready to go, dude, and that kind of stuff. So the Most High has been telling me today, you know what, just calm the F down. You got a lot of work to do soon because the switchover is today. Today is the switchover. It's like right
Yay.
now. Yay. So if you want to see the screen, I can
Yes.
show you.
Yes, we
Okay,
need the screen. We need the screen.
So
Yeah, you should be able to. I just
do
pulled it up.
not need the audio. Okay, so
There we go.
can you see it?
Yes,
So
we can see it.
this is the alignment as of this moment right now, coast of the United States. So if you're in the East Coast, it might be. If you're in the East Coast, it might look a little more like that, like up on top of your head, right? But if you're me in the West Coast, I'm seeing it like this. So it's like, this is what's going on. Of course, this is the horizon line right here. I can put the atmosphere so you can see the landscape, so you can see what it's like. So that's the horizon line right here. Sirius is at the horizon line. We got east over here, and so we're headed to the east. This is the elliptic line. This is the looking at kind of like the axis tilting of the Earth, right? So so this Mercury and Mars
And Pluto
if we look
is
at
still
the
behind
time,
the sun.
Pluto, let's see what Pluto is.
Is it still behind the sun? Yeah.
Let's not tax my computer too much here. Let's not talk about Pluto.
Okay, it's right there.
Pluto is
So it's ahead
tucked
of Mercury.
right here, right there.
So it jumped ahead of Mercury. So Mercury has been trying to escape.
It jumped ahead of Mercury.
Madam, it's trying to escape the Mars, and it's right behind Pluto.
They never want to
Like
touch each
snooping
other.
around.
Mars and Mercury should
Exactly.
not ever. Mars and Mercury will never get along with each other. It's like two guys who should not be in the same room. You do not want them in the same room. They will be shooting everybody up in the place. It's like Neo and the agents or something. You should not have them in the same room. You just should not have them. They just,
So
Mars would be like,
Mars is gonna be.
F you, nigga. I don't want to see you, nigga. What? That's Mars. F you, nigga. And Mercury be
Yeah.
like, you know what, this bitch ass motherfucker, he better not, you know what I'm saying? I could get cow mouth, you know what I'm saying? You know how y'all men talk, right? Men.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all men. Y'all know how y'all talk. So anyway,
Yes, we
I'm
do.
sorry, I'm a lady. That doesn't even feel right coming out. So anyway, I shouldn't even be doing that. But I know how y'all talk. I'll be like, oh
You're
dang, I
doing it
should
as
have
an
been.
example.
As an example. So
Mm-hmm.
they're right there at the thing. But what was interesting is I want to go back a few minutes because around 5:30, say around 5:30, this was when or 3:30, sorry, around 3:30 or say 4 o'clock, still around 4 o'clock. Right? We doing the military time 1600. Okay. So as you can see here, hopefully with
Mm-hmm.
the landscape here. I can close this up real quick so you can get a better view. As you can see, oh goodness, I wish they would let me scroll it down a little bit. As you can see, Mars and Mercury are in the same thing. What I
Mm-hmm.
noticed is personally with me, I don't know if other people are feeling this. I don't know if you're feeling tired. If you're feeling really, really tired, like you feel
Mm-hmm.
like you want to take a nap, like you really do, you just really want to take a nap. It's these two disparate energies from a spiritual standpoint. It's two disparate energies that don't want to be in the same room that are
Mm-hmm.
battling for your energy right now. And Mars is just like, no, I'm the one who's supposed to be. No, you ain't even supposed to. I'm here. You need to sit down. You got conflict stuff going on, and it's gonna make you tired. You're a poor human just gonna sit there and go, I don't know what to do. I just want to go to sleep, dude. Just shut up. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
So if you feel tired, it might be because each and every energy aimed at you right now,
Again,
just like
at you.
sitting there.
Wow.
And the
Yes.
beautiful thing about it, aimed at you and the moon. The
Mm.
moon is now in the mix. So already does what the moon do to the earth be up in there all the
Yeah.
time.
Is it?
But it's like the sun
Is
and
it
the
in a
moon
new
together.
moon? Mm.
It's a
It's
new
not
moon.
in. No, it's not
And
in new moon yet. Is it? Let me check.
and the
I'm gonna
sun,
look.
or is it a new moon? It's
I
not.
don't know. I'm gonna check.
Is it a new moon yet? But
I don't
anyway,
think so.
whatever.
Because it.
It's dark. That's all I know. It's just dark.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a new moon. It's definitely not. Yeah, it's not full. But it's facing the sun right now, and
No, it's
it's
new moon.
just black.
Today's
You
new
see,
moon.
Today's new
No,
moon.
it's
Okay,
new moon. That's interesting. Wow.
that's the moon's right here. The moon's right here. It's between the sun and Saturn in our view. It's dark.
Yeah.
It's just dark. You can't see it. You can just kind of see the edge of it right here. But all their energies are here. Even if you can't see it, it's
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
right? So
Mm.
all of them are lined up. Look how pretty that is. They're right along the line here. That's so pretty. But I just think that it's really amazing that Mercury and Mars are in the same sky. They don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't. They don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's we got everybody looking at it. We got everybody looking, and they're looking at us going, damn,
Mm-hmm.
Earth over there looking raggedy. What are they doing over there? You know, they're spewing out nasty stuff. I think Earth about to crack. Mom, somebody messing with Earth. I think Earth about to break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
can you help me out? But the interesting
And
thing
Neptune is in there.
is,
Neptune
I
is in
was
there
going
as
to tell
well.
you, Neptune somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, let's look it up. Neptune. Okay, I will not talk while I'm doing this.
Yeah, it should be in there. Yep, right there
Neptune
with
is
Venus.
tucked behind right now.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
this is wild.
Ooh, that's some steamy stuff happening there. Ooh, Venus over here having
Mm-hmm.
China. Just got done with Saturn the other day. What you
Venus
doing?
is just Venus knocking boots with
Venus
everybody
getting
today, huh?
around. Not just getting
Yeah.
around. Venus
Mm.
got Saturn over here. Saturn be like, hey, girl.
You got to put a
So
ring. You got to put a ring on it. You got to put a
the
ring on it. You got to put a Saturn ring on it.
ring on it. If you like it, you should have put a ring on it. Yeah, it should have put a ring on it.
Okay.
Say, whatever. You didn't put a ring on it. Whatever. I'm not trying to say Beyonce because I'm not into
I
Beyonce.
ain't no neither. Nope.
So
But So you were trying
It
to
is. It's,
explain
oh,
what?
the 31st. The 31st is.
Hmm.
This is what it's going to look like on the
Tomorrow.
31st. It's even
Yes.
more in. Yeah, tomorrow, even in alignment. But the second,
Even more in alignment.
even
Okay.
more. This is the second. The alignment on the second at this time around 3:30 or
Is-
4 o'clock,
wow.
3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Hmm.
Look at. I'm just going to tilt it to where it's right
That's
above
just
me, because
amazing.
that's
Yeah.
basically what it's going to look like. Mars, Mars and Jupiter, all of them
Uranus.
line
Yeah.
basically in a line, including the moon.
This has
So
never
that's
happened.
everything.
Never happened.
Everything. This has never happened.
That's just never
It
happened.
doesn't. Well, it doesn't
That's
happen
just
regularly. This doesn't happen
no.
regularly, and it's gonna
Yes.
last until the 8th. I think
A-
3, 6,
And
7, 8.
every 3 days is looking like it's squeezing itself in more.
Mm-hmm.
Since the 28th,
Yep.
since yesterday, well, since the 25th. The 25th,
Mm-hmm.
28th, what is that, the 31st? And then the second?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And now this is the 8th. This is the 8th. So the moon is going to be over here with Mars. So it's like the moon is like kind of going over, just span around the area and
Mm.
get some information from everybody. Can you tell Earth real quick to shut up? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So it's like the moon
Yeah.
is gathering
Yeah.
information. The moon is like, okay, so what you got to say? You say, all right, I'll tell Earth this.
Mm.
Okay, I'll tell Earth this later. Okay, fine. I'll tell
Hmm.
Earth. Like the moon is being our secretary or something, or our receptionist or something.
Yeah, I'm glad you just said it. Like I was about to say a
Okay,
waitress or something. Yeah.
like
Like
a waiter, or
it's getting the
waitress,
intel
or
though.
receptionist or something.
Yeah, you said a
But
receptionist, right?
what I find
But it's
interesting
just
is on the 8th is, oh, go ahead.
you said
What
the
were you
8th
saying? Okay.
of February.
Yeah, the 8th of February. What's going to be interesting, what I find to be interesting, is that Mercury, who is basically, the husband of the sun, because that's the closest one to the sun, they're going to be in each other. They're going to be conjunction right here. So Mercury,
In conjunction.
as you can see, is lost within that.
Mm.
And so you can kind of see, I wonder what that's supposed to be like. Because if you know about spiritually, about the Shemashite energy, and also about the
Mercury.
mercurial energy
Yeah.
that's supposed to be with, what is that, Kokab?
Kokavite, yeah.
The sun already telling you the truth. The sun already telling you the truth, and now the smart ass is going to come over with the sun. So you got double smart ass
Yeah,
happening.
so it's
So
gonna be
I
reflecting
wouldn't be
it's gonna be
surprised if
reflecting smart assness off of each other because Mercury is metallic like that
off
or
of
reflect,
each other.
yeah.
They're gonna be having a
So
nice
it's either
little
gonna
orgasm of smart ass over here. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
It's either gonna dole
Venus
each
gonna be
other
over
out
here
or it's
like
gonna
probably.
it's gonna yeah, Venus is just
What I think is
playing
gonna
with
happen is
itself.
the 8th is they just. But what I think it might happen, I'm gonna make a guess. I'm gonna make a bet. Let's see if it happens. On the 8th, watch us see some bombshells drop, some crazy truths come out, somebody admit
Mm.
something that they haven't admitted ever before, somebody find
Hmm.
out something, or somebody get shot, or somebody, some crazy thing happen because this
Hmm.
smart ass thing starts to happen. Something gets revealed. Like,
Hmm.
the aliens really were real or something. I don't know. Something gets revealed. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if that happens on the 8th.
No, it wouldn't be.
Some
And
shit.
it's interesting that
Yeah.
it's interesting that this is happening. I'm wondering if like the planets are like roll calling everybody's planetary people. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm
Hmm.
Noga. You see
Yeah.
Venus. Venus is talking to its Noga
Hmm.
people. You know, like
Hmm.
everybody's talking to each other, and with these certain times
Yeah.
of conjunction, it's
Hmm.
causing
Hmm.
people to. It's like their ultimate test now. It's like everybody's ultimate test this year. I'm seeing that because I just went. You
Or
just see me go through my ultimate test.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
ultimate
exactly. You
test.
know what I'm
And
saying?
the sun.
Yeah.
But one of the things I know as a Shemashite, it's as a Shemashite female, is
Yes.
that this kind of energy makes me feel like it's about time for me to start standing up for myself and saying something,
Mhm.
because I have a tendency to be kind of nerdy and be like off on my own. I'll just go read a book and leave me alone. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like the sun,
Mhm.
I'll go read a book and leave me alone. Just shut up, right? But then in Mercury, I might have to. I wouldn't be surprised if that day I have to like say something to somebody. Please stop doing that. Stop doing that to me right now.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like Stop parking in my
That's
parking spot. Stop staying some stuff, you know. So I'm just
that's powerful.
preparing myself to be ready for having to stand up for myself. Or I'm not paying that much money just to speak up and say something about something. I wouldn't be
Hmm.
surprised about that. People
Yeah,
start
yeah.
speaking their mind and getting all kinds. I mean,
Especially,
everybody,
yeah, exactly.
because
Everybody's
they
speaking their
getting it
mind now.
all.
And that's the day after.
Yeah.
That's the
So
day after
everybody.
one of our
Anyway, what
special
are you
days
saying?
coming up. That's the day after the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what happens on the
Mm-hmm.
7th.
Yep.
So that may be pointing in that
What is the
direction like
seventh?
that. The
You can call
releasing.
me and tell me what the seventh is because I'm not. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I'll let you
yeah,
know. But the 7th is
yeah.
definitely a day that will
Tell me
be
later
of,
because
yeah,
I don't want
that'll
to
be
say.
revelation. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that is amazing
and
that
then
I'm seeing that every planet's alignment and their people, it's like it's aligning up with with every person with who they line up with, and it's putting everybody through their own individual test. This looks like the Hunter Games. Like everybody's on their team. You're lining up right in
mhm,
front of your team, like single file line in front of Venus, in front of Saturn, in front of Moon.
mhm,
Like
mhm,
everybody's in their lunch line, and you got to go through
mhm.
your own individual test. And so that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. It
And
just
then
looks
with
like that.
Neptune being behind Venus, I can sense it with you two
Mhm.
being a no guy. I'm feeling a sense of you chilling out a little bit and just stop,
Yes.
take a drink of
You're right.
water.
You're right.
And that's Neptune. Neptune is all water, basically. It's like,
Mhm.
what is a satellite? What is this? It never tells me what this is.
It
Starlink, fake
Starlink.
Starlink. What is this? Okay. It keeps coming in, and then I go, what the
Yeah,
hell
it
is
coming
that?
in and out. Yeah, I know. It goes the same on it.
It's like, I'm going to catch you this time. What is that? And then Sirius,
Hmm.
you said something the other day about Sirius flashing a
Sirius.
lot.
So
Does it mean
Sirius
something
is
to you?
at nighttime. Sirius is literally flashing as if it was like a light flashing, like flickering off of a water off a river, off a lake, off a quiet, calm lake. That's what Sirius looks like in the night sky. It's
Mm,
flickering so much right now. It's amplified. The amount of just that one particular star at night alone, it's
mm,
blinking over and over again. I go out night. Well, there's not a lot of light pollution, but
mhm.
if I duck down the lights are off, then I can be able to see everything. So
There you go again. Is that the same
yeah,
one? It's like, what the hell? What you
they're
doing?
they're observing the amount of activity, planetary activity, even more. That's why they're tonight at
What
5:30.
is
They're
this
supposed
one right here? Do you see this one right here, Lulu?
yeah,
What is
yeah.
this?
Those are
I'm trying to
satellites.
catch it. I'm trying to catch it. I'm trying to
Yeah,
catch it. Shit, it keep going.
you got to get in front
Oh,
of it to catch it.
Starlink.
Starlink. They're
Oh,
all
Starlink.
Starlinks. Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
They,
The flute in the
they,
air.
yeah, they're a lot more advanced than most of the satellites up there. But today, SpaceX is supposed to be launching at 5:30. So within the
Yeah,
next 45 minutes is
they're
when
trying to.
they're trying to launch it. And so I want to anticipate pulling that up to see if
Mm,
anything does
what
happen
time?
at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 2 Pacific. 5:30 Eastern time. 2:30
Yeah,
Pacific.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
today.
2:30.
Yeah, they're launching that today.
2:30. That's 2:30. That is
No,
13.
5:30.
5:30 Eastern.
Yeah, 5:30,
Okay.
18, 18.
18. That's 18. Okay. 18:30. 1830. Let's see. 1830 sounds like a year that might have been painful for us if
Mhm.
you were a slave or something like that.
Yes.
Sounds like a terrible year. It
So
doesn't sound fun.
So the trajectory that
So
you
this
see with
is
the red line right there, so the red line, the
mhm,
trajectory of where that's shooting from, whenever they try to shoot off these
mhm.
rockets, they aim for that milky line right there, because they think that that's the breakage of the firmament. And so they always
Oh,
aim it.
this
Yeah,
asteroid belt.
yeah, the asteroid
This
belt. So they aim it. So they
or
aim
here
it
the
there to
red
try to
line.
get out. Yes, they aim it there to try to get out. That's their point. So that's why they're trying to
Mm,
time that all the time, because sometimes it leans in another direction. They would
mm,
have to have the rocket go at a further length, but because it's at that direction, they found it suitable to launch today. You see what I'm saying? So they know the planetary
mm.
motions that happen, and they try to find the
Of course,
times
yeah, they're
of
doing.
thinking that they can launch something up to try to get away with something. They keep thinking that they can get through the firmament.
They think they can, but the thing is, I'm looking at this with a half spiritual, half awe kind of
Everything. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
looking. I'm not doing this with calculations or anything. I'm not trying to get out. I'm just looking at
Mm-mm.
it. I'm thankful that they're
I
looking at
know.
us. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually
Yes.
grateful that these planets are aligned. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Yes.
grateful.
Yes.
I'm like, look at the Most High. Look at what He does. Look at God right here. Look at what He does.
And it's like
You
all
know what
those
I'm
little
saying? He
dots that are moving. It's like you don't know what is right there at that moment. It's like, yeah, you see, it says a Starlink, but it's like when you're looking up in the sky and you see something
look at
moving,
that.
you're under the impression that it's a device, it's something, it's a chariot. I don't know, but it's just the amount of activity in
This is
that particular space of,
from
you know,
NORAD.
we have very little understanding
Space
being down
Force.
here.
Space Force.
Yeah.
Space Force. Because what we don't understand is what we see is a straight line going on here. We need to understand if you put it on flat, they're far away from each other. You know what I'm saying? They're going
Hmm.
in their own semi-concentric ellipses, like circles and
Yeah.
stuff. They're,
Yeah.
they're when you lay them flat out, they're not in a straight line like this. We're just seeing them from our vantage point as a straight
Yes.
line. You know what I'm saying? So when they're doing this kind of thing, people, it's just I'm just in shock and awe because everything is just like so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High is, but all, from a spiritual standpoint, all these energies are affecting us. I mean, you
Hmm.
can't say that it's not. They have their own. Each planet has their own gravitational pull. That's why they're planets. That's why they're not just blobs of masses of something. Like they say Pluto is not a planet anymore. You know what I'm saying? There's a
Hmm.
difference between a planet and something else. The gravitational pulls that these things have. Jupiter is absolutely huge. Okay, it
Mm.
looks small here, but it's absolutely huge.
Yes.
Venus looks bigger because Venus is closer. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But Jupiter is further away. It's huge. It is the biggest planet in the system. Other than the
Yes.
sun. And so, and then Saturn is the next biggest. But look how much smaller it looks than this because it's further away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So is at the edge of the system here. So it's like, or the edge of the planets, I should say, in the system, because the asteroid belt is like,
Okay. What was
what is it?
around Venus on Friday? What was around Venus on Friday at 3 o'clock?
Friday was what was that day? Friday was what day?
The
Friday, last
24th?
Friday? You mean last Friday?
Yeah.
The 24th?
Yeah.
Friday at what time?
3.
At what time? 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 o'clock Pacific or Eastern?
Pacific.
Pacific? Okay.
Yeah.
12:15. 3 o'clock, that's 3:30. I be doing math and all that stuff. Boys be doing it faster. Boys do the
So
math
Venus. So
faster.
Venus was Saturn was in Venus.
Yeah, Saturn and Venus were still
Yep.
having dinner with each
Okay.
other.
Yeah.
They're still having
Yep.
dinners. They were still on talking terms at that point, but now
Yeah.
Venus up
Yeah.
two timing with
Venus.
Neptune. She
Venus
need
got
to
that
chill out.
judgment. Yep.
But you
Venus
know
got
what?
that
Venus
judgment.
also Venus got that, but Venus got the judgment. But then also the judgment. See, mind you, Saturn is really far away from Venus, so they're not right up on
Hmm.
each other. It's like they're just in each other's view. It's like Saturn was just going, look, I'm trying to look at Earth real quick. Get out the way, girl. And they're like,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what it's like. Get out the way. But then she's like, no, look, I'm trying to work. But then Neptune comes and shows up. Hey, you can show me. I can pay for you.
And it's interesting that Saturn will be in the back because it's like it's casting that judgment from back. So it's like
About this, nobody cares
to
about me. Nope.
to
No.
see. Yeah.
Why do we not deal with
And
Neptune?
Neptune has been behind everything. So yeah, I have no clue. That's so interesting because it's like the not I wouldn't say I don't want to say creeper, but it's in the background where it's like if it was like the show Big Brother. There's a camera there, but you don't see that, you're not paying too much attention to it. So just like I'm focused on, so say if I'm focused on Venus, you don't notice that on the other side of your peripheral, that Saturn is looking at you and judging you. So, okay, so that was a three-headed combo right there. Wow. So it was right there. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, you got that judgment. Cold judgment. Cold judgment. Okay. That makes sense. Things happen for a reason. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And then,
I'm off of that now.
yeah. But now you have the understanding. You know what I'm saying? They got that
Yes, I
judgment. They
do.
just
I
got
see
that
it.
judgment.
Yeah.
And all
Yes,
of that.
yeah.
But yeah, I just think it's just so interesting that on the 2nd or the 7th or the 8th, the Sun and Mercury gonna be getting it on. The sun's gonna be. I finally get to
Mm,
go out to dinner with my husband. It's like, okay, all right.
mm.
I don't
The,
know what the
inter-
heck is it. We
the
get to have a
International Space
conversation,
Station.
right? Oh
The
yes,
International
yes,
Space Station is going to be right there trying to view everything as well. So they're
yes.
witnessing, they're putting themselves in position to try to witness what's going on so they can do their studying more often now. They're
Yeah.
getting they're getting a boatload of information themselves that is foreign to them. And so you're
Okay.
seeing all of
Mhm.
the minds of the world come together to try to figure out what's going on, which they do know. They just want it to be in their own scientific formality instead of it being spiritual, because it's
Yeah, we're
spiritual
getting it though. We're
defies
getting it.
everything. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, it's define.
Mhm.
It's redefining everything they thought they knew. So
Yeah.
that's just
But I'm
amazing.
not. But this is also showing me here too, as a Shemashite, not
Yeah.
to just depend on their view of things, because we got our own thing. Like we got our own understanding. You know what I'm saying? Not just depend on what they've been feeding us all this time. Like you said earlier, be going over to them to be asking them questions when something goes down with us. Now it's like
Mm,
let's work together in our own stuff because we got our own people who are shrewd. Mercurial is like a very shrewd energy. You know what I'm saying? Very, um, could be duplicitous and stuff, but it's very
mm-hmm.
cunning energy,
Mm,
right? And then the sun is very knowledgeable, very truthful, tell you truth about yourself, illuminate everything, knows everything that's going on because he sees everything or she sees everything. And it's just like, these ones getting together, it's kind of a interesting energy. I just thought it was an
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah,
It's a very interesting energy.
it's like
So,
a very very fast truth. It's like a
yes,
very reflective truth.
yes. And then more, and also like, so we know the truth. Now, what do you want to do about it? Like Mercury's
Yeah.
like, what do you want to do about it? Do you
Yeah.
want me to go shoot him? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mercury is a good. Mercury would be a good hired killer. Be a good assassin.
Mm,
Show up and do some stuff. Be like, you want me to go kill him? And then
mm,
you'll never know about it. He'll just go get it done and come back home, right? You won't know nothing about it. Be like, what did you do? Shh, just don't worry
mm-mm.
about it. All right, okay, all right, fine. You know, and then, but I'm just interested in also this position of Saturn. Just how, whoa, no, I didn't mean for that. Stop, slow down. Okay. See, this is what I've been getting today. Slow down. Stop. You can't build Rome in a day. Okay. Also, Saturn. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Saturn. The way that it's looking right here it's giving me Saturn's looking directly at us. I wouldn't be surprised if we gonna get in trouble.
Yeah.
We about to.
About to get in trouble. You're on the forefront of that trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's not the tail end. It's not allowing you to enjoy all of your, all of the other planets. No, Saturn is in the front.
The
It's in the
ones.
front of the
Yeah.
judgment. It's like you got to go through the
Yeah.
judgment before you get all the blessing behind that, behind
Yes.
Saturn. All the other planets are
Exactly.
behind Saturn. So you're
Mhm.
getting the swift truth between the Sun and Mercury. Then you're getting the harsh judgment of Saturn, and you're getting the cool down. You're getting the love taps from Venus, and then you're getting the cool down from Neptune, and then Uranus is
Mhm.
just blowing clearing the air with being all the gassy. And Jupiter is like,
Mhm.
okay,
Mhm.
it's like Uranus, did you pass the test? And it's like Jupiter, all right, you're here for the blessing. And then the moon is
Mhm.
just like, okay, we're just checking back in with you. Are you
Is
staying
it chicken bacon
consistent?
noodle?
Because if you're Yeah,
Is everybody
because if
getting
you're not
everything
being
they need
consistent, yeah,
here?
then Mars is going to come with that. You know that
Are
that
we on the agenda here? Has
yes,
bring the pain. Okay,
yeah,
so the thing about Jupiter, Jupiter is such an interesting planet to me
hmm
because it's not solid. It's a bunch of air and gases, but the core of it, like I said, is oh my goodness, I lost it. Hello, you there? I
hmm
lost it. Hello. Okay,
yeah.
it crashed it. Okay, so
Oh wow.
let me get to the screen here. We can be they crashed it. So we're done with the screen sharing here. Okay. That's enough of that.
Okay.
Um, but the thing about the Jupiter energy, I was telling you as when I was telling you about Jupiter, and the core of Jupiter being freezing cold on the inside of it is freezing cold, like super rock hard cold,
Mm,
like ice cold, right? So
mm,
if Jupiter is cold on the inside and is gassy on the outside, that means it's got some stuff to say. It's gonna get in you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna
mm,
either receive this
mm,
blessing or you getting knocked out. You like just Jupiter
mm,
ain't no. You gonna get this blessing now. You gonna take this
hmm
blessing. That's what you gonna have. You gonna get this blessing. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get this, or you gonna get this whooping. You gonna get this whooping. Stop running away, Saturn. Get over here. Hurry. Come on. Get over here. You know what I'm saying? Hurry up and you know what I'm
hmm
saying? That's and because of the gravitational pull of Jupiter, being the gas giant as it is, it kind of pushes out all the asteroids. Keeps the asteroids from hitting us. Basically, that's what it
hmm
does. It's so big that it keeps the asteroids and the asteroid belt from hitting us for the most part. But on some occasions, it does send asteroids toward us. And there's supposed to be an asteroid that's supposed to be passing close to Earth at some point. It's
hmm
kind of like knocked around by Jupiter. It's kind of like it went around Jupiter and Jupiter acted. I don't know if it did if it was meant to be this way, but the gravitational pull kind of pushed it back over toward Earth, like kind of
mm,
like it went around Jupiter and Jupiter went, phew. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the judgment too. Like,
hmm
it's about time to start throwing some stuff at you because you being stupid, right? Or something. I
Yeah.
don't know what it's trying to say. But I just, like I said, I just try to make sure the insides are getting clean. This is a good time to get your naps in. Somebody asked about, do you leave your body? Now, I haven't been on journeys yet, so I don't know anything about that. But I can see
Yeah.
how
Well,
that could be a prayer. I can
yeah.
see how you could
Yeah.
have amplified prayer. You know,
Yeah.
so
Very much
I'm a
so.
prayer.
And even then, when you pray, you're getting amplified as well. You're going into a higher motion of yourself. You're tapping into that communicative, you know, quantum puddle. Yeah, I guess you're telegraph. You're sending a telegraph. You're asking for something. You're opening yourself up with that energy because you can't do it when you're hostile and you're angry. So there are certain the steps, directions we have, and procedures that we have to follow in order to achieve these things. So the best time to even be able to project and leave your body is through that deep sleep, that deep resting, that deep meditation, whatever, anything deep in that capacity, that deep calm is the letting the body rest so it can be able to wake itself up because like the astral is not going to leave the body because it's nervous to leave the body because if it leaves the body, then if it leaves the body and it's cut off at any capacity, then the person is no more. You literally cut off that person's astral projection connection, Bluetooth connection to that person. That's why it's not good for somebody to touch you when you're asleep. When you're actually asleep, it's good to just call their name, like, "Hey, Prime, wake up! Prime, wake up!" Don't go shaking them and touching them on the top of the head. You touch somebody on the top of the head, you're gonna damn near kill them. When you patting somebody on the head, touch them on the head and stuff like that. Now a baby is different, but when it comes to an adult, it's like that actual connection can get severed off because somebody is doing that. So you could be in the hospital and you be like, "Oh, baby," and you just you rubbing that person's head. You're literally sawing like a tree. You're cutting
Yeah.
their spiritual umbilical cord, their astral projection. So that person may be
Yep. Yep.
just gone just because of that reason. They're in a coma because they're on the other side. They have, I guess,
Because you can touch
indulged
them.
and enjoyed it. Yeah, they enjoyed and indulged so much, but you're sitting there trying to shake and wake them up because you're selfishly trying to bring them back on this side. The Most High has them on that side to be able to receive something. So in that process, however long it takes, the person's on this side because they're not spiritually inclined or knowledgeable like we are, they're going to be operating worldly anyways. But for us, we're able to step back and see that, okay, this person's going through a progressive transition, or what is it, a fork in the road, that they're having a conversation with the Most High, and you must not intervene. You know how it's like a mom who's like a soccer mom. That's why moms are not referee coaches. Referees are
Yeah.
coaches because you're interfering, you're interjecting with somebody's personal connection on their personal journey. And every time that we go to sleep, we're going on that extra personal journey. We're trying to figure out something. And when we come back from, it's good to have that. It's good to not just immediately wake up, because the moment you wake up into this realm, it's like whatever you thought that you were thinking about, it goes away. It just disappears. It gets severed. So it's good to just, like, when you're starting to wake up, to stay there and sit in that motion. I sit in my motions. So when I do when I
Mhm.
wake up, if I do got to go to the bathroom, I'll go to the bathroom, and I'll go to the bathroom sometimes with my eyes closed, just so I can keep that picture
Mhm.
in my head. Because the moment that the lights come on, it's like the lights click off whatever I thought I was dreaming about. And
Mhm.
so obviously, I
It's charming.
obviously I know how to yeah, obviously I know how to use a bathroom. I'm not gonna piss all over the floor or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that I like to maintain keeping that motion of my thought processes in deep meditation. Like, okay, Most High, what did you give me in that moment? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what was that? Was that this? Was it that? Okay. Now when I start coming to, and that may take anywhere from 10 minutes to a whole hour or two, where I may just because I may have come out of my body, and I may be exhausted. Just like you said, the fact that we got to take these naps, we may be
Mhm.
astral projecting to these planets because they're so much more in close proximity to us. So the fact that we
And
are in
I
close
think they're
proximity,
also talking to us back too. They're
yeah,
giving off their vibrations too, and it's a lot for us to take. So we have to lay
yeah,
down and just be like, okay, stop your mess real quick, just lay down.
mm,
Take
mm.
take this, just lay down. And then,
I think I
but
think
you
it's
were
like a
saying something about
beautiful
the 24th.
with
Remember
the
when you were
24th.
saying about the 24th? When we looked at the 24th with
Yes,
the
yes,
stars, and you had that triple headed, that little triumvirate of, like,
yeah, yeah,
planets. That
yeah.
you got Neptune and Venus and Saturn were there in that little
Hmm.
triple thing. And
Yeah.
whatever happened to you on the 24th that day, let's kind of take a thought about how a Nogahyte, like how Venus was seeing it versus how the
Hmm.
sun was seeing it. Okay. They might very well have been seeing it as a triple headed
Mm.
hydra
Yeah.
kind of thing, right? Like a
Mm.
threatening animal with three heads, right? So they could have been seeing that as a threatening animal with three heads, whereas Venus was saying, "No, I'm just trying to get it together. I'm just trying to chill, get this thing solid and get it together." They're just seeing that they're gathering all the pieces of themselves and standing
Mm.
up for themselves. That is two different perspectives of whatever was
Yeah.
going on, just
Yeah.
from a
Yeah. That
planetary
makes sense. That
standpoint.
makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Saturn might have just been like, yeah, Saturn might have been like, look, I'm
Hmm.
just here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here. I'm getting it done. Whatever you tell me to do. I
Hmm.
told you I'm doing the work, dude. I'm just here. And then, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So whatever.
But everything is
Whatever.
beautiful.
But these
Hmm.
energies, mhm, it is beautiful. And we're what a wonderful time to be
Hmm.
alive. You know what I'm saying? Our parents didn't see this, and our
None of
grandparents
it.
didn't see this. You know what I'm saying? This is what they say, every 600 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like this happens with the alignment like this. That means that each one of these planets' own trajectory is so far off that they take 600 years to get back in the
Mm.
family reunion. I think we should, like, really take this time, utilize this
Hmm.
time if you can,
Mm.
utilize this time to get
You're right.
ourselves together. This is a rare occurrence. The Most High is giving us a
You're right.
blessing right now to say, okay, you either put up or get it
That,
together or don't. You know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying? But it's up to you. And I got to download it in my mind that whatever you're doing right now that's bad, you're going to be stuck
That's
in it for the rest
crazy.
of your life
That
if you
that's
don't
scary.
get it together now.
That's already scary. So, like, Yeah.
That's what I was getting from me.
Mhm.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying for me. That's what I was getting. Whatever you're doing wrong, you're gonna be stuck in it. So you better get your love together. You better
Mhm.
get your head together. Then and I'm out here. I'm out here in Sin City. So I'm out here in the middle
Yeah.
of some debauchery, and I'm not even remotely
No.
interested in this stuff right now. Not even remotely interested. So I'm like, okay. And people are looking at me too. Like I can tell they're looking at me. They're like, why doesn't she talk to nobody? Yeah, I'm not interested. Y'all doing a bunch of crazy stuff.
No.
I'm not interested. Y'all being 2/3. Like, okay, I don't feel like it. All right, okay. Hey,
Mhm.
lady, how you doing? Hey, queen, how you doing? Be like, yeah, hey, how
Yeah,
you doing?
we've separated
Okay,
ourselves.
talk to you later, bye. You
We
know,
can be in the midst. We can be in the midst of the
yeah.
lions then,
So
and
it's
be
just,
able to still know how to move in a room full of vultures. So that's because it took the work that we got to
mhm,
now. Like you said, if we're under these tests, these are like obstacle courses that we're running into with our celestial family, and they are putting us to the test right now, and they are
mhm,
finding out, you know, almost like seven, like each one is a seven deadly sin. That'd be interesting. I'm thinking about as each planet as a seven deadly sin. Like, okay, you got Venus's lust. I didn't think
oh
about that.
yeah,
I didn't think
probably.
about that until now.
Yeah.
So we have to. Okay, what is?
What is the sun? Sun's probably anger.
No, that'll be
No, anger.
Mars.
No, the sun is probably
Pride. Yeah,
pride.
it's the first one. It's the first one. Sun is
Pride. Sun
pride.
is pride.
Um,
Yes. Sun.
greed.
Mercury is
Greed. No, Mercury
greed.
would be envy.
Well, yeah, envy, probably envy, because envy is
Yeah,
mercurial and lying
yeah.
and shrewd, and trying to figure out how they can get around something
Mars
and
would
do
be wrath.
something. Mercury also, yeah, that, yeah. But Mercury's trajectory from a physical standpoint, from a physical science standpoint, has an odd um, trajectory as far as
Mm-hmm.
its orbit
Mm-hmm.
is concerned, right? It doesn't have a normal elliptical orbit like the rest of the planets. It's the one that acts kind of like a
Mm-hmm.
spirograph. You know how a spirograph is, you turn it around and it keeps
Mm-hmm.
going around in circles. And if you keep going enough times, it creates another circle in the middle. It goes like
Mm-hmm.
that around the sun. So it doesn't stick with everyone else. So that's the nature of mercurial way. It's like they're just always off on it. They look sneaking around, seeing some other
Mm-hmm.
side of some stuff and doing some stuff. What can they get into? You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't know what that deadly sin is, but that's what that is. I guess
Yeah,
envy. I
because
guess
he's
I don't
smaller.
know. I guess I don't
He's
know.
closest to the
Greed.
sun, but
I
he
think
envies the sun because the sun is big. So it's just in
mm-hmm.
yeah,
Because he's
envy
so
popped into my head
tiny.
like that. Venus obviously lust. Um,
Mm-hmm.
ah,
Who would be vanity? I don't. I wonder what vanity would be. Which one is vanity? Is that a seven deadly sin?
is
Is
it?
vanity?
I don't think vanity's kind
Yeah,
of under lust.
vanity. I think.
Hold on, let me pull up. Let me pull up the whole list.
Yeah. I don't know
No,
what
I'm
the
gonna pull it
seven
up right
deadly
now.
sins are. Okay.
Mm,
Alright. It's,
7. There we go. The list is pride, envy, gluttony. Gluttony, maybe Earth, maybe Jupiter.
yeah, I'm thinking.
Greed,
Yeah.
maybe Jupiter as well, because of how big it is and how much it consumes the asteroids and stuff. Lust would be
Mm-hmm.
Venus.
Mm-hmm.
Slothfulness would be Neptune, Uranus, or Pluto. Because wrath will be Mars. So the Sun, Mercury,
Wrath is mine.
Earth is gluttony. Greed, hell yeah.
You think so? Yeah. Mm.
Greed.
You don't think it's you don't think
It
it's
could be
thoughtfulness
slothfulness.
because Earth
It
tends
could
to
be too.
spit out.
They
Yeah.
interchangeable almost. Same thing with
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter. Jupiter is interchangeable with gluttony and greed too. Because I mean, Jupiter is the boss planet, so I would believe it would be greed. It takes in everything. It's the biggest planet. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm. It's a great regulator.
slothfulness, Uranus,
It's a
Neptune,
regulator.
or hmm, it could be sloth. Earth could be sloth or gluttony. Interchangeable between, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. But Neptune, I'm
Yeah.
just stuck. Why do we not study
Very,
Neptune? That's
this is
just
very
such a
interesting.
it's just like a
Yeah,
hidden
very
gem.
interesting.
It's so interesting. Uh, It's not part of our, esoteric knowledge here. It's not something
Mm,
that people looked up at the stars. But maybe because we just can't see it a lot. It's always hidden all the time because it is basically
yeah,
water. But it's not water, but it's blue. But it's
it's the
you know
it's the eighth planet
hydrogen
and the
craft.
farthest
It's not.
known planet from the sun. It is the fourth largest planet.
What is it
I'm
made of?
looking at it
Are
right
you
now.
seeing it? The,
Yeah.
the Neptune. What
Okay.
is it made of? What's the outer stuff?
That's
I don't
what.
know. It's
Let me
blue. It looks like a
let me
big ball of water.
let me
That's
pull
what it
this
looks
up.
like.
So, all right, here's the information on it. Okay, Neptune is the eighth and farthest known planet from the sun. It is the fourth largest planet in the solar system by diameter, the third most massive planet, and the densest giant planet. It is 17 times the mass of Earth. Compared to its fellow ice giant Uranus, Neptune is slightly more massive, but denser and smaller. Being composed primarily of gases and liquids, it has no well defined solid surface and orbits the sun once
Mhm.
every 164 years. So that's slothfulness. That's definitely, that's crazy.
That's awesome.
164
That's
years, 164.8 years, and an orbital
very
distance
slow moving.
of
It's nothing.
30.1 units.
Mhm.
It is named after the Roman god of the sea and has the astronomical symbol of the trident, representing Neptune's trident. Neptune's color is captured, like is muted in appearance. Several storms can be still seen, such as Great Dark Spot. It's a great dark spot in the middle of it, in the center of it, which is a storm. So Neptune storm. Let me
Mhm.
see. Discovered
So
great day
yeah, that's just
name.
like very slow moving. Doesn't have nothing to it really. It's just a bunch of
Yeah,
liquid and gas just flopping
yeah.
around. just
Mass flattening.
just flopping around. Just taking its time. Just flopping. Neptune is
It's
amazing.
okay. It's saying
That's
80%
I thought it was.
composition.
I thought it was
It's
watery.
80% hydrogen,
Oh.
80% hydrogen, 19%
Mm-hmm.
helium, 1.5% methane.
Mm. Okay.
Has no hydrogen. No hydrogen.
Mm.
Yeah, just ethane. It's just icy. It's full of ammonia. Yeah,
It's icy.
it's icy
Mm-hmm.
water ammonia. Neptune is not visible to the unaided eye
Mm-hmm.
and is the only planet in the solar system that was not initially observed by direct empirical observation. Rather, unexpected changes in the orbit of Uranus led to hypothesize that its orbit was subject to gravitational per, uh, perturbation. I've never heard of that word. Uh, by an unknown planet.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the position of Neptune was mathematically predicted from his
Oh.
observations independently. Neptune was subsequently directly observed with the telescope on September 23rd of 1846. That's when it was first discovered by Johann Gottfried Galle. That's what they say. Within a degree of the position predicted by Leverrier. Its largest moon,
Okay.
Triton. Yeah,
Mhm.
huh? Uh,
Perturbation. That word perturbation, right?
yeah,
I was looking at that word perturbation.
yeah.
The definition of perturbation is anxiety or mental uneasiness, or a deviation of a system, moving object, or process from its regular or normal state or path caused by an outside influence.
Got you. I can see how that happened. Okay. After reading that, some could have easily knocked it off and made it wobble like that. So, okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Its largest moon, Triton, was discovered shortly thereafter, though none of the planet's remaining moons were located telescopically until the 20th century. The planet's distance from Earth gives it a gives it a small apparent size, and its distance from the sun renders it very dim, making it challenging to study with Earth-based telescopes. Only the
Mm-hmm.
advent of the Hubble Space Telescope and of large ground-based telescopes with adaptive optics allowed for detailed observation. Neptune is visited by Voyager was visited by Voyager 2, which which flew by the planet on the 25th of August in 1989. Voyager 2 remains the only spacecraft to have visited it. Like the gas giants, Jupiter and Saturn, Neptune's atmosphere is composed primarily of hydrogen and helium, along with traces of hydrocarbons and possibly nitrogen, but contains a higher proportion of ices such as water, ammonia, and methane. Similar to Uranus, its interior is primarily composed of ices and rocks. Both planets are normally considered ice giants to distinguish them. Traces of methane in the outermost regions make Neptune appear faintly blue. In contrast to the strongly seasonal atmosphere of Uranus, which can be featureless for long periods of time, Neptune's atmosphere has active and consistently visible weather patterns. At the time of the Voyager 2 flyby in 1989, the planet's southern hemisphere had a great dark spot comparable to the Great Red Spot on Jupiter. In 2018, a newer main dark spot and smaller dark spot were identified and studied. These weather patterns are driven by the strongest sustained winds of if any planet. Oh wow. These weather patterns are driven by the strongest sustained winds of any planet in the solar system. Oh wow. Uh, as high as 2,100 kilometers an hour, which is 1,300 miles per hour,
Wow.
which because of its great distance from the sun, Neptune's outer atmosphere is one of the coldest places in the solar system, with temperatures at its cloud tops approaching 200 negative 208 no negative 361 degrees Fahrenheit. Damn, that's cold. Temperatures at the planet's center are approximately at the center of the planet are 9,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's hot. So it goes from cold to hot. I don't get that part. Neptune has a faint and fragmented ring system discovered in 1994. So that's all the physical characteristics of it,
Wow.
the history, the climate, orbit rotation. For these are other little
Yeah.
tabs: formation and resonances. Yeah, so it has formation and resonances. So the frequency of it. Oh,
Ooh.
that's
Ooh.
interesting.
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
The
Ooh, so
moon.
all
I
these
forget
frequencies coming off all these planets, all
Yeah,
these frequencies are
not
going
even.
to affect your brain as a human being. They're
Mm,
going to affect your brain. Us little humans, you know what I'm saying? Us little soft, doughy little, bundles of cells down here, you know what I'm saying? We're going to be affected
mm.
by this stuff, because
You
we're
you wondering
carbon
if
and
you wondering if it being the trident with the water, is it freezing the water? You know what I'm saying? Like it being a trident and it being cold and being amongst Jupiter and Venus right now. What just like you said, there's so many different variations and so many different varios of how all of this is. Our minds cannot even fathom how all of this is just so many different
like
scenarios.
Neptune's chilling
Yeah,
Venus out. Venus is super hot
yeah,
and
you're
highly
right.
pressured, and you
You're
can't
right.
breathe in it and stuff like that. And
You're
it's
right.
just Venus is cool though. Venus is cool. Just its
Mm,
core is just like so cool. It's like it's so crazy. It's the same
mm,
size as Earth, basically, almost the same size as Earth, I guess. I think.
hmm
And so they
It,
are.
it,
It's just
wow.
amazing. It's
It
amazing.
has 16 known moons.
What, Venus
16 known.
or Neptune?
Yes, no, Neptune.
Neptune.
Neptune has 16 known moons. So you learn
Is that
from
why
you
the
learn
band
from
called
this.
themselves the Neptunes? Is that why they call themselves the Neptunes? Is that what this show?
Yeah,
There's balls of
yeah,
gas or something. Balls of
yeah.
they flew it. They
J-
flew it.
just being uniquely out of this world.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I would
Mhm.
perceive it as.
They can't see you. They can't see you because you can't see
Mm-mm,
Neptune. You
no,
can't see it.
can't even
And
see.
so,
But yeah,
just see some water. How do you see water unless water gets together? How do you
it
see
is.
water? You don't see water.
This is fascinating information. This is fascinating
I
times that we're in right
know.
now, and
I know.
we're going to continue this because we're about to have class go on and stuff
Dinner.
like that. And yeah,
Yeah.
dinner.
And
I'm
I'm
about to go
also
get
would like to
some.
have some dinner.
Yeah,
Get some
so I'm
dinner.
about to go get
But
some
anyway,
dinner
it's
right
nice
now.
talking to you.
Yes,
But
yes,
it's
beloved.
fascinating. The stars fascinate me. I will
Yes,
see you again later. I'll let you have the
yes,
floor. I'll go ahead and go. Okay. Talk to you
definitely.
later.
Thank